I was playing League of Legends when my teammate Yasuo went 0-21 and we lost. I was so angry that I slammed my keyboard. Then suddenly, purple ripples appeared on my screen and something pulled me right into it. I woke up on a cold marble floor in a huge plaza with stone pillars. Hundreds of people were staring at me like I was some kind of zoo animal. I was still in my pajamas, pretty embarrassing. An old professor demanded that a silver-haired girl named Leah explain why she summoned me. Everyone started laughing at her, calling her the Eye of Calamity. I could see her fists shaking and her knuckles going white. Even though she was scared, she stepped in front of me to protect me. That actually touched me. She reminded me of a bad teammate who still tries to save you. Then the professor said that non-magical people had to be executed immediately. Before I could panic, a glowing chest appeared in front of my eyes, some kind of system reward. It gave me the power of Mordekaiser, my favorite champion. I shouted the activation phrase and transformed. Dark chains wrapped around me, black iron armor appeared, and a giant hammer rose from the shadows. 3 stone pillars collapsed just from it appearing. The mage who wanted to execute me dropped to the floor in terror. Everyone was frozen in shock. Leah looked up at me with huge, admiring eyes. I introduced myself as Gus, also known as Mordekaiser. She smiled and called me her friend. That felt pretty good. Just as I was about to attack again, a young man with golden hair and blue eyes stepped onto the platform. He was the headmaster, Surya Luca. He bowed to me and apologized for everything that happened. I could tell he was being honest, so I decided to calm down. Still, I made sure everyone knew I was unhappy. I told them they had to pay me back for all the stress they caused me. Emotional damage, mental recovery, all of it. I even threatened a little aerial bombardment if they refused. Surya just smiled and agreed to handle everything. Smart guy, he told me, and Leah to go rest. Leah grabbed my sleeve and we walked away together, leaving the whole stunned crowd behind. We ended up in Leah's small dorm room. It was cozy, and through the window I could see 2 moons, one red, one blue. Leah finally relaxed and started explaining this world to me. We were on a continent called Estra, inside the most famous magic academy of the Rhine Empire. I mostly half listened. The people from earlier were just fools to me, not worth thinking about. Leah was clearly exhausted from everything that happened. She could barely keep her eyes open. I told her to get some rest. After she changed and got into bed, I lay down on the other side. I didn't really need sleep, but I figured it would help her feel safer if I stayed close. The room went quiet. Then she asked if I had enough magic left and offered to share some of hers with me. I leaned over and gently touched her forehead, letting a warm light pass between us. She froze completely, wide eyes, red cheeks, totally flustered. Apparently that wasn't how magic sharing worked in this world. She buried her face in the pillow, heart pounding. Then, in a small quiet voice, she asked me to hold her while she slept. I smiled. How could I say no? I woke up early and sat by the window, looking at the academy garden in the morning mist. I checked my game stats on the floating screen, only I could see 10 blue essence. That's it. Pretty disappointing start. Then I heard Leah waking up behind me. She looked around the empty bed and her eyes got wet. She thought I had left. I called out to her from the window, and she immediately wiped her tears, trying to act like nothing happened. It was kind of cute. We washed up together. She was clearly more comfortable around me than yesterday, though her ears kept turning red every time our eyes met. I told her we should restore our magic, which meant touching foreheads and sharing that warm glow again. She closed her eyes and held my sleeve like it was something precious. After that, she grabbed my hand and dragged me toward the cafeteria. On the way, she explained how this world works. Every mage summons a familiar to help in battles. And in this world, monsters can be anyone. Beast folk, dragons, elves, even humans. Basically anyone seen as a threat. This place was more complicated than I expected. At the cafeteria, a worker stopped us and said familiars had to eat in a separate area. Leah looked upset, but I told her it was fine. I ruffled her hair, which made her pout, and went through the curtain alone. What I saw inside nearly made my jaw drop. The familiar dining area was total chaos. A steel robot eating metal, a fire lizard chewing burnt fish, a wobbly slime absorbing its food. And somehow, they could all talk. A slime named Gum and a fire lizard named Jabba introduced themselves and told me their stories. They had both come from dangerous worlds and were grateful to be here, even with all the battles. Then they asked about me. I stared at my plain piece of bread, sighed, and told them my name. As for why I ended up here, my teammates were so terrible that I nearly lost my mind. That's all. They had absolutely no idea how to respond to that. After breakfast, I checked the system shop on my floating screen. There were blue, purple, and golden chests, costing 100, 1,000, and 10,000 gold coins. I had 0 gold. Not a single coin. I just stared at the screen and sighed. Classic pay-to-win system. I said goodbye to Jabba and Gum and walked out. Lia was already waiting for me outside, her small figure easy to spot in the crowd. She took my hand right away and asked how the familiar dining area was. I told her it was interesting, which was honestly the truth. Then she said something that surprised me a little. She mentioned that some familiars couldn't adapt to this world and eventually didn't make it. She looked up at me with quiet worry in her eyes. I told her I could adapt just fine. And then I told her that my favorite thing about this place was her. Her face went completely red. Steam practically rose from her head. She laughed shyly, said it was embarrassing, and then grabbed my hand and rushed forward to hide her reaction. I could feel her heartbeat through her palm. She led me to a big stepped classroom. I was surprised to see not just humans inside. There were beast folk with ears and tails, elves with pointed ears, and small halfling-type people too. Apparently the school, called Threo Academy, was the most open in the whole empire. Interesting that it was named after the headmaster himself. We found seats near the back. Then the classroom door opened and a young female teacher walked in. Neat white robe, black stockings, chestnut hair, confident smile. She wrote her name on the board, Vinacine. She was the new magic and alchemy instructor. The male students went completely crazy, shouting compliments and silly questions. Leon noticed I looked unusually serious and asked what was wrong. I calmly said what was truly on my mind. What great evil. It's even bigger than my head. The new teacher, Vinacine, tapped her wand and the whole noisy classroom went silent in an instant. She explained that this semester we would be studying alchemy, transforming materials, and changing magical energy. Everyone around me looked excited. I understood absolutely nothing. It felt exactly like being the new kid at school, except this school had magic. I just sat there pretending to pay attention while my mind wandered. Leon noticed my confused face. She leaned close to my ear and quietly explained the 3 most important things for a mage. First, magic capacity, basically how much mana you have. Second, talent, how strong your spells are. Third, affinity, how fast and cheaply you can cast. The moment she explained it that way, everything clicked. Magic capacity is the mana bar. Talent is spell damage. Affinity reduces cost and cast time. Simple. I felt pretty proud of myself. I poked Leah's cheek and teased her, asking if she was some kind of rare genius since she managed to summon someone as powerful as me. Her smile faded. She told me her magic capacity was high, but her talent and affinity were both weak. That's why her spells often caused accidents, and why people laughed at her. She also mentioned that most gifted mages here came from noble families with special bloodlines, so they looked down on common students like her. I could feel her trembling a little as she talked. I was about to say something to comfort her when someone poked my back. I turned around and saw a girl about Leah's height. Short blue hair, silver glasses, white stockings, and a staff nearly taller than herself. But what really stood out were her eyes, completely calm, no emotion at all, like a still lake. She wasn't being arrogant. She just seemed to feel nothing. She told me her name was Salisa Luca, and then said she wanted to make a contract with me. The whole classroom erupted. Apparently, she was a once-in-a-millennium genius, the headmaster's daughter, and the niece of the king himself. Liao looked completely shocked. I was just confused. This girl, with all those impressive titles, wanted a contract with me? I had no idea what to say. The whole classroom was buzzing. Everyone was watching and whispering, excited to see what would happen. Lia immediately jumped in front of me and declared that I was her familiar. Her voice was firm, but her body was still shaking. Salisa didn't even react to Lia. She just quietly reached over and tugged at my sleeve, waiting for my answer. I'll be honest, having 2 girls pulling me from both sides felt kind of nice. But I quickly pulled myself together. I looked at Salisa carefully. She didn't seem hostile at all. No arrogance, no bad intentions, just a calm, almost childlike honesty. I told her clearly that Lia summoned me first, so I was Lia's familiar. Lia immediately grabbed my arm and pressed her head against my shoulder, happy and relieved. But Celisa didn't back down. She took my other arm and said simply that if I followed her, I would become stronger. I asked her why she wanted me specifically, someone from another world with no status here. Then her expression changed, just slightly. She told me her father accepted me, and that he had been talking about me since yesterday. She wanted him to accept her too. That hit me differently. This genius girl, with all her talent and titles, was just trying to earn her father's love. I felt bad for her. Headmaster Surya really wasn't being fair to his own daughter. I reached over and patted her hair gently. I told her that everyone shows approval differently, and that maybe her father's standards had nothing to do with strength. She went quiet, nodded slowly, and let go of my arm. Before she left the classroom, she looked at me one last time and said she wouldn't give up, and that one day she would make me acknowledge her too. Then she was gone, leaving just a faint floral scent behind. The other students groaned. They were hoping for a fight. Boring, they said. Lia just sighed with relief and leaned against me. My system sent a few notifications. I earned 1,000 gold coins, Celisa's affection went up, and I got a special item, Twisted Fate's weighted dice, which boosts luck for a while. Not a bad reward at all. Then I looked down at my wrinkled pajamas, then at everyone else in their proper mage uniforms. Time to get some new clothes. After leaving the classroom, I looked down at my pajamas and decided it was finally time to do something about them. Lia had completely forgotten I was still wearing the same clothes since I arrived. When I pointed it out, she turned red with embarrassment. Her eyes immediately lit up and she grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the academy shopping street. The place was lively, potions, magical beast materials, enchanted tools. Lia led me into a quiet alley where a small shop called Fairy Weave was tucked away. The owner was a halfling girl named Heartlow, barely half my height, with pink twin braids and cute cat ears. She figured out right away that I needed new clothes. I described what I wanted, a silver and blue night outfit, light enough to move in, with runic patterns along the edges and armor-style shoulder guards. Heartlow recorded everything on a crystal board, and a design appeared almost instantly. Lia paid for it without hesitation. 3 silver coins, just like that. I felt a little awkward being supported by her, but she just shook her head and said I was hers, so it was her job to spend money on me. Her face was bright red when she said it. The magical weaving machine made the outfit in minutes. When I tried it on and walked out, Lia clapped with excitement, and Heartlow praised the fit. I had to agree. I looked great. Then the door opened. It was Carl. He saw us, froze, then pretended not to care and walked to the counter to pick up his own clothes. But as he passed me, he leaned in and said quietly that power meant nothing, that I was just a servant creature, and that being with the Eye of Calamity would only bring me trouble. I turned to look at Lia. Her face had gone pale, and she was trembling. That was enough for me. I grabbed Carl by the collar and pulled him back. He tried to act bold and explained himself. Every person who went on missions with Lia got hurt while she walked away fine. He called her bad luck. I punched him in the face. He hit the wall and slid down. I pointed at him and told him not to dare insult Lia again. Lia, for the first time, shouted back at him herself, her crimson eyes burning with anger. Carl sat on the floor holding his swollen face, shocked that someone actually hit him. I crouched down calmly and told him that where I came from, people like him had a name: the base commander, the weakest link, the easy target, the burden of the team. I told him I was usually a calm person, but I had a bad temper when pushed. And I made one thing very clear. If he kept this up, I would target him until just seeing my name made him want to quit. The whole shop stared in silence. Nobody had ever seen someone punch a noble in public like that. Heartlow just smiled quietly to herself, already thinking she might need to close the shop for a few days. Carl got up from the floor, wiped the blood from his mouth, and was still acting arrogant. I was ready to hit him again, but Lia held me back. Carl smiled coldly and said that since I attacked a student, it counted as a formal duel invitation. But then he twisted the rules. He said familiars couldn't fight masters directly. The duel had to be between him and Lia. I told him I didn't care about his rules. He shot back that if I broke them, Lia would be alone again. That made Lia tremble. She knew she was much weaker than Carl. But she looked at me, took a breath, and accepted the challenge herself. Not only that, she added one condition. If she won, Carl had to apologize to both of us in front of every teacher and student at the academy. Carl looked surprised for just a second, then went back to his arrogant face. He told her to meet him at the duel arena and walked out without looking back. The moment he was gone, Leah collapsed against my arm, breathing hard, her face pale. She had been holding herself together the whole time. Hartlow pulled at Leah's sleeve with worry, warning her that Carl was the top heir of a powerful noble family. His talent and magic power were both much higher than hers. She suggested finding a way to cancel the duel. Leah refused. She said she wouldn't stop it. She wanted to win, and she wanted Carl to apologize to me and to her. Hearing that warmed my heart. She was being brave for me. I told her I already understood her problem. Her magic capacity was huge, but she lacked the right weapon to use it. So I reached into my system and pulled out the explosive staff. 850 gold coins, adds 45 magic power points. The best I could afford. Leah and Hartlow both froze the moment they saw it. Leah explained that this wasn't just a regular staff. It was a magic tool, something only master craftsmen could make. It could boost innate talent, magic capacity, and affinity, things that normally could never be changed. I handed it to her. The moment she held it, she felt the power pour into her body. Her eyes went wet. She asked if I really meant to give it to her. I said yes. Hartlow grabbed my sleeve and whispered that this staff was worth enough to buy a villa in the royal city. I told her I didn't care about small things like that. The system rewarded me with a golden shovel and another 1,000 gold coins. Leah's affection shot up again. Even Hartlow's affection increased. I wasn't sure why, and I decided not to think too hard about it. I looked at Leah holding the staff tightly, eyes full of new confidence. I told her, with that staff in her hands, she would definitely win and make Carl apologize to both of us. She nodded firmly. I will definitely win. After leaving the shopping street, I already had dozens of ideas for how to help Leah beat Carl. I sat on the windowsill tossing the golden die I had received as a reward, the weighted dice that boosts luck by 1 to 6 times for 12 hours. I called Leah over and told her I had good news and bad news. The good news was the dice. With maximum luck activated, my chances of getting great items from the shop would shoot up dramatically. The bad news was simple. She only had 3 days to prepare for the duel. I listed her problems out loud. Low spell damage, poor accuracy, stiff movement, weak awareness. Her expression got more and more hopeless with every word. Then I changed my tone completely. With the dice, my guidance, and her huge magic capacity, 3 days would be more than enough. Her eyes lit up with a small spark of hope. She quietly said I was really kind. That caught me off guard and made me blush, so I quickly told her not to expect me to go easy during training. At dinner, Leah refused to leave my side and followed me into the familiar dining area. Jabba and Gum were happy to see us. Jabba immediately teased me about how lucky I was to have such a cute owner. Leah grabbed my arm and announced loudly that I was hers and nobody could take me. Jabba and Gum thought that was hilarious. After dinner, I took Leah to a quiet open space behind the academy's back hill. Private training, not for everyone to see. I handed her the dice and told her to blow on it and make a wish. She closed her eyes and whispered that she hoped to get something useful for me. Maximum luck. 6 times boost, the highest possible result. I rushed to the system shop and spent all 1,000 gold coins on 10 blue chests. One after another they opened and gave me nothing but blue essence. I was getting frustrated. Then the last chest opened. Mejai's soul-stealing scroll. 20 magic power, 100 health, and a stacking glory effect. Each kill or assist builds power, and with enough stacks, movement speed increases too. Not bad at all. I was so happy about getting Mejai's soul-stealing scroll that I picked Liao up and spun her around 3 times. She got dizzy but laughed anyway. I explained the item to her simply. 20 magic power, 100 health, and it gets stronger with every kill, up to 145 magic power and a speed boost at maximum stacks. Combined with the explosive staff she already had, her total magic power could reach 190. She just needed to stack it up. Then I told her the next part of training was learning how to kill. She went pale. I quickly explained it was just a metaphor, learning how to win fights. I asked what spells she knew. Fireball, Ice Spike, Wind Blade, and Summoning. I renamed them in my head. Q, W, E, R. Simple enough. I told her to hit a distant tree with a fireball. She closed her eyes and started a long dramatic chant. I stopped her immediately. By the time she finished that speech, Carl could roast her 3 times over. She pouted and said her teacher told her longer chants meant stronger spells. I told her that was for ordinary people. To show her what I meant, I pointed at the tree confidently and shouted, "Fireball." Nothing happened. She stared at me. I cleared my throat and said I was just demonstrating confidence. I told her to just say the name and feel the magic release all at once. Her first fireball floated out slowly, went 5 meters, and popped out like a candle. I stayed quiet, but she kept going. After half an hour, the tree was blackened and nearly falling. Real progress. Next was dodging practice. I laid out a winding path with stones and threw pebbles at her from behind while she ran and shot fireballs back at me. She got hit in the head a few times, and I nearly got my hair burned. By sunset, she collapsed on the ground, covered in dirt and completely exhausted, but smiling. I handed her water and told her she did well. She asked why I was so nice to her. I said she was my master and also very cute. If someone bullied her, it would embarrass me. She blushed and mumbled something I pretended not to hear. On the way back, we passed a crowd watching Carl show off a burning sword called Flame Judgment. I glanced at it, thought it was nothing special, and walked away. I told Leah we would train again tomorrow, and that I planned to open more chests tonight to find her some speed equipment. She looked down at her feet and said she already had shoes. I rolled my eyes and told her to forget it. She quietly reached out and took my hand. I looked down at her. She immediately turned away, pretending to look at the scenery. I smiled and squeezed her hand back. Back in the room, Leah fell asleep quickly. I sat on the floor late at night, going through my system panel. After all the spending that day, I only had 150 gold coins left. I started with 2,000 and blew through most of it on equipment and chest openings. Most of the chests gave me nothing but blue essence, completely useless for now. The system even had a "coming soon" message for future features. A system teasing me with "coming soon." Unbelievable. I lay on the floor staring at the ceiling, thinking about the duel. Carl had shown off a B-grade magic tool called Flame Judgment. Impressive name, but I wasn't worried. Leah now had the explosive staff and the killer book, plus 2 days of solid training. As long as she stayed calm and didn't shake, beating Carl was very possible. Still, nobles could be sneaky. I made a mental note to stay alert. My mind drifted to other heroes I wished I could unlock. Valabel, Ornn, Yasuo, Yon. I got a little too excited imagining playing Yasuo at the academy and had to cover my mouth to avoid waking Leah. I couldn't sleep, not that I needed to. I quietly slipped out of the room and went for a walk around campus. The academy at night was completely peaceful. Soft blue glow stones lit the stone paths. Every few minutes a small patrol golem would stop and stare at me for a few seconds, then walk away like nothing happened. The headmaster had clearly given them instructions about me. Eventually, I ended up at the lake behind the school, the same place where I trained Leah earlier. The water was perfectly still, reflecting both moons like a mirror. I sat on a flat rock and let my mind wander. I wondered what was happening back in my old world. Whether that 0 to 21 Yasuo ever got punished. Then something moved out on the lake. A small shape, floating slowly. I squinted and stood up, thinking someone was drowning. Then I saw more clearly. Short, wet, silver blue hair. A pale shoulder rising from the water. And nothing else. My mind went completely blank for 3 seconds. It was a person. A woman. With no clothes on. And I recognized her. It was Celisa Luca. When she turned and our eyes met, neither of us said anything for a long, awkward moment. Then she just calmly said, "Good evening," like nothing was wrong. I finally managed to point out that normal people don't swim naked in a public lake at night. She corrected me. She wasn't bathing, she was swimming. Night swimming helps with magic circulation apparently. A childhood habit. I tried to explain that the lake was public and anyone could walk by. She told me no one ever comes at this hour. I pointed out that I was right there. She looked at me and said, very seriously, that I was not a normal person. I was Gus. Apparently, those are 2 separate categories in her mind. I gave up arguing. I asked her to please get dressed so we could talk somewhere else. I turned around and kept my eyes away. While waiting, I somehow started analyzing whether the area had good hiding spots for anyone watching. Then I caught myself and stared at the moon in silence. When she finally said she was done, I handed her my coat to dry off. She asked if I would be cold. I told her my body changed after transforming into Mordekaiser. I don't feel cold anymore. We went to a nearby pavilion and sat down. I asked if she had really never been discovered before. She said yes, never, until tonight. I asked why tonight was different. She said simply, because I came. Then she added that coincidence is also part of fate. Her mother taught her that. I looked at her sitting there in the moonlight, quietly drying her hair with my coat, and I started to see her differently. During the day, she seemed like a brilliant genius chasing her father's approval. But right now she just seemed like a lonely, strange girl who swims alone at night and thinks seriously about fate. I asked her something that had been on my mind. She said she developed the night swimming habit when she was young. Had she always done it alone? No friends? She paused. Then she said geniuses don't need friends. Geniuses only need to get stronger, earn their father's recognition, and find a way to heal their mother. I stayed quiet for a moment. Then I asked her, what about now? Did she still think she didn't need friends? Salisa stayed quiet for a long time after I asked if she still thought she didn't need friends. She just looked down at my jacket in her hands and said softly that she didn't know. I stood up, took the jacket back, sat beside her, and draped it over both our heads to block the cold wind. She looked at me with this strange, new expression and asked why I was being kind to her. I told her she seemed like a good kid, a weird one, but good at heart. I also joked that after what I accidentally saw at the lake, I would feel guilty if I wasn't nice to her. She thought about it seriously and concluded that I was a good person. I couldn't really argue with that. Then she asked about Lia. I told her Lia was my summoner, and I was her familiar. She asked if I liked her. I said of course. Lia was cute, and I genuinely liked her. Then she asked if I would stay with Lia forever. I said probably yes. In this strange world, Lia was the first person I met. Salisa went quiet again. Then she asked, what if someone else also wanted me to stay with them? She looked up at me with something quietly stirring behind her calm eyes. I smiled, ruffled her damp hair, and told her it depended on the person. Good people I would stay with. She didn't respond out loud, but I could tell she was thinking something. We ended up talking until almost dawn. When I finally stood up to leave, she grabbed my sleeve and said she was cold. I pointed out she had been swimming naked in a freezing lake just hours ago. But when I looked into her eyes, I stopped talking. She asked me to hold her. Her logic was that I said I treat good people well, and she believed she was a good person, so I could hold her. That made absolutely no sense, but I did it anyway. She was incredibly light, lighter than Lia, and she had a fresh, clean scent, like morning grass after rain. She leaned against me completely still, and I could feel her slowly relax. After a moment she let go, thanked me quietly, and I left. Walking back to the dorm, I caught myself comparing how she felt to how Lia felt, then immediately told myself to stop thinking like that. I shook my head and reminded myself that the luck boost was about to expire and I needed to open more chests. That was the real priority. I got back to the room quietly while Lia was still sleeping. I sat down and opened the system, excited to use the remaining luck boost on the daily chest. I had already convinced myself today would be better than yesterday. I got 7 blue essence. I lay flat on the floor and stared at the ceiling in silence. Then Lia woke up from all my noise. She sat up halfway, still half asleep, hair messy, and reached her arms out toward me asking for a hug. I had no choice. I stepped over and held her. She buried her face in my neck and I patted her back gently, telling her to sleep a little longer. Then I felt something warm on my face. She lifted her head and kissed me, eyes closed, like she was doing something very important. When she finally pulled back and her eyes fully opened, she froze completely. Her face turned so red I thought steam might come out. She immediately insisted it was just magic replenishment. I played along and told her we have a name for that kind of magic sharing where I come from. She asked what it was called. I said, good morning kiss. She buried her face in my chest and refused to move. After we cleaned up and headed to breakfast, she held my hand the whole way, still blushing, sneaking little glances at me, then looking away quickly. She asked where I had been all night. I said just getting some fresh air. She looked at me with slight suspicion but didn't push further. She just squeezed my hand tighter and quietly said that next time, I should take her with me. After breakfast, training started again. Only 2 days left before the duel with Carl. I had already analyzed Carl's Flame Judgment Sword. 3 weaknesses, long cooldown, high mana cost, and a brief freeze after using it. The plan was simple. Bait him into using his big move, dodge it, then hit him hard while he was recovering. I grabbed a stick and spent the whole morning pretending to be Carl, swinging at Lia and making her dodge and roll. By noon she was covered in dirt with leaves in her hair, but her eyes were bright. She was genuinely improving. During the lunch break, a system notification appeared. Salisa's affection had gone up significantly. The reward was 500 gold coins and a small gift pack. I opened it immediately. 20 blue essence. My mouth twitched. I closed the panel and told Lia to keep training. I woke Lia up early. Today was the last day of training before the duel. She had gotten used to seeing me first thing in the morning. She still blushed, but at least she wasn't panicking anymore. After breakfast, we headed to the training field behind the school, which by now was covered in craters and burnt tree stumps from the past 2 days. I told her today we were learning combo attacks, chaining skills together so the opponent has no time to dodge or counter. I explained each of her 3 spells simply. Fireball hits hard, but flies slow and is easy to dodge. Ice Spike is faster and slows the enemy on hit. Wind Blade is the quickest with almost no delay, but deals the least damage. The key was using them in the right order, so the enemy couldn't just step to the side and avoid everything. I drew it out on the ground with a stick. If she threw a fireball first, Carl would see it and dodge. Then the Ice Spike would hit empty air. But if she mixed them together with wind blades in between, he would have no clean window to escape. Then I made her practice casting while running along a stone path. Her first fireballs went completely off target. I told her she needed to keep her eyes on the enemy, not her feet. She kept going without complaining. After an hour, she was soaked in sweat, and the target tree was barely standing. But she had hit 3 targets in a row while moving. Real progress. Then I told her it was time to fight a real moving target me. I threw stones at her, and she had to dodge and counter with combos. The first few attempts were too slow. But then she read my movement, dodged sideways, and hit me with 3 ice spikes in a V shape. One grazed my arm. A fireball followed, then wind blades low to the ground. I told her honestly, her combo was ready. The timing, the accuracy, the flow, all there. Not perfect, but more than enough to handle Carl. She jumped up and hugged me tightly, face buried in my chest, saying thank you over and over. I told her to save the thanks for after she wins tomorrow. She stepped back, wiped her eyes, and smiled. I will definitely win tomorrow. The morning of the duel, the whole academy was buzzing. What was usually a quiet path outside the dorm was packed like a market, everyone heading toward the arena. Lia was ready when I turned around. Her silver hair was neat, her mage robe clean, the explosive staff in her hand, and the killer book hanging at her waist. But what really caught my attention were her eyes. They weren't timid anymore. I told her she was starting to look like a real mage. She smiled, then admitted she was still a little nervous. I told her nervousness was normal. Just don't hold back when the fight starts. Walking to the arena, I could hear people whispering all around us. Most of them expected Lia to lose. Some were there just hoping to see a good show. Lia held my hand the whole way, her palm a little sweaty. The arena was huge and completely packed, at least 1,000 people in the stands. Students, teachers, even some fancily dressed strangers. Still felt smaller than an S-rank match to me, but I kept that to myself. Carl was already waiting in the center, wearing a brand new red and gold mage robe, staff in hand, and the flame judgment sword at his waist. He looked at us through his nose like we were beneath him. He told me familiars weren't allowed to fight, and that today I would watch him knock Lia down. I yawned and told him to hurry up because I wanted to get back for lunch. He drew the sword dramatically. Flames shot into the sky. The crowd gasped and started saying the duel was already over before it began. I leaned over and whispered to Lia, let him show off. The more he performed, the better. Then I told her out loud to take out her 2 items and show everyone. She raised the explosive staff. Golden light exploded from it, completely drowning out Carl's flames. The crowd went quiet instantly. Then she pulled out the killer book. Dark purple light poured out, pages turning on their own, a slow blinking eye visible on the cover. The magic wave hit the whole arena like a wall. People dropped their staffs. Some stumbled backward. Nobody made a sound. Then everyone erupted at once. 2 magic tools, 1 person, and the book might even be stronger than the staff. Carl's confident smile froze completely. He stared at Lia's equipment with wide, disbelieving eyes and started muttering that it had to be fake. It was not fake. The duel started and Carl wasted no time. The moment the judge said begin, he fired 3 chain fireballs straight at Lia. Fast and powerful. But Lia moved exactly like I trained her, shifted left, rolled forward, and countered the 3rd fireball with ice spikes. The crowd went completely silent, then exploded with cheers. Carl just stood there with his mouth open. In his world, mage duels meant standing still and seeing who hits first. He had never seen anyone dodge like that. While he was still frozen in shock, Lia sent 3 wind blades along the ground. Carl reacted too slowly. One sliced across his arm and opened a deep wound. He screamed and stumbled back, staring at the blood on his sleeve in disbelief. Just a wind blade, he kept thinking. How could a wind blade do that? I was laughing on the side. The killer book had already stacked 1 layer, and combined with the explosive staff, her magic power had reached 70 points. What looked like a basic wind spell was hitting like a 3rd level attack. Carl thought he was getting a light tap and got a brick to the face instead. Carl was furious and humiliated. He figured out I was the one who gave her the equipment and taught her how to fight. That made him even angrier. He drew the flame judgment sword and cut his own tongue, spraying blood onto the blade. The flames surged into a giant fire column, and he swung it down. A 10-meter flame dragon roaring straight at Lia. The speed and range made it impossible to dodge. But Lia didn't try to dodge. She poured everything into her staff and fired 10 ice spikes at once. Ice met fire in a massive explosion of steam and smoke. When the air cleared, Lia was still standing. Then Carl came charging out of the smoke like a madman, sword raised, screaming for her to die. She rolled just in time. The sword smashed the floor where she had been standing. But the shockwave caught her left arm, a deep burn, blackened flesh, blood running down. Carl laughed wildly. The crowd started saying it was over. I leaned against the barrier with my hands in my pockets and just watched her. No panic, no yelling. I just looked at her and trusted her completely. Lia was on one knee, arm burning, magic nearly gone, fear creeping into her eyes as Carl charged toward her again. Then she looked up and found me in the crowd. I didn't move. I just watched her with steady eyes. She understood. Lia stood back up. I could see it in her eyes. She wasn't fighting for herself anymore. She was fighting because someone finally believed in her. That someone was me. Carl charged at her with the sword raised. But Lia didn't dodge this time. She stepped forward and fired all 3 spells at once. Ice spikes, wind blades, and fireball, all together, all at the same time. The 3 elements twisted around each other and hit Carl like a wall. The explosion threw him onto the ground. His flame judgment sword flew out of his hand, and the flames went out. The whole arena went silent. Carl got back up, laughing like he had lost his mind. He refused to accept the loss. Then he summoned his familiar, a massive golden fire beast called Tylosa, a B-level creature. The referee immediately called it a violation of the rules. Carl didn't care. He pointed at me and screamed that if Lia could have a familiar help her with equipment, then he could use his familiar too. He challenged me directly, familiars versus familiars. Lia looked at me. I mouthed 2 words, "Don't worry." She accepted the challenge. Then she summoned me the proper way, with a real summoning circle. Silver light burst at my feet, and I appeared in the center of the arena. Tylosa charged immediately, golden flames trailing behind it, claws tearing through the air. I raised my left hand. One hand. I caught it by the head and held it completely still. Its paws were dangling in the air. It couldn't move a single inch. Fear appeared in its eyes for the first time. The crowd lost their minds. Carl's smile froze completely. I told the beast that where I come from, it was no better than a wild wolf. Tylosa exploded and split into 3 clones, surrounding me in a triangle. All 3 charged at once from different directions. I let them come. Then I raised my right hand, summoned Nightfall, and ghostly green flames burst from the ground beneath me. Reincarnation dead end. The green light swallowed everything. The crowd had no idea where I went. 1 second I was there, the next the arena was empty. Carl stood frozen, calling for his beast. No response. Inside the shadow realm, it was nothing but endless greenish darkness. The 3 Tylosa clones were lying on the ground, flames barely burning. When they looked up and saw me standing in full Mordekaiser armor, all 3 of them went completely still. Their flames just went out on their own. They started whimpering and trembling. I told them they were already finished. The clones exploded and disappeared, leaving just the real Tylosa on the ground, begging for mercy. I reminded it how arrogant it had been just moments ago. Losing face to a dog? Absolutely impossible. Tylosa made one last desperate lunge at my throat. Its fangs hit my armor and left nothing, not even a scratch. I looked down at it calmly. Then I raised Nightfall and ended it. Back in the arena, I dropped from above and landed in a cloud of dust. Lia stared at me. Behind me, nothing. Tylosa was gone. Carl spat blood and collapsed, screaming and clutching his head. The contract backlash from losing a familiar hit him hard. Blood from his eyes, nose, and ears. The crowd was completely shocked. Nobody had seen what happened inside the domain. I walked back to Lia and told her it was done. She asked where the dog went. I said I cooked it. The referee declared Lia the winner. The crowd erupted. The system rewarded me with 2,000 gold coins and a new piece of equipment, Spirit of the Dreaming Shadow. A good haul. Walking out of the arena in the sunshine, Lia grabbed my arm and excitedly reenacted everything she had seen. The one-handed catch, the disappearing act, the explosion. I tapped her forehead and told her to stop waving before my arm fell off. Then her eyes went red. She told me I was the best person in this world to her. That without me, she would have been bullied into nothing. I stayed quiet for 2 seconds, ruffled her hair, and told her to save the sentimental talk. Then I told her I was hungry. She stared at me for a second, then burst out laughing. Walking to the cafeteria after the duel, I noticed that the people who used to mock Lia couldn't even look her in the eye anymore. She noticed it too. I could feel her grip on my hand get tighter, and she stood up straighter as we walked. The whole cafeteria went quiet when we walked in. I told everyone to relax. I don't eat people. Lia laughed. We got our food and headed to the familiar zone as usual. When I walked in, Jabba dropped his charred meat on the floor and just stared at me. Then he rushed over calling me Big Brother, sparks flying from his tail. Gum the slime pushed forward too, bubbling wildly. I told them to stay humble. They ignored me completely. Back in the room, I checked my system. 2,300 gold coins, 98 blue essence, and the new equipment, Spirit of the Dreaming Shadow. A sleek white katana with dark gold patterns on the handle. Light in my hand, but I could feel how sharp it was. I tried using the speed boost and crossed the room in a blur, then crashed straight into the wall. Lia stared with her mouth open. I got up, rubbed my forehead, and said it was incredible. After a few more tries, I got the hang of it. Running away was going to be much easier. Then someone knocked on the door. It was Salisa. White skirt, glasses, blue hair, no expression, holding a basket. She said she came to congratulate me and held out the basket. Inside were small pastries she had made herself. Her ears were slightly red when she said that. I invited her in. Lia immediately jumped off the bed and grabbed my arm, watching Salisa carefully. The two of them sat across from each other, and the air felt like it could catch fire. I tried to keep things calm. Salisa also brought a ranking assessment from her father, the headmaster. My stats: Strength S, Endurance S, Magic Power S, Skills S, Speed C, Overall Rating S. I told her it was pretty accurate. She said my real strength was probably even higher than that. I shrugged and said the new hero was still loading. We would make do for now. Then Salisa said something that surprised both me and Lia. She said, "I have me too." Then she stood up, walked to the door, said good night, and left. After a few seconds of silence, Lia looked up at me with big sad eyes and asked if Salisa liked me. I asked her if she liked me too. She went red and started stammering. I told her not to overthink it and to get some sleep. She curled up in my arms as usual. "Tonight you have to hold me while I sleep." Lia had been taken for extra lessons by teacher Vinacine after the duel. Apparently winning wasn't enough if your basics were still weak. Salisa had been called away by her father, so I had nothing to do. I ended up at Hartlow's shop, sitting on the customer sofa, drinking her blue juice. It was my third glass by the time she finally said something. I told her I poured it myself, and she never stopped me. She looked like she wanted to throw me out, but couldn't quite bring herself to do it. I mentioned that I had suggested Salisa and Lia try to be friends, talk, eat together, go shopping. Hartlow gave me this knowing smile and said I was working hard to build a peaceful harem. I nearly choked on my juice. I told her Lia was my summoner and Salisa just needed friends. Hartlow smiled and said nothing, which was worse than if she had argued. I pulled up my system panel to distract myself. I had opened the daily free chest that morning, 5 blue essence. Then bought 5 more chests one by one. The best result was 9 essence. A total waste. But then I spotted something new in the corner of the interface, a blue essence shop. I clicked it and found a full list of heroes, all available to buy. I got excited and scrolled through fast. Every single one cost 5,500 essence. I currently had 158. I sat very still for a moment. At the rate I was earning essence, Getting to 5,500 would take forever. I needed to find faster ways, quests, battles, causing some trouble. Just saving up quietly wasn't going to work. I decided to wait for the weighted dice cooldown to finish before opening any more chests. No point wasting gold without the luck boost. By then my cup was empty. Heartlow offered me a cookie from a small box, crispy, milky, with a light floral taste. I asked if she made them herself. She said of course, and that her snacks were famous on the whole shopping street. I asked why she didn't open a snack shop then. She said snacks were just a hobby. Making clothes was the real job. I took another cookie and stayed on the sofa a little longer. With Leah in class and Celisa busy, I had nothing to do. I stayed at Heartlow's shop eating her cookies and drinking juice until she finally suggested I go explore the city. Apparently familiars weren't prisoners. We could go anywhere as long as we followed the kingdom's laws. Half an hour east of the academy was a border city called Ningmuch, which even had a special trading area just for familiars. That sounded much better than sitting on a sofa all afternoon. I grabbed a few cookies from Heartlow, told her I would pay later, and walked out before she could argue. I heard her laughing quietly behind me as I left. On the way to the administration office, students kept spotting me, pausing in surprise, then quickly looking away and hurrying off. I was getting used to it. Being called an S-rank familiar at the academy was apparently a big deal. I personally found it a little boring. What I really wanted was enough blue essence to unlock a hero from the shop. Every single one cost 5,500. I had 158. I told myself to stop thinking about it and kept walking. At the administration office, I asked for a city entry pass. The clerk behind the window recognized me immediately, nearly knocked over his chair, and ran to get his supervisor. His supervisor came out with a professional smile and handed me a registration form. I filled it in, got a small silver badge with the academy's emblem on one side and my name on the other, and was told it was valid for 3 months. I walked to the academy gate, showed the badge to the guards, and stepped outside for the first time since arriving in this world. The air was fresher out here, grass and earth instead of academy stone. A wide gravel road stretched ahead into the forest. I took a deep breath and walked forward. Ningmuch. That sounded interesting. I wondered what I would find. Walking through Ningmuch, I was amazed by everything. Rock turtles carrying massive loads, tiny fairies hauling bags bigger than themselves, a giant white wolf sitting outside a weapon shop. This place was nothing like the academy. Then I spotted Gum waddling down the street. Next to him was his owner, a 2-meter tall, bald, muscle-packed man in an open-chest vest. I blinked twice to make sure I was seeing correctly. His name was Wu Shirtian, half orc, half human, an earth mage. He explained that earth magic required a strong body. The bald head was from a magic experiment that went wrong, and his hair never grew back. He seemed completely at peace with it. I liked him immediately. Wu Shirtan mentioned he was in the city to investigate missing trading caravans. Whole groups disappearing without a trace, possibly monsters. He invited me to join. I said I was just out for a walk and had a girl to take care of. We exchanged a friendly goodbye and went separate ways. I browsed a weapon shop and a materials shop, found nothing better than what my system already gave me, and kept wandering until the streets got quieter. Then I heard shouting around a corner. 3 rough-looking men had cornered a young girl in an alley, maybe 12 or 13, blonde twin ponytails, expensive dress, blue eyes sharp as a hawk. She showed zero fear. She called them trash to their faces and told them her servant would cut them to pieces. They laughed and asked where this servant was. That's when the girl spotted me at the alley entrance. She smiled slightly and pointed at me like I was exactly who she was talking about. The 3 men turned toward me. I sighed, drew the spirit of the dreaming shadow, and moved. In less than a second, I left a shallow cut on the leader's clothes, just enough to feel the blade without breaking skin. He screamed and scrambled backward. The other 2 ran so fast they disappeared before I could blink. The girl clapped and called me her little servant. I told her I was not her servant. She said she knew, then held out her hand palm down and told me to kneel and kiss it. Apparently that was basic etiquette for royalty. I took her hand and shook it like a normal greeting instead. Her eyes went wide. I said nice to meet you and turned to leave. She grabbed my sleeve and stomped her foot. Her name was Biki Rhine, the 7th princess of the Rhine Empire. She had sneaked out of the palace alone because she was bored. One look at her, and I could tell she was completely lost, though she insisted she was just exploring. I told her guards were probably panicking and offered to walk her back. She immediately acted like I had begged for the honor of escorting her and graciously agreed. I shook my head. This girl was going to be a handful. After leaving the weapon shop, I started heading back, feeling good about the day. Then I heard footsteps behind me. It was Beaky, following me down the street like I hadn't noticed. I told her to go back to the palace. She said she changed her mind and declared that I was now her guide. I refused and kept walking. She grabbed my sleeve and told me I was just pretending not to care to get her attention. I turned around and gently pushed her forehead back. She nearly fell over and started yelling about how she would be the most beautiful woman in the empire someday, and suitors would line up from the palace gate to the border. I went around her and kept walking. She grabbed my arm again and said her legs were tired and I had to carry her. I told her to let go. She refused. I told her again. Still no. So I just kept walking while she hung on my arm, feet dragging along the ground, leaving 2 marks in the street. Passers-by stopped and stared. She shouted at them to mind their own business. I kept my face straight and walked another few dozen meters until she finally let go and dropped onto the ground, out of breath and covered in dirt. Then her eyes went red. Tears started falling. She said I was bullying her. The people around us immediately started judging me like I had done something terrible. I looked at the crowd, took a deep breath, and squatted down. I told her I was wrong and asked her to stop crying. She looked up at me with wet eyes and asked if I would carry her now. I said yes. The tears stopped instantly. She smiled like the sun came out and climbed onto my back before I could change my mind, arms around my neck, legs around my waist. Got you, she cheered. That whole crying act was absolutely calculated. A total performance. I carried her anyway. Ha, you were easily overpowered by me. Gus' brother really is a weakling. How much do you weigh? I'm not heavy at all, Pixie whispered in his ear, her warm breath blowing on his neck. And asking a lady her weight is very rude. Weaklings are just weaklings, they don't even understand that. Okay, I won't ask. Gus kept walking. The little girl on his back wasn't heavy, just talkative. After a few steps, Pixie spoke again. I'm hungry. You just walked a few steps and you're hungry. I've been walking for a long time. I was just dragged along by you earlier, using up a lot of energy. What do you want to eat? Pixie thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I want to eat sweets. The most famous dessert shop in Ningyuj. What's it called? Honey Dream. Yes, that's it. Gus stopped walking. Do you know where it is? No. Then say something useful. Why you? How can you say bad words? Pixie twisted on his back in protest. I am a princess and cannot listen to this. Okay, I won't say anything. Jess continued walking. Do you know where I can find something to eat? No, I've never been here before. Then why are you acting as my guide? I didn't want to, but you insisted on coming with me. Beaky fell silent. After 2 seconds, she said, maybe we can ask someone. Jess looked around. There was a fruit seller nearby. He went over and asked, excuse me, are there any places to eat around here? The seller looked at him and then at Beaky on his back with a strange look. Go straight ahead, then turn left at the second intersection. There's a place called Oak Barrel Restaurant. The food is good and the prices are fair. Thanks. Jess followed the seller's directions and arrived at the Oak Barrel Restaurant. It looked like a simple place, not big, with a wooden sign hanging outside showing an oak barrel. Through the window, you could see a few wooden tables and some customers eating, creating a cozy atmosphere. Just as Jess was about to open the door, Beaky suddenly spoke. Wait, what's wrong? Are you really taking me to a place like this to eat? Beaky slid down from his back and stood at the door, looking at the restaurant with a look of disgust. This place is so plain. The sign is small. The decor is simple. How could the food be good? She crossed her arms and looked up at Jess. I am a princess. I usually eat delicate dishes made by royal chefs. How could you bring me to a place like this? Trash is trash. You really have no taste. Jess looked at her with a blank face. Are you going to eat or not? No. Fine. Then go find sweet dreams yourself. After saying that, Jess pushed open the door and went inside. Beaky stood there in surprise. After 2 seconds, she called out, Hey, wait for me. She hurried to catch up and followed Jess into the restaurant. Inside, it looked a bit bigger than outside. The wooden tables were very clean, and there were a few landscape paintings on the walls. In the corner, there was a fireplace, not lit, but it made the place feel warm and cozy. The shop owner was a woman in her 40s, wearing an apron and smiling kindly. 2 guests? This way, please. She led them to a table by the window. After sitting down, Vicky immediately frowned. She touched the table, then looked at the chair, her expression growing more displeased. This table, is it made of wood? I usually use white jade tables with golden edges. She glanced around. And these people, why are they all dressed so plainly? Not a trace of nobility anywhere. Gus sat across from her, too lazy to respond. The shop owner came over with the menu, still smiling warmly. What would you like to eat? Gus took the menu and glanced through it. There weren't many dishes, just common foods, but the prices were fair. He handed the menu to Vicky. Order for yourself. Vicky took it, looked for a moment, and frowned even more. What is all this? Toast, stew, roast meat. Nothing special at all. She flipped a few pages, then her eyes lit up. Oh, there are desserts here? The shop owner smiled. Yes, our honey cake and cream puffs are quite popular. Vicky immediately perked up. Then I'll have honey cake, cream puffs, fruit tart, chocolate mousse. She ordered 5 or 6 items in one breath, all the most expensive ones. The shop owner looked at the finely dressed girl in surprise, then glanced at Gus. Gus waved his hand. Bring what she ordered. All right, please wait a moment. The shop owner turned and left. Vicky crossed her arms and glared at Gus. Humph what? How could you bring me to a place like this? I'm so lovely and noble, and you make me sit on this rough chair and use this plain table. Gus picked up the glass of water and took a sip. What does being lovely have to do with eating? Of course it matters. Vicky said confidently. Someone as lovely as me should eat in a place that matches my status. This shabby shop doesn't deserve me. Gus set down his glass and looked at her. Why did you order so many desserts just now? Because I was hungry. That's enough, then, but you're hungry and there's food here. You ordered, so you'll be able to eat soon. Gus interrupted her. As for whether this shop is good or if the tables are broken, that doesn't matter. As long as the desserts are tasty, that's all that counts. Vicky opened her mouth to argue but didn't know what to say. In the end, she just huffed and turned her face away, pouting in annoyance. Gus looked at her like that and couldn't help but smile. This girl was really proud, but her angry look was kind of cute. The shop was quiet, with only the soft sounds of other customers talking and faint noises from the kitchen. Vicky's face was slightly pink, and her golden eyelashes fluttered a little. She secretly glanced at Gus out of the corner of her eye, saw him looking at her, and immediately turned her face away, her ears quietly blushing. Gus suddenly became a bit curious. Hey, how did you manage to run out like that? Vicky's body stiffened slightly, but quickly relaxed. She turned to look at Gus, a meaningful smile slowly forming on her lips. Oh, want to know my secret? I'm a little curious. Humph. Vicky leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, acting proud. If you want to know my secret, sure. She blinked and gave a tempting look. As long as you become my servant, I'll tell you how about that. Pretty good deal, right? Gus looked at her and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he closed his eyes, leaned back against the chair, and started to rest. Vicky was stunned. Huh? Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Gus didn't respond. Hey, clumsy Gus. I'm talking to you. Still no response. Vicky moved closer, staring at his face for a few seconds. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her breathing was steady, as if she was really asleep. Sleeping? So fast? She reached out and poked Gus's face with her index finger. It was soft and a little warm. Hey, wake up. No response. She poked again. There was still no response. Vicky started to feel a little anxious. Hey, fish. This lady commands you to open your eyes. Still no reaction. Vicky withdrew her hand and stared at Jess for a long time. Then, a mischievous smile slowly appeared on her face. She raised her hand, extended 2 fingers, and aimed at Jess's nose. Just as her fingers were about to touch his nose tip, Jess suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Vicky's fingers froze in midair, and she stiffened. Jess looked at her with no expression on his face. Vicky's face instantly turned bright red. I didn't mean. I just wanted to. Jess still looked at her calmly, like he was watching a huffy little puppy. Vicky slowly withdrew her hand, cleared her throat, and tried to look serious. Ahem. I just wanted to check if you were really asleep. Oh. Jess responded and kept looking at her. Vicky felt a little guilty under his gaze, but she quickly straightened her back. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a cute princess before? Yes, I have. Humph. Then hurry up. I saw you earlier on the street. Vicky's words were cut off. She stared at Jess with wide eyes, unsure how to reply. Jess still looked at her calmly, as if saying, "Go ahead with your act." Beaky took a deep breath. "Fine. Since you really want to know my secret, I'll tell you, but only because I'm feeling generous." She sat up straight, placed her hands on the table, and looked serious. "Actually, I can go out because..." She deliberately paused and looked at Jess. Jess still had a blank expression. Beaky was a little disappointed, but kept talking. "It's because I found a teleportation crystal in the palace's treasure vault." "A teleportation crystal?" "Yes." Beaky's eyes sparkled as she started to gesture. "The crystal is about the size of a fist, transparent, and I saw it while wandering in the treasure vault. I've never seen anything like it before." She paused, looking a little guilty. Then she said, "And then I was just curious, so I picked it up to look. I accidentally touched the runes on it, and swoosh." She made a flying away gesture with her hand. "Suddenly, I appeared outside Ningmuj City." Gus listened, silent for 3 seconds. Then he looked at Beaky with a caring, slightly pitying look. Beaky felt the meaning behind that look and immediately got defensive. What kind of look is that?" "Nothing." Gus picked up his glass and took a sip. "I just think your palace's security seems a bit weak." "That's not true," Beaky argued. "It's because the treasure room keeper was away. Usually, many people guard it. Just happened to be away?" "Yes. Just happened. I was lucky." Gus looked at her without saying anything, but his eyes clearly said, "Lucky? Are you sure?" Beaky felt more and more nervous under his gaze, finally turning her face away. "Anyway, I just came out like this. If you want to laugh, go ahead." Gus did smile, but it was just a slight curve of his lips. "So, how will you go back?" Beaky froze. She slowly turned her head to look at Gus, looking a bit embarrassed. You haven't thought about it?" I have thought about it," Beaky said loudly. "I want to explore first, then figure out how to go back. Anyway, I can use the teleportation crystal to come here, so I should be able to go back." Her voice grew softer. Gus looked at her. "And the teleportation crystal, Beaky's expression became more awkward. I was so excited when I landed that I accidentally lost it." "Gus," Beaky quickly added, but, I remember what it looks like. I will ask my father to send someone to find it." "I'm sure they will find it," Gus sighed. At this moment, the shop owner came over carrying a tray. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Here are the desserts you ordered." She placed plates of delicate treats on the table. Honey cake, cream puffs, fruit tarts, chocolate mousse, all filling the entire table. Beaky's eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, looks great." She picked up a fork, about to start eating, but suddenly remembered something. She put down the fork, sat up straight, tidied her clothes and hair, and cleared her throat. Then she looked at Jess and said very formally, "I usually don't accept gifts from other men easily." My suitors line up from the palace gate to the kingdom's border. Every day, countless nobles send all kinds of precious gifts, and I don't even look at them." She paused, looked at Jess. "But today, considering your behavior, and that you accompanied me shopping and now brought me here to eat, I will reluctantly accept your gift." After saying that, she picked up her fork, skewered a large piece of honey cake, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened instantly. "So delicious." Then she started eating eagerly, no longer acting like a lady. Cream was on her lips, chocolate on her cheeks, but she was completely unaware, just stuffing mouthfuls of food. "This is also tasty." "That's good too." Jess watched her, unable to hide his amusement. Where was the person who earlier looked down on this place? "Surprisingly, this simple little shop actually has pretty good taste," Beaky said while eating. "Compared to the fancy pastries in the palace, it seems to have more flavor." She took another big bite of the puff, cream spilling from her lips. Jess silently handed her a napkin. Beaky took it, wiped her mouth casually, and kept eating. Halfway through, she suddenly looked up at Jess. "Aren't you going to eat?" Jess shook his head. "I'm not hungry." Beaky blinked, then looked at the remaining desserts on the table with a subtle expression. I ordered so much. Is it a bit wasteful?" "That's okay. Then if you don't want to eat, I will eat alone. Go ahead." Beaky was about to continue eating when suddenly she saw Jess's face break into a strange smile. She paused alertly. "What are you smiling about?" Jess leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, and said in a very relaxed tone, "Nothing much, I just think." "Think what? Since I'm not paying, why should I eat?" Beaky's fork froze in midair. She slowly turned her head to look at Jess. Jess still had that smirk on his face, and it looked quite annoying. Biki's mind raced quickly. She recalled what just happened, the food she ordered, what she was eating. Jess hadn't touched anything. And then, she slowly looked down at the dessert on the table. Then she looked back at Jess. Finally, she spoke slowly. Are you saying I have to pay for all this? Jess shrugged. What else? You ordered it. You ate it. So of course you pay. Biki's eyes widened more and more. But, you brought me here. You came here yourself. You told me what to order. The menu was in your hand. You chose. You. Biki pointed at him, her finger trembling. Jess still leaned back comfortably, acting as if he didn't care. Biki took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. She was a princess. A noble, elegant princess. How could she be so angry at a mere commoner? But she secretly reached into her pocket. It was empty. She reached into another pocket. Still empty. Her face started to turn pale. Jess watched her change in expression and slowly said, You didn't forget to bring money, did you? Biki's body stiffened. She slowly looked up at Jess, her face showing a mix of embarrassment, anger, and a hint of guilt. I did bring money. Oh? Then show it to me. Why should I show it to you? Because we're about to pay the bill. Biki's face turned even paler. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Finally, she lowered her head and whispered, I really didn't bring money. Gus nodded. Yeah, I figured. Biki suddenly looked up. You knew all along, since you ordered. Then why did I order so much? Because what you ordered isn't for me to eat. You. Biki was so angry she couldn't speak. She stared at Gus, her blue eyes burning with anger. But Gus didn't care at all, still relaxed and leaning back in his chair. Biki took a deep breath, trying to calm her voice. Fine. I admit I didn't bring money, but you can lend me some first. I'll pay you back 10 times when I return to the palace. Gus nodded. Sounds good. Biki's eyes lit up. Then, but I don't have money right now either. Biki's expression froze. She stared at Gus with wide eyes. Gus shrugged with an innocent look. I really don't have a single coin. Biki stood there, stunned, her mind blank. No money. Neither of them had money. They had ordered a table full of desserts, and she had eaten most of it just now. She slowly turned her head, looking at the mostly empty plates on the table, then at the other diners around her, and finally at the friendly-looking shop owner behind the counter. The shop owner happened to look over and smiled at her. Biki's face instantly turned red. Oh no, oh no, oh no, she muttered to herself. I'm a noble lady, and I'm eating without paying. If this gets out, she raised her head and looked at Gus with a pleading expression. What should I do? Gus stood up. Biki thought he was trying to run away and was about to speak, but she saw him reach down and take off a long sword from his waist. The spirit of the dream shimmered with a faint purple glow in the sunset, and the patterns on the scabbard were faintly visible. Biki froze in surprise. What are you doing? Threatening the boss with a sword? No, I don't want to eat for free, but I can't do something like that. Before she finished speaking, Jess had already come to her side. Then he held the sword in one hand and reached out with the other, grabbing Biki and lifting her up from the chair. It was like holding a small package. Huh? Biki was suspended in midair, her feet off the ground, caught under Jess's arm. What are you doing? Put me down. Jess ignored her and strode quickly toward the door with Biki in his arms. The shop owner saw this scene, froze for a second, then hurried over. Hey, customer, you haven't paid yet. Before she finished, Jess pushed open the shop door and rushed out in a quick stride. His speed was so fast that a gust of wind blew up, making the shop owner's apron flutter. She chased to the door, but on the busy street, there was no sign of the two of them. She stood there stunned, unable to react for a long time. Did they run away without paying? She looked down at the nearly empty plates on the table, then looked up at the empty doorway. After 3 seconds of silence, she took a deep breath and turned back to the counter. Forget it. Just treat it as paying for that little girl's meal. She shook her head and mumbled softly. She's so cute. How did she end up running away without paying? Meanwhile, Jess was carrying Biki and rushing through Ningmu's streets. Thanks to the speed boost from the spirit of the dream, he looked like a faint purple shadow weaving through the crowd. People around only felt a gust of wind, unable to see clearly. Biki's scream stretched out in the wind. So fast, so fast. I'm going to be sick. Jess ignored her and kept running. He ran for several blocks before stopping in a quiet alley. He loosened his grip and Beaky plopped onto the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Ugh, I feel like my head is going to burst. She covers her head with her hands, her blonde twin tails messily tangled, her face very pale. Gus stands nearby, not even catching his breath, looking down at her. Are you still alive? Beaky lifts her head and stares at him with dazed eyes. You crazy person. After a moment, she slowly stands up. Once steady, she takes a deep breath and then, you actually brought me to eat without paying? She points at Gus, her finger trembling. I am a princess, the 7th princess of the Rhine Empire. If people find out I ate without paying here, where will I put my face? Gus shrugs. That was your unpaid meal, not mine. Beaky is stunned. What do you mean? I didn't eat anything. I just watched you eat the whole time. When we ran, I was the one who helped you escape. Gus spreads his hands. So technically, you're the one who ate without paying. I'm just a passerby who helped out. Beaky's eyes widen. You. She's trembling with anger, but doesn't know how to argue back. Because, it seems to be true, she ordered the food. She ate it. She didn't bring any money. And Gus helped her run away. But, you took me to that restaurant. You insisted on coming. You told me what to order. The menu was in your hands. Beaky angrily swings her small fists and punches Gus. Softly, like a kitten scratching. Gus doesn't dodge or react. Beaky hits him a few more times, getting angrier. All your fault. All your fault. All your fault. Gus lets her hit him. When she's tired, he finally speaks. Are you done? Beaky pulls back her hand, panting, her eyes a little red again. But this time, she doesn't cry. She just bites her lip, looking both hurt and stubborn. Jess looked at her with a strange softness in his heart. All right, it's just a free meal. It's not a big deal. But, you are a princess. Jess interrupted her. A princess skipping out on paying? Who would say anything? Even if it gets out, people will just think it's an honor for that shop. His Royal Highness, the 7th princess, personally visited. That's a great compliment. Beaky was stunned. She blinked and thought carefully. It seemed kind of reasonable, but she quickly realized. No way. A princess should set an example. I can't do something like that. Jess looked at her, a bit surprised. This young girl actually had this sense of responsibility? Fine, what do you want to do? Go back and pay? Beaky opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Go back and pay? She had no money now, and she ran so fast earlier that the shop owner would definitely remember their faces. If she went back, well, then, she hesitated, unable to explain herself. Jess sighed. Forget it. No point thinking about it now. We've already eaten and run away. Worrying won't help. He looked up at the sky. The sunset had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint orange glow on the horizon. The shops on both sides of the street started lighting up, and the crowd gradually thinned. It's getting dark. Jess turned his gaze to Beaky. Do you have anything that can be used to locate you? Like a talisman from your father or some magic item? Beaky was momentarily stunned, then looked a bit guilty. Speak. I used to have one, and then, I thought it was too troublesome, so I threw it away. Jess was silent. He looked at Beaky with a, are you serious? Kind of expression. Beaky felt more and more guilty and finally lowered her head, whispering, I thought I wouldn't need to use it. And that pendant was too heavy, uncomfortable to wear. Gus took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. So now, you're broke, have nothing to contact the palace with, and you're alone in a strange city. Beaky looked up, trying to force a smile. But, I have you, you little troublemaker. Gus, he looked up at the sky. Night was falling, and on the deep blue sky, a few stars were beginning to twinkle. 2 moons, one red and one blue, were slowly rising. So now, he muttered to himself, we probably can't go back to the academy for a while. Beaky was stunned. The academy? Which academy? Gus looked down at her. Soraya Magic Academy, where I live. You live at the academy? I'm a familiar. Beaky's eyes widened instantly. A familiar? You? She examined Gus from head to toe. A human-shaped familiar? Why haven't you seen one? Yes. But I've never seen one. So, she thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words. Finally, her eyes lit up. A very ordinary-looking familiar. Gus, I've heard from my older brothers and sisters that human-shaped familiars are very rare. Maybe only 1 in 10,000, Beaky said excitedly. And those human-shaped familiars are all very powerful. Since you're a familiar, you must be very strong too, right? Running so fast just now, was that your ability? Gus nodded. More or less. Beaky became even more excited. Great. Then I'll stay with you tonight. Go to that so-called academy. Gus looked at her. Did I say you could come with me? Beaky's smile froze. That means, before Jess could finish speaking, Beaky's eyes started to turn red again. Are you going to leave me alone? In this unfamiliar city? It's already dark? I have no money. What if I meet a bad person? Tears began to form in her eyes. What if someone kidnaps me because I'm so cute? What if I get sold to a strange place? What if? Enough, enough. Jess interrupted her. Just come along. Beaky's tears immediately disappeared, and she smiled brightly. Hee, I knew Jess wouldn't want to leave me. She happily skipped over and hugged his arm. Let's go now? To that academy, or whatever it is. Night deepened, and Ning Muge's lights had completely disappeared behind her. On the gravel road leading to the Soraya Magic Academy, two figures walked one after the other. Jess strolled at the front with his hands in his pockets, moving slowly and lazily. He wasn't walking fast, maybe a little relaxed. Behind him, Beaky's steps slowed noticeably. She took a few steps, stopped, then took a few more, stopping again. Her golden twin tails swayed with her movements, glowing softly under the moonlight. Her blue eyes occasionally glanced at his back, then quickly looked away. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but then swallowed her words. Jess didn't turn around, but he could feel her gaze, like two small brushes sweeping over his back. If you keep staring like that, you'll give me 2 holes in my back, he suddenly said, with a lazy smile in his voice. Beaky was surprised, then blushed. Who is staring at you? I'm just looking at the road. It's so dark, what if I trip over a stone? Then you should watch the road. Why are you looking at me? I am worried you might get lost. Me? Get lost? Jess finally stopped and turned to look at her. Under the moonlight, Beaky stood there with her hands on her hips, chin held high, showing a confident expression as if saying, I am always right. But her eyes showed a hint of guilt, revealing her true feelings inside. Gus looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Okay, if I get lost, will you take me back? Of course. Beaky immediately puffed out her chest. I'm a princess, so I'm very good at finding my way, but why were you staring at my back just now? Beaky opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Gus tilted his head and smiled more clearly. Beaky's face turned redder, and finally she turned her head away and huffed. I'm ignoring you now. After saying that, she quickened her steps, trying to walk ahead of Gus. But she walked too fast and didn't notice a small bump on the ground. She tripped and fell forward. Gus reacted quickly and reached out to help her. But Beaky's force was stronger than he expected. Bang! They both fell to the ground. Actually, it was Beaky who fell on Gus, using him as a soft cushion. Ugh! Gus lay on the ground, looking at the little girl on top of him, unsure of what to say. Beaky was also stunned. She was lying on Gus's chest, hands on his shoulders, her long golden hair spread out and falling beside his face. Her blue eyes were very close, and her face was turning red visibly. You. She pointed at Gus, her hand trembling. Gus, lying on the ground, looked innocent and asked, What? Why didn't you catch me? I did, but you fell on me too hard. Nonsense. I'm so light. How could I be strong? Light is light. But the force of you crashing into me has nothing to do with weight. You. Beaky was so angry she couldn't speak, only hitting his chest hard. Soft and gentle, Gus didn't dodge or complain about the pain, just watching her vent her frustration on him. After a few taps, Beaky suddenly realized something. She looked down at herself, lying on Jess, with her hands on his chest and her legs draped over his waist. This position, her face instantly turned red to her ears. She hurriedly tried to get up, but the more she panicked, the more clumsy she became. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet, and ended up falling back onto Jess with a snap. Jess grunted softly from the impact. Stay still. He reached out and pressed her shoulders. Beaky stiffened. Jess slowly sat up, helping her to sit steadily, then stood up himself, brushing dust off his clothes. Beaky sat on the ground, looking up at him. Can you get up? He reached out his hand. Beaky looked at his hand, then at his face. Then she shook her head. No, why not? Because you're not gentle, Beaky said angrily. When I fell earlier, you should have caught me in a princess carry. That's what a gentleman would do. Jess raised an eyebrow. A Princess Carrie? Yes. A Princess Carrie. Beaky nodded firmly, her blue eyes shining with hope. You should do like those knights in stories. Catch me in your arms and gently say, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" That's proper. Jess looked at her and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. That smile looked quite mischievous. And then what? If I really pick you up, what would you say next? Beaky blinked. Of course I would say, You little fish, dare to carry me? Do you believe I'll have the guards catch you? Something like that? Jess nodded. So if I really pick you up, you'd say that? Beaky's smile froze. She opened her mouth to argue, but couldn't find the words. Because he was right. She would definitely say that. That's just her style. You're exposing me again. Beaky angrily waved her small fist and punched Jess's leg. Jess didn't dodge. He let her hit. After a few hits, Beaky ran out of energy. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "Can't I just be happy for a bit?" Seeing her look of grievance, Jess felt unexpectedly soft inside. He squatted down to look at her eye to eye. All right, next time I'll cooperate with you. Beaky looked up, her eyes shining. Really? Next time you fall, I'll catch you in a Princess Carrie and gently ask, "Are you okay, Your Highness?" And then I'll say, "You dare to carry me, you little fish?" Yes, just say that. Beaky stared at him for a few seconds. Then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then I'll fall once now? She said this and was about to lie down on the ground. Jess quickly grabbed her. Stop fooling around. Get up and keep moving. Beaky was pulled up by him, still muttering. You said you'd cooperate with me, but her face showed a hidden smile. She patted the dust off her skirt, tidied her hair, then looked up at Jess. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled like 2 sapphires. Let's go. She reached out and grabbed Jess's sleeve. Jess looked down at her small hand, but didn't pull away. The two continued walking forward. This time, Beaky was no longer behind, but walking side by side with him. Her hand kept holding his sleeve. After about 15 minutes, Jess suddenly stopped. Beaky almost bumped into his back. What are you doing? Jess didn't answer. He just stood still, scanning the trees on both sides of the road, then looked up at the twin moons in the sky, and finally glanced back at the path they came from. In that brief moment, his peripheral vision caught something unusual, a flicker of movement. Jess? Beaky sensed something was wrong and asked nervously. Nothing. Jess withdrew his gaze and continued walking. Just suddenly remembered, there are no guards on this road, so it's not very safe. Beaky, it's nothing. You don't need to understand. By the way, I have a question for you. What is it? Do you really not know Sarisa? Beaky's steps paused slightly, but it was only for a moment, and she quickly returned to normal. If Jess hadn't been watching her closely, he wouldn't have noticed. I know. Beaky's tone was relaxed, as if she was talking about something unimportant. My father has a younger brother, of course I know him. Saria Luca, the dean of Saria Magic Academy. I'm not stupid. So, you said you're not familiar with him earlier? Not familiar means not familiar. Beaky shrugged. My father rarely mentions him. Sometimes at noble gatherings, he would come, but he always stayed in the study talking with my father, never attending the parties. I can't even remember what he looks like clearly. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. And besides, I don't have high magic talent, so I never cared about these things. What does it matter if I have an uncle who is the dean of a magic school? It can't help me become stronger. Jess didn't speak. He just looked at Beaky's profile. Under the moonlight, her small face carried a faint smile, looking no different from usual. But in her eyes, something seemed to flicker. She blinked quickly, and that glimmer disappeared. What's wrong? Beaky noticed his gaze and turned to look at him. Why are you staring at me? Are you captivated by my beauty? Jess withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Nothing. He continued walking forward. But in his mind, he couldn't help but compare Beaky and Sarisa. Sarisa, that girl who always had a blank expression, speaking without any emotional fluctuation. Short blue hair, black eyes, like swimming in the lake late at night. She works hard to gain her father's approval. She persists to cure her mother's curse. Despite being so strong, she is so lonely. Beaky, this proud, arrogant girl who often calls others trash, golden twin ponytails, blue eyes. Just now she was being stubborn and asking him to carry her like a princess. She hates being compared to others. She hates becoming what others want her to be. She would rather be a carefree fool than a soulless genius. Although they are cousins, their personalities are very different. One is as cold as ice. The other is as fiery as fire. What's on your mind? Biki's voice came from beside him. Gus snapped out of his thoughts and saw her tilting her head to look at him, her blue eyes full of curiosity. I was thinking you two don't look alike. Us two? Who are you talking about? You and your cousin. Biki's smile stiffened slightly. Sarisa Luca? Yes. Biki fell silent. She looked down at her toes, stepping carefully on the broken stones on the ground. The moonlight stretched her shadow long, intertwining with Gus's shadow. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Gus also stopped and turned to look at her. Biki stood there, head bowed, her expression hidden. But Gus could feel. The air around them seemed to grow heavy. Biki, he called softly. Biki slowly raised her head. Under the moonlight, her expression changed. The proud, mischievous sparkle in her blue eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a complex, heavy emotion. Anger, resentment, and a hint of hurt. Sarisa Luca, she slowly said the name. I've heard that name too many times. Gus said nothing, just listened quietly. Biki looked up at the twin moons in the sky. One red, one blue, shining together. Since I can remember, I've often heard that name. Sarisa learned a new magic again. Sarisa skipped a grade. Sarisa was praised by some important person. Every time I do something wrong, or can't learn something, my father mentions her. She paused, a faint smile appearing on her lips, but it didn't look happy at all. Do you know that feeling? She turned her head and looked at Jess. You've worked very hard, but you can never compare to someone else. That person doesn't even need to try to get everything you want. Praise, recognition, expectations. And you can only watch from the side. Jess was silent. Biki continued speaking. Once, there was a banquet at the palace. Sarisa came with her father. I secretly went to see her, wanting to see what this genius, who her father always talks about, really looked like. And then, Jess asked. Biki smiled. That smile was more complicated than before. Then I saw her. She was standing there, wearing a beautiful dress, surrounded by nobles. They praised her, flattered her, said she was a once-in-a-millennium genius. But her face... Biki paused. Not a single expression. She imitated Sarisa, making a small, stiff face, with hollow eyes. Just like that. Like a doll. She lowered her expression and looked at Jess. You know? At that moment, I looked into her eyes and saw nothing. No happiness, no pride, not even boredom. Just emptiness. Suddenly, I understood. Father doesn't want the real me. She pointed to herself. Not the me who laughs, makes trouble, gets angry, or acts spoiled. But the other me, who doesn't smile, doesn't make trouble, doesn't get angry, and doesn't act spoiled, perfect like a doll. Under the moonlight, Biki stood there, her small figure seeming a little lonely. But soon, her face was back to a smile. That smile was different from before, not teasing, and not full of frustration. It was a relaxed, peaceful smile. But I figured it out later. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Compared to becoming that soulless doll, I'd rather be a carefree fool. The moonlight shone on her golden hair, giving it a soft glow. Her blue eyes sparkled, and her lips curved into a gentle smile, revealing two small dimples. At that moment, Jess suddenly thought that this proud and stubborn little girl was actually quite cute. At least, the fool can still smile, make trouble, and, he paused and looked at Jess. Can still find a random servant to bully. Jess couldn't help but laugh. Who do you call a random servant? You, Biki said confidently. Among all the fish in the world, you're the most useless. Okay, I'm the most useless. Jess shook his head and turned to walk forward. Biki quickly caught up and grabbed his sleeve again. Hey, useless one. What? Did you just now? Not expect that I have this side of me. Jess stopped walking. Biki stepped in front of him, looking up at him with a clever sparkle in her blue eyes. Surprised? I'm not just a spoiled little kid who whines and throws tantrums. I also have depth. She proudly shook her head, her golden twin tails bouncing. Now you know my secret. Are you planning to use it to threaten me, like making me be your servant? Or forcing me to do things that would make it hard for me to find a marriage? She blinked and made a, I saw through you long ago, expression. If I knew it. All you little fish are the same. Just looked down at her. Under the moonlight, her small face wore a teasing smile, but her eyes, deep inside those eyes, it seemed to hide a hint of nervousness. She was waiting for his answer, waiting to see what he would say. Jess was silent for 2 seconds. Then, he reached out and gently tapped her forehead. Ouch! Beaky covered her forehead, looking at him in shock. Why did you hit me? Jess withdrew his hand and looked at her seriously. Because you're not a fool. Beaky was stunned. Huh, I said. You're not a fool. Jess looked at her calmly but sincerely. You're a good girl. Beaky's face suddenly turned red. The red color started from her cheeks and quickly spread to her ears, even tinting her neck with a light pink shade. She froze in place, her eyes wide open, her lips slightly parted, but she couldn't make a sound. She had expected Jess to say all kinds of things. Of course, I saw through you a long time ago. Just you? Deep? You're just asking for trouble. All right, then marry me now, you stubborn little girl. But she never expected. Jess would praise her. You. Beaky pointed at him, her finger trembling. Jess tilted his head and looked at her with a very innocent expression. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Of course I did. I was completely wrong. What's good about me? I'm arrogant and stubborn, and I make you carry me around, and I refuse to leave, and, yeah, Jess nodded. But what you just said, about not wanting to become a soulless doll and preferring to be your true self, that's pretty good, isn't it? Beaky choked on her words. Jess continued. Some people lose themselves trying to become what others want, but you're different. You know what kind of person you are, and you're willing to be that person, he smiled. Although your personality is pretty bad, your nature isn't. Beaky stared at him blankly. Under the moonlight, Jess's smile was gentle but sincere. In his eyes, there was no mockery, no indifference, no casual, just saying, he truly felt this way. Beaky lowered her head. She didn't know what to say. All her usual proud lines were stuck in her throat, words unable to come out. Her face was still very red, burning hot. Fortunately, there was moonlight, and she kept her head down, and silence spread between them. The night breeze blew, bringing the rustling sound of leaves. Beaky stood there, her head bowed, her hands unconsciously clutching her skirt. She could feel her heartbeat, thumping loudly, fast enough to jump out of her chest. This feeling, it's so strange. I was just complimented, that's all. And this guy is just a small fry. Really? She finally spoke, her voice so soft it was like a whisper. You said I'm not a bad person? Yeah. Then. She hesitated, unable to say more for a long time. Gus looked at her, a small smile forming on his lips. Forget it. Let's go. It's almost morning if we keep waiting. He turned and kept walking forward. Beaky stared blankly at his back, then took a deep breath, hurried to catch up, and grabbed his sleeve. Hey, what's wrong now? She paused, her voice getting softer. Thank you. Gus paused slightly. He turned to look at Beaky. Under the moonlight, she still kept her head down, but from her golden hair, her ears, which were almost red as if they were about to bleed, were visible. What did you say? He asked on purpose. Beaky suddenly looked up, glaring at him. I said thank you. Do you hear me? If you didn't hear clearly, forget it. I won't say it again. Gus smiled. All right, I heard you clearly. He kept walking. Beaky followed behind, still holding his sleeve, muttering softly. But she never let go of his arm. They walked a little further. The trees around them grew denser. The moonlight was blocked by the branches, and the night breeze brought a cool feeling. Beaky sneezed lightly. Cold? Gus asked. No, I'm not cold. Beaky insisted, but her body honestly leaned closer to him. Gus didn't say anything, just slowed down his steps a little. They walked a few more steps. Suddenly, Beaky spoke again. Hey, small fry. What now? Do you think? I'm really not a fool. Yeah, and what am I then? Gus thought for a moment. He's a good boy, then. What about Cerisa? What is she? Gus paused for a second. She is also a good girl. Beaky stopped walking. Gus also stopped and turned to look at her. Under the moonlight, Beaky stood there. Her face showed no anger or frustration, but a more complex, hard-to-explain emotion. Is she also a good girl? She asked softly. Gus nodded. Yes. She just doesn't know how to show her feelings. He remembered the night he met Cerisa by the lake. He thought of her loneliness swimming alone in the water. He remembered her calm when she said, "Geniuses don't need friends." He recalled her eyes when she asked for a hug, calm but full of longing. She works hard too, to gain her father's approval, to cure her mother's curse. But she hides her feelings too deep, so deep she can't even find them herself. Beaky listened quietly. There was a long silence. Then she looked up at Gus. Then, she opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But at that moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. "Gus!" she screamed. Gus frowned, about to turn around, when a huge force hit him from behind. Bang! Gus's body was flung like a cannonball, crashing hard into a tree by the road. That big tree, as thick as two people, snapped and fell with a loud crash. "Gus!" Beaky shouted, trying to rush over. But as she took a step, her legs felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. Under the moonlight, a huge figure stood where Gus had just been. What was that? What was that thing? It was a monster made from countless broken limbs stitched together. There were human arms, beast claws, and tentacles from unknown creatures. Different skin colors, various types of fur, and strange organs were roughly sewn together, forming a 3-meter-tall deformity. Its head is made from 3 different skulls joined together. One human skull tilts to the left, a wolf's skull is on the right, and in the middle is a fleshy ball covered with countless tendrils. The tendrils wiggle in the air, making a wet, squishy sound. It blocks the moonlight, casting a huge shadow that completely covers Beaky. Beaky's mind goes blank. She wants to scream, but no sound comes out. She wants to run, but her legs won't move. She can only watch the monster slowly turn its head, its 7 different eyes on the 3 skulls all looking at her. "Gee, Gus." Beaky uses all her strength to shout that name. "Gus." No response. The monster slowly raises a giant hand made from a mix of human and beast claws, moving toward her. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step, the ground trembles. Beaky closes her eyes. Then, suddenly, fog rises. The fog appears out of nowhere, as if emerging from the ground or materializing from empty space. Thick, cold, grayish-white fog quickly surrounds everything. The monster stops moving. Beaky trembles as she opens her eyes, seeing herself surrounded by fog, unable to see clearly. Then, she hears a voice. An old, smiling voice. "Princess Beaky, long time no see." The voice comes from deep within the fog, growing closer. Beaky desperately opens her eyes wider, and countless semi-transparent shadows emerge from all directions. They are spirits. Spirits of humans, spirits of beasts, and some she cannot name. They silently scream and twist, rising from the ground, trees, and air, then gathering together. The more spirits gather, the denser they become, until they form a figure. It is an old man. His gray, curly hair is neatly combed, and he wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, with a gentle smile on his face. He is dressed in a fine black robe, hands folded in front of him, standing with elegant poise like he's at a noble tea party. Beaky's pupils shrink again. She recognizes this person. "Warrant." The old man smiled and slightly bowed. "That's me. Princess Beaky, it's worrying to see you wandering alone late at night." His voice was gentle, full of caring like an elder's. But Beaky only felt a cold shiver run from her feet to her head. Warrant, her older brother's servant. That always smiling, quiet, low-profile butler in the palace. Why? Why is he here? Why you how? Beaky's voice trembled badly. Orant looked at her with a smile, but behind his glasses, his eyes were cold and emotionless. "Are you asking why I am here, Your Highness?" He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the large stitched-together monster. "Of course, it's for this, the flesh golem." The word flashed through Beaky's mind. "For the past few months, I've been gathering materials nearby to make this little thing. It was going well at first. But recently, I heard that the Magic Guild might have noticed something and sent people to investigate. This has been a bit troublesome for me." He sighed and shook his head. "But just when I was worried, Your Highness appeared." Beaky stiffened. "The guards of the treasure room just happened to leave, and there was a crystal for teleportation in plain sight. You just happened to find it and get teleported here." Orant smiled. "Do you think all these are just coincidences?" Beaky's face turned pale. She remembered everything that happened today. The empty guards in the treasure room. The teleportation crystal that suddenly appeared before her. The crystal she accidentally lost when she landed. So, all of this. Your Highness really is as unpredictable as ever. Orant pushed up his glasses and showed a sincere smile. "Because Your Highness is so free-spirited, my plans are going smoothly. I only need to create a small bit of trouble. The rest, Your Highness will handle on your own." He paused. "For example, escaping the palace. For example, coming to this remote place. For example, he looked toward where Jess was knocked away, getting that troublesome magic creature away from you. Biki's heart suddenly tightened. Jess. She looked in the direction Jess had flown, but the fog was too thick to see anything clearly. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will make it all look like an accident. An accident? Biki repeated softly. Yes, an accident. Oren nodded thoughtfully. A princess sneaking out of the palace, then unfortunately being attacked by a monster and dying by accident? What a perfect story. He smiled and reached out his hand to Biki. Rest assured, Your Highness, I won't let you feel any pain. That gentle voice said the cruelest words. Biki looked at that hand, watching it get closer and closer. She wanted to run, but her legs felt heavy as if filled with lead. She wanted to shout, but her throat felt tight as if it was being squeezed. All she could do was watch helplessly. Just as Oren's hand was about to touch Biki, puff, a great sword pierced through his chest. The spirit of dreaming. The blade stabbed from behind, emerging from his front chest, glowing faint purple. Oren's body stiffened. He looked down at the sword piercing his chest, his smile freezing slightly. Then, a lazy voice came from the fog. I told you, you guy? Jess suddenly appeared, standing there with one hand on the hilt of his sword, wearing a look Biki knew well. Lazy, but with a hint of annoyance. Why do villains always talk so much? He tilted his head at Oren. Can't you just fight directly? Why all the chatter, waiting for the hero to get up and fight back? Oren froze for a second. Then he smiled. Ha ha, aren't you the same? That laughter squeezed out of his throat, growing louder and sharper. He slowly turned around, letting the sword run through his body. Then, his body began to fade away. Jess lightly touched his sword, and Orent was pierced through by it, standing there perfectly unharmed. He adjusted his collar, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Jess with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Young man, have you forgotten what I just said? He pointed to his semi-transparent body. I am a spirit. Physical attacks don't work on me. Jess looked at the spirit of dream and then at Orent's proud face. He was silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. Really? That smile made Orent feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Jess loosened his grip on the sword, and the spirit of dream fell to the ground with a clear ringing sound, then disappeared, automatically returning to Jess's inventory. He closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Suddenly, a system message popped up on his mind. Ding. The host was ambushed by a B-level golem and survived successfully. Hidden achievement unlocked. Woohoo takeoff. Achievement description. How does it feel to be knocked into the air? Cool or not? Want to try again? Reward. 1 random hero full body extraction permission. Jess's smile grew wider. Do you want to extract now? Extract. Extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations. The host has obtained the hero full body form. Sealed Demon Sword Spirit, Yanjin. Loading hero data. Loading complete. Jess opened his eyes. In that moment, the atmosphere around him changed. The mist that had been everywhere seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, beginning to slowly spin. The cold night wind seemed to carry a hint of deadly seriousness. That was the aura of a sword. Jess slowly raised his hand. Old man, I hate it when people bother me when I'm playing in the corner. He spoke, his voice changing. You just said physical attacks don't work on you? Orent's smile froze slightly. And what about this? As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword condensed in Jess's hand. No, it wasn't just one, it was 2. A sword in hand, its blade long and shimmering with a faint glow. Another sword with a red blade, as if made from flowing blood. The demon-sealing sword spirit, Ivern. Gus's figure began to change. His hair spread out and flew in the wind behind him. A red mask appeared on his face. When he opened his eyes again, they seemed to burn with a faint blue flame. He looked at Orent and slowly raised his twin swords. A sword to destroy evil, a sword to calm the soul. Orent's smile froze completely. He looked at the 2 swords and at the eyes burning with blue flames. For the first time, he felt real fear. The aura from those 2 swords. It was something even more terrifying. It was the power to cut through souls. No, it can't be, Orent muttered, instinctively taking a step back. How is this possible? How could this happen? Gus looked at him and muttered to himself. Although I could quickly deal with you using Iron Man, I didn't expect to gain something unexpected. Old man. You just said you wanted to turn Beaky's death into an accident? And about backstabbing and surprise attacks. Well then, he raised his twin swords. Let's settle this account now. The wind came suddenly and fiercely, as if torn apart by some great force. Bai Qi felt herself pushed back several steps by the wind. Her long golden hair flew behind her, and her skirt fluttered loudly. Her eyes were blown so hard by the wind that she couldn't see clearly. She squinted desperately, trying to understand what was happening. Under the moonlight, a faint blue glow had already passed over the huge flesh and blood monster. Hurry! Too fast. So fast that she couldn't see what Jess was doing. Suddenly, she heard a sharp tearing sound. Then, the giant creature, about 3 or 4 meters tall, was hit by something powerful and rolled sideways. It tumbled several times on the ground before finally stopping. One of its arms, made from many human hands and beast claws, was lying alone on the ground. Black, dirty blood flowed from the broken part. Bai Qi froze in place. She looked at Jess. He was already standing in front of her, with his back to her. He held a sword in his right hand, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. A drop of black blood slowly slid down the sword and fell to the ground. His left hand was resting on the second sword at his side, though she didn't notice when he moved it. Wrong Jade cut. A strange word flashed through Bai Qi's mind. She didn't know what it meant, but she knew that sword strike. It was incredibly fast. It was unbelievably powerful. The monster that had just slapped Jess away was now lying far away, looking like a kicked stray dog. Gee, Jess. Bai Qi whispered his name. Jess didn't turn around, but his voice came back, still lazy but with a hint of a smile. I told you not to worry. Even the swift wind has its return. Bai Qi's eyes instantly filled with tears. She wanted to run over and hug him, but she held back, because the monster was getting up again. Far away, the flesh and blood monster struggled to stand. It had lost an arm, but its remaining limbs still moved wildly. At the broken arm, countless flesh and blood were writhing, trying to grow a new arm. But Jess's sword seemed to have cut more than just its limb. The writhing flesh grew very slowly. Meanwhile, Orton's face completely changed. Impossible, he muttered softly. What kind of sword is that? What kind of power? He clearly felt it just now. When that sword struck down, it not only cut off the golem's limbs, but also severed the connection between him and the golem. That sword can cut through the soul. Since he is a spiritual being, he felt the horror of that strike most deeply. Damn it! Orton clenched his teeth. He took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. As an advisor to the second prince, he had faced many dangers. Although the situation was unexpected, it wasn't hopeless yet. His true body was still in the Empire. This was only a soul projection. Even if this projection was destroyed, his main body would only suffer some damage and could recover after some rest. As for the flesh golem, it was a pity, but just material. As long as he returned to the Empire, he could gather more materials and create a stronger one. Yes, that's the plan. Retreat first. Orton made a quick decision. His semi-transparent body began to tremble violently, then suddenly, with a loud bang, his body exploded. Countless semi-transparent soul fragments scattered and flew in all directions, desperately trying to escape. Some fragments were large, some small, some whole, some broken. Each one was racing to get away from this place. As long as one fragment escaped, he could return to the Empire. Once back, he could absorb other people's souls and reform himself. This is the most terrifying aspect of spiritual sorcerers. As long as a single soul remains, they are never truly dead. Ha ha! Orton's laughter echoed from all around, full of pride and mockery. Young man, you are indeed strong. But I want to leave, and you can't stop me. Countless soul fragments fled wildly, flying in all directions. Peaky watched those scattered soul fragments with a pale face. He's going to escape, she shouted anxiously. Jess only slightly turned his head and looked at the scattered soul fragments. Then he smiled. That smile made Orant feel a strong sense of unease. Trying to escape. Can you really run away? As soon as he finished speaking, his body, no, his soul, separated from his body, passed through the veil. Beaky saw a red light shoot out from Jess, moving so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. The red light instantly caught up with the nearest soul fragment in the air. Then, divine slash, Jess's voice echoed from all directions. The red light burst open the moment it touched the soul fragment. It was a sword, the sword of Isekai'd, burning with blood-red light, like a demon sword pulled from the depths of hell. As the sword swung through the soul fragment, a piercing scream echoed through the night sky. The soul fragment was cut by the sword's edge, as if something had devoured it. It twisted and struggled violently, then disappeared. Not dissipated. Disappeared. Swallowed by that sword. Orent felt it. That was part of his soul, now completely disconnected from him. Not shattered, not scattered, but eaten. Eaten by that sword. No, Orent's screams came from all the soul fragments at once. But before he could react, the red light shot toward the next fragment. Slash evil, cut lies, exorcise demons, manifest, one sword after another. The red light moved so quickly, like a death god in the night sky, chasing and slashing at the scattered soul fragments. With each strike, a soul fragment was swallowed. With each swallowed fragment, Orent's screams grew more desperate. Beaky stood still, staring at the scene with wide eyes. She saw the red light dancing in the night sky, chasing, striking, and devouring those scattered soul fragments. Seeing Orent's laughter turn into screams, wails, and desperate roars. No, don't, let me go. But Jess did not stop. Finally, the scattered soul fragments could no longer escape. They gathered together again, trying to form Orent's shape. But that figure had become very blurry, almost see-through. Orent was on the ground, trembling all over, looking at the slowly approaching red figure with fear in his eyes. You, what kind of monster are you? Sword spirit. Jess just stood in front of him, looking down from above. Orent was hopeless. He turned his head and looked at the blood-and-flesh golem lying far away. That huge body was quietly resting there, with its broken arms slowly growing back. That was his last hope, as long as he merged with it. Even if there were side effects, even if he might lose his mind, at least he could survive. Orent used his last bit of strength. His body turned into a streak of light and shot fiercely toward the blood-and-flesh golem. Think again, Beaky's shout rang out. But it was too late. That streak of light entered the golem's chest and disappeared. In the next second, roar, the blood-and-flesh golem suddenly opened its eyes. More eyes opened all over its body. On its chest, back, arms, and even thighs, there were blood-red eyes everywhere. Those eyes spun wildly, searching for something. Its body began to swell violently. The limbs sewn together danced wildly, making strange, crack sounds. From the broken arm, a new arm grew visibly fast. Many arms stretched out from all directions, like a twisted monster. Its 3 heads had now completely twisted together. A human head, a beast head, and a tentacle flesh ball, all fused into one huge, tooth-filled, round mouth. Roar, that huge mouth opened wide, emitting a deafening roar. A powerful wave of sound swept around, causing the trees nearby to shake violently and leaves to fall rapidly. Bai Qi was shaken by the force, retreating repeatedly, her ears buzzing. Then, she felt someone hold her hand. She looked up and saw Jess. The red spirit had returned to his body. He held Bai Qi's hand and gently pulled her behind him. Don't be afraid. Blustering won't fool us, he whispered. Bai Qi nodded hard, clutching his clothes tightly. You be careful, she said. Of course, he replied. He looked at the fully transformed flesh monster, a slow smile appearing on his face. That smile made Bai Qi think of something. She remembered the smile he had when he pushed the bill at her in the Oak Barrel restaurant. She remembered the smile when he playfully tapped her forehead earlier. She remembered the lazy smile he had after being slapped and still standing up to complain. That was Jess's special, both annoying and reassuring smile. It won't take long, he said. Then, he released Bai Qi's hand and stepped forward. Bai Qi stayed where she was, watching him walk toward the huge monster. Under the moonlight, his back didn't look tall, but that back seemed to block everything. Jess, she whispered his name, watching him stop in front of the monster. Hunting you doesn't make me happy, the monster roared, its countless eyes fixed on him alone. Its arms wildly waved, ready to tear him apart. It roared and lunged at him. Jess simply raised his sword, holding 2 swords, one in each hand. Blue and crimson light began to burn on the blades, growing brighter and more dazzling. That light even outshone the moonlight. The monster's huge mouth opened wide, countless fangs rushing toward him. At that moment, Jess moved. He took a step forward. Both swords slashed at once. Complete destruction. Seal and end with the final slash. At that moment, Beaky only felt a gentle breeze blow past. A very light wind. So light, like a spring breeze softly brushing her face. But everything in the area where the wind passed froze. The huge monster froze. The surrounding trees froze. Even the clouds in the sky froze. Then, shoo! A thin line appeared from the monster's waist, stretching straight out to both sides. That line grew wider and more obvious. Then, the monster's body split open from the middle. It didn't fall down. It split apart. It disappeared. Its body turned into countless tiny lights that floated away in all directions. Those lights flickered briefly in the air before vanishing completely into the night breeze, leaving no trace behind, as if the monster had never existed. Beaky was stunned. She looked around, noticing not only the monster but also the trees nearby, which had fine, neat cuts. Those cuts were perfectly straight, as if made by the sharpest blades in the world. One by one, the trees slowly fell, their cuts smooth. She looked up at the sky. The clouds there also split open. A straight crack cut the cloud neatly in half. Moonlight spilled through the crack, shining on the ground. The seal of absolute silence. That sword cut through the monster. It cut through the trees. It cut through the clouds. It cut through everything. Beaky stood there blankly, staring at everything before her, her mind completely empty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Fusion Level B monster and earning 3,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, Double Sword Chase, gaining 800 blue essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward, 5 equipment fragments. Collect 10 to craft a random piece of equipment. Gus listened to the notification sounds in his mind, a slight smile appearing on his face. Their fate is sealed by my own hands. He sheathed his twin swords and reverted to his normal form. The lazy Gus was back. He turned around and looked at Beaky. Under the moonlight, he stood there, battered and torn. But he smiled at her. So, how do you feel? I am still quite handsome, right? Beaky stared blankly at him, looking at his smiling face, his lazy eyes, and him standing there as if he wasn't the one who just cut through everything. Then Gus. She suddenly threw herself at him. She crashed into his arms, tightly hugging his waist, her face buried in his chest. Gus was pushed back a step, looking down at the golden head in his arms, unsure of what to say. Hey, don't cry. I am not crying. Beaky's voice was muffled, but clearly sounded like she was about to cry. I'm not crying. I just. She couldn't finish her words, burying her face even deeper. Gus was silent for 2 seconds. Then, he reached out and gently placed his hand on her head, rubbing it softly. All done, it's okay now. His voice was soft, with a tenderness he had never shown before. Beaky's body stiffened slightly. Then, she hugged him even tighter. Under the moonlight, the two stood like that, one hugging, the other gently rubbing her head. The air around them still carried the faint traces of that slash. The clouds, split in two, were slowly coming back together. After a long time, Beaky finally lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes were red, tears still on her face, but she was smiling. You little rascal, you made me worry so much. She muttered softly. Gus looked down at her and couldn't help but smile. Okay, it's my fault. Of course it's your fault. Beaky nodded firmly. You owe me a favor. How should I make it up to you? Beaky tilted her head and thought. Next time I fall, you have to catch me in a princess carry. Deal. And you have to gently say, are you okay, your highness? Deal. And I want to call you rascal too. All right. Beaky looked at him with bright, shining eyes. You agreed so quickly. Do you have some secret plan? Gus shrugged. No. Anyway, you've called me trash more than once or twice. Beaky was momentarily stunned, then let out a burst of laughter. Ha. She laughed so hard she leaned back, hanging on to Gus, tears streaming down her face from laughing. Gus just watched her laugh, lowering his head to look at her. She was so happy, with tears on her face, but still smiling like a silly kid. But it looked really good, truly beautiful. Suddenly, rumble. A loud noise came from far away. Gus quickly looked up, focusing on the direction of the sound. Not far away, on a hillside, a huge figure was rushing toward them. The figure was about 3 meters tall, covered in a semi-transparent, gel-like substance. Behind it floated dozens of large stone balls. Each stone ball was about the size of a millstone, neatly arranged behind the figure, moving as it moved. Again, Gus frowned and instinctively protected Beaky behind him. Beaky also tensed up, clutching his clothes tightly. The huge figure was getting closer, moving very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. Then it stopped. Under the moonlight, the figure finally revealed its true form. It was a bald, muscular man, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, wearing an open-chest vest. The shining reflection under the moonlight wasn't magic, but because his bald head was so bright, and the semi-transparent gel-like substance covering him was a slime. Right now, it was tightly pressed against the muscular man, wrapping him completely, with only his shiny bald head exposed. Gus was stunned. Beaky was stunned too. Then, "Gus, my brother," the bald man spoke. "Finally found you. I heard from the guild that there was strange magic energy here, so I rushed over." Huh. He looked around at the messy scene, then at Jess and Beaky, finally glancing at the trees cut in half and the clouds torn apart. He paused for 2 seconds. Then, feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his bald head. Am I late?" Jess looked at him, twitching the corner of his mouth. "Wu Shirtian." Yes, that's me." Wu Shirtian nodded hard, and the slime wrapped around him wobbled. "Why are you dressed like that?" "This." Wu Shirtian looked down at his slime and laughed loudly. "This is my combined form with the slime. Very strong in defense. Physical and magic attacks can't hurt us." He pointed to the dozens of huge floating stone balls behind him. "I thought if we met some powerful monsters, I could help. But haha." He looked at the cut trees around. "Looks like we don't need to now." Jess couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, we don't need to. What about the monster?" "It's taken care of." "It's done?" Wu Shirtian's eyes widened as he looked at Jess. "The monster that made several trading groups disappear? You handled it alone?" "Yeah." Jess nodded. Wu Shirtian was silent for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up. "Impressive." Jess waved his hand. "Stop praising me." Hearing that, Wu Shirtian scratched his head and chuckled. "That's all." "Yeah, since the monster's gone, let's go back," Jess said, grabbing Beaky's hand. Beaky obediently followed, still excited. Wu Shirtian nodded, and the slime on him slowly slid off, turning back into the familiar blue slime. "Gurgle gurgle. Big brother Jess. You're amazing." The slime jumped excitedly, bubbles bursting out wildly. Wu Shirtian watched this and smiled too. "Let's go. First, back to the guild. You've solved a big problem, so there should be a lot of rewards." "Rewards?" Beaky's eyes lit up. "What kind of rewards?" "Imperial coins can be exchanged for equivalent materials through the guild if you don't need them," Wu Shirtian explained. "The Magic Familiar Guild will give rewards based on the difficulty and completion of the tasks. Gus, the big guy you handled this time, caused several caravans to go missing, so the reward will definitely be generous." Beaky immediately looked at Gus, her blue eyes sparkling like coins. "Gus, you have coins." Gus looked at her greedy expression, feeling a bit speechless. "It's not for you. I can keep them safe for you." "No need. I will keep them myself. I'm a princess. I'm good at keeping things safe. Then you better keep yourself safe first." "You." Beaky pouted and glared at him, but soon she smiled again. "Oomph. Anyway, since I'm with you, having coins means I have coins too." "Huh? What's with your silly logic?" After a few complaints, Gus pulled her forward. They took a few steps when he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Beaky asked. Gus didn't answer. He just turned his head and looked at a tree not far away. Under the moonlight, the tree stood quietly, looking no different from the others around it. But Gus felt like something was watching him. He squinted and looked carefully. On the branch, there was something. It was small, about the size of a palm, covered in gray-brown feathers, looking like an owl. But it had only one eye on its face. A big, round eye, almost taking up half of its face. That eye was staring at them, without blinking. Gus and the eye stared at each other for a second. Then the creature flapped its wings and flew away. It moved very fast, disappearing into the night in an instant. "What's wrong?" Wu Shirtian came over and looked in the direction of Gus's gaze. "Nothing." Gus shook his head and looked away. "Maybe I was overthinking." Meanwhile, in the Rhine Empire, the imperial city, late at night, the palace was silent. But in the sleeping quarters of the second prince, Schroeder Rhine, The candlelight still burned. This was a luxurious room, and Schroeder Rhine sat behind a large desk, holding a glass of red wine and slowly sipping it. He looked to be in his 20s, with golden hair and blue eyes, just like Beaky. His hair was neatly styled, and his clothes were very fancy, giving him an elegant yet dangerous look. He squinted as he looked at the corpse on the ground in front of him. It was an old man's body. Gray curly hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a black robe. It was Orant, his servant. He was lying quietly there now, with a look of fear and despair still on his face from just before death. On the other side of the room, a person dressed in black was kneeling on one knee, reporting something. According to the message from Night Eye, Lord Orant's plan failed. The target, Princess Beaky, was rescued, and that magic user killed the flesh golem in its fused state, as well as Lord Orant's soul projection. Schroeder didn't speak. He just continued drinking his wine, staring at the corpse on the ground. After a long while, he finally spoke. What is the name of that magic user? According to the investigation, his name is Gus. He is a magic user's familiar, belonging to Lyra Carroll, a student at the Theria Magic Academy. The academy rated him as S-level. S-level. Schroeder repeated the level softly. With his performance, he truly deserves this rank. And his abilities seem to be more than that, right? He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the night outside. The twin moons hung in the sky, illuminating the courtyard with a silver glow. My little sister. She's really lucky. He sighed softly. His tone was emotionless, without any joy or anger. The person in black lowered his head, not daring to speak. Silence spread through the room. After a long time, Schroeder spoke again. Go investigate. Yes. Find out everything about this magic user named Gus. His background, his abilities, his weaknesses, and who he is closely connected to. He paused. Find out everything you can. Yes, the man in black replied. Schroeder turned around and looked at him. I understand. This time, it's probably just a coincidence. He squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But being cautious is never wrong. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you can win every battle. The man in black knelt on the ground, remaining still. Schroeder walked back to his desk and sat down. He picked up his glass of wine and gently swayed it. Go ahead, he said. Yes. The man in black stood up, bowed, took a few steps back, and then disappeared into the shadows. In the room, only Schroeder was left. He looked down at the body on the ground and was silent for a long time. Then he raised his glass, gently spoke to the corpse, and said, Thank you for your hard work, Orant. Such a pity. He didn't finish his sentence. He simply drank all the wine in his glass. Early morning, in the principal's office at Theria Magic Academy. Gus was leaning back in a chair opposite the desk, sinking into the soft cushion, eyes half closed, looking still a bit sleepy. The sunlight warmed his face. So, Theria's voice came from behind the desk, gentle as always. Are you sure you don't want to rest first? Gus opened his eyes and looked at him. Theria still sat behind the large desk, wearing his characteristic gentle smile. No need, no need. I've stayed up all night at the internet cafe before. Gus waved his hand. Anyway, I can't sleep now. Theria smiled. Then let's continue with last night's story. I really don't understand some words, like that new hero and the dust-sealed blade. Gus looked at him, silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed. All right, I'll tell it again, a bit slower. He leaned back, sinking into the chair. That old man, named Orant, is a servant of the second prince, Schroeder. He stayed around Ningmuj for several months, using those missing merchant groups to create a stitched-together monster, one made from various bodies. Freya nodded, listening carefully. Becky was lured out by his plan. The guards at the treasure vault happened to be away, and the teleportation crystal was placed in a visible spot. She grabbed it and was then teleported near Ningmuj. Gus shrugged. It was all carefully planned to cause an accident. And then, that Stitch monster appeared and slapped me away. Gus spoke casually. I got up, summoned a new hero. Think of it as a new fighting form, and then tore apart the old man's soul fragment. He made a gesture of swinging a sword with both hands. Sealed dust absolute silence slash. Swish, it's gone. That. Sealed dust absolute silence slash. It's my new ultimate move. Very cool. Gus explained. One sword strike that leaves nothing behind. A complete end. Freya nodded thoughtfully. He looked down and was silent for a long time. After a while, he looked up again. I understand. What do you understand? Anyway, thank you for saving Becky. Although my relationship with the Empire is a bit complicated, she is still my niece. Gus waved his hand. It's just a small favor. Besides, that girl is annoying but not unpleasant. Freya smiled. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Gus, you should know, I am the younger brother of Vereen Rhine, king of the Rhine Empire. Gus nodded. Yes, I heard before, and Becky mentioned it too. Originally, I shouldn't have much to do with their royal family anymore. He turned around and looked at Gus. Especially now, the situation is very different from before. Gus leaned back in his chair, watching him with a neutral expression. What do you mean? Freya returned to his desk and sat down again. Vereen, my brother, is now the king of Rhine. He has formed an alliance with the Holy Light Church. The Holy Light Church? Gus raised an eyebrow. Yes, Tyria nodded. They plan to gradually take over nearby small countries, then work with the church to divide the Empire of Ingwe. The Empire of Ingwe, the largest human country on the continent. It's more than 3 times bigger than the Rhine Empire. Any ambitious ruler would set their sights there. Gus was silent for a few seconds. Then he showed a look that said, Go ahead, start your show. So? Why are you telling me this? Tyria looked at him and couldn't help but smile. You seem very calm. None of my business. Gus shrugged. I'm just a familiar, not a big shot. Whether the Empire fights or not has nothing to do with me. Tyria shook his head with a smile. You? He sighed. But you're right. This really doesn't concern you. He paused for a moment, then continued. But there is one thing that might be related to you. What's that? Tyria looked at him, his expression becoming a bit complicated. Vereen hopes I can train mages for the Empire. Isn't that a good thing? Gus was confused. Your place is a magic academy. Training mages is your main job, isn't it? No. He wants me to train mages for his army. An army? Exactly. Tyria nodded. You should know that the combat ability of mages is actually quite limited. Gus thought about Lia's previous performance and nodded. Yes, casting spells requires chanting, movement is slow, and if they get close, they're done. Exactly. But as long as a mage has enough time, one person can destroy an entire army. Gus nodded, showing a serious expression. That's true. Your words are not exaggerated at all. So, to ensure mages can survive on the battlefield, they need protection. They need someone to buy them time, someone to block enemy charges. This is one of the reasons why demons exist, he said. So your brother wants you to train a group of mages who can survive on the battlefield? Yes. But he doesn't want me to interfere with his control over the Empire. He wants me to be just a tool, a helper to develop war machines. Nothing more. Gus looked at him and was silent for a few seconds. So what about you? Are you willing? As the head of the magic school, you probably aren't weak, right? Soraya didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head and was quiet for a moment before speaking again. He made me a promise. What promise? Help me find a way to break Irensa's curse. Irensa? That name. Irensa is Cerise's mother, my wife. She was cursed. A curse cast by a demon just before it died. Gus listened, surprised. It was a demon's curse. That curse kept her asleep forever. Soraya interrupted him. His face still had a smile, but his eyes were full of sadness. Since then, she has never woken up. Gus looked at Soraya, unsure of what to say. I tried many ways, he said. I asked the elves, even ventured into the dragon territory. He paused, but nothing worked. What exactly is that curse? Gus asked. Soraya looked up at him. It's a curse cast by a dying demon, using all its life force. The demon came from a world we don't understand. Its curse method is different from all magic systems here. So, the methods in this world are completely useless against it. Jess shook his head. Nothing much, just thinking. Maybe there will be a way in the future. Syria looked at him, then he smiled. That smile was different from his usual gentle, formal smile. It was a real, heartfelt smile. Thank you. Jess waved his hand. Thanks? I haven't really done anything. No, just willing to think that way is enough. The atmosphere started to become a little heavy. Jess was about to say something to change the subject when suddenly, loud noises came from outside the door. Let go of Miss. No? You can't go in. Jess is talking to the director about important matters. Important matters? I want to listen too. You can't go in. I'm going in anyway. No. Move aside. No. Then I'll just rush in. Don't push me. Bang. The office door was suddenly slammed open. Two small figures pushed and shoved each other, tumbling inside. Jess stared at the scene in front of him, completely stunned. It was Lia and Beaky. Lia was wearing her familiar mage robe, her silver hair a bit messy from the struggle, her face full of defiance. She was holding onto Beaky's sleeve tightly, trying to pull her back. Beaky was dressed in a luxurious dress, her long golden hair flowing over her shoulders. She was pushing Lia's shoulders, trying to shake her off. The two tangled together, rolling on the ground for a few turns. Then they both got up at the same time and saw Jess, and then Jess. Both rushed toward him at once. Lia was faster, grabbing Jess's left arm. Jess, are you okay? I heard from Syria that you were talking to the director, so I wanted to come see. And then this unknown person insisted on barging in. She pressed her face against Jess's arm, her silver hair brushing his sleeve. Beaky, not willing to be outdone, grabbed Jess's right arm. What do you mean, unknown person? I am Beaky Rain, the 7th princess of the Rain Empire. Jess saved my life last night. Of course, I have to go see him. She tightly hugged Jess's right arm. Rain Empire? Leah's eyes widened as she looked at Beaky. Why, you are the princess of the Empire. That's right. Beaky lifted her head proudly. So you should let go of Jess. Let me do it. Why should I? Leah hugged him even tighter. Jess is my magic servant. I am his owner. So what if he's a magic servant? Beaky was not willing to back down either. He saved my life. I am his person now. You. Leah's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't find words to argue. Jess was caught between the two girls, with both arms tightly held, unable to move. He looked at Soraya, silently asking for help. Soraya just smiled at the scene, showing no intention of helping. Jess took a deep breath. Can you two shut up? Leah and Beaky both turned their heads and shouted in unison. Jess. Just then, a gentle figure quietly entered the room. Jess looked up and saw Cerisa. She was still wearing her white short skirt, her blue hair neatly styled. Her face was expressionless, but her black eyes flickered slightly when she saw Jess. She walked up to Jess, looked at Leah hugging his left arm, then at Beaky on his right. Then she silently approached him, turned around, and gently sat on his lap. Jess froze completely. Cerisa's action was like pouring oil on a fire. She sat on his lap, leaning against his chest, her small body curled up. She looked up at Leah and Beaky. She said nothing, but her eyes seemed to say, You're hugging arms, I sit on your lap, so I win. Leah, Beaky. Both girls widened their eyes at the same time. You. Leah pointed at Teresa, her hand trembling. How could you? Beaky was also stunned. Teresa? How could you sit on Jess's lap? Teresa looked at her calmly, still expressionless. I am Jess's friend. Friend? Beaky's eyes widened. Can friends sit on laps? Teresa, you're so sneaky. Teresa tilted her head thoughtfully. Yes, why? Because I wanted to sit. Beaky was speechless at her answer. Leah was so angry she stomped her foot. You're so sneaky. I was here first. I was the first to meet Jess. He's my magic servant. Teresa looked at her and was silent for 2 seconds. Then she spoke softly. But I sat on his lap, Leah. Beaky. Jess. Jess felt overwhelmed. Leah was hugging his left arm. Beaky was holding his right arm, and Teresa was sitting on his lap. 3 young girls, none willing to give in. The office fell into an awkward silence. Teresa sat behind the desk, watching this scene, her smile growing wider. Cough. He cleared his throat softly. All 3 looked at him at the same time. Teresa smiled and nodded at Beaky. Beaky, long time no see. Beaky was momentarily stunned, then quickly released Jess's right arm, stood up straight, and tidied her clothes and hair. Uncle. Hello, Uncle, she said shyly. Teresa smiled and nodded. Wow, you've grown so much. Beaky lowered her head without speaking. Teresa looked at her, silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. Since the Empire isn't safe for now, you should stay here for a while. Beaky looked up, her eyes bright. Really? Yeah. Teresa nodded. Gus will protect you. Pixie immediately turned to look at Gus, a bright smile on her face. Did you hear that? Uncle said you must protect me. Gus twitched his mouth. I'm not your servant. You are? Weakling Gus, Pixie confidently argued. You saved me, so you have to take responsibility. That's unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. It's the truth. Gus was too tired to argue with her. He looked at Threa, showing his displeasure with his eyes. Threa just smiled at him. Then her figure started to fade. Wait, Gus shouted. Threa looked at him, her smile still gentle. Gus, please take care of them. His voice grew softer, and his body became more transparent until he disappeared completely into the air. Only Gus's shout echoed in the office. You're the principal, making decisions so casually, no one answered him. Lia still held his left arm, watching Pixie cautiously. Pixie stood in front of him, hands on her hips, looking proud. Threa was still sitting on his lap, her small body leaning against his chest, not planning to get up. Gus took a deep breath, then another deep breath. He tilted his head up, silently growling at the ceiling for 3 seconds. Finished, he lowered his head and looked at the 3 young girls in front of him. You? Gus looked into their eyes. Leah's blood-red eyes were full of affection. Then she buried her face in his arm. Pixie's blue eyes were proud, but she moved a little closer and quietly grabbed the corner of his sleeve. Threa's black eyes remained calm. She leaned against his chest, gently closed her eyes, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. That was her rare, genuine smile. Gus suddenly fell silent. At that moment, a series of system notification sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Female character's affection level has reached the threshold. Updating affection list. Update complete. Leah Carroll. Infatuation Teresa Luca. Infatuation Becky Rain. Infatuation Hartlow Mott. Admiration Gus was stunned. Infatuation? All 3 are infatuation. And Hartlow, the half-elf boss lady, admiration? He hadn't had time to think further when a new notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden achievement, Heart Seeker. Achievement description, gaining the infatuation affection level from 3 female characters at the same time. This is not just charm, it's strength. Rewards, 2,000 gold coins, 500 blue essence special reward. Crystal Rose X1 Crystal Rose, special item when worn, increases affection gain rate with the opposite sex by 10%. This rose never withers. Gus looked at the words on the screen, and his mouth twitched. A crystal rose? I thought it was a skin. He looked down at Teresa sitting on his lap, then at Leah hugging his arm on the left, and finally at Becky pulling his sleeve in front of him. 3 different gazes, all focused on him. Gus, fool, what are you daydreaming about? Gus looked at them, then sighed. All right, everyone behave. Name, Gus Gold, 6,750 blue essence, 1,657 owned heroes. Ironclad Death Soul Mordekaiser, full form, permanent. Demon Sealing Sword Soul Yon, full form, permanent. Owned skins. Ironclad Death Soul Mordekaiser, classic. Demon Sealing Sword Soul Yon, classic. Owned items. Dream Spirit, Golden Shovel, Lead Dice, Cooling Down. Crystal Rose, not equipped. Item fragments. 5 out of 10 permanent skills. Power of the Netherworld, your soul cannot be harmed. Way of the Wanderer, your opponent's first. Attack will definitely miss you. Gus looked at the numbers and couldn't help but smile. Over 6,000 gold, 1,657 blue essence, and a new hero, Yon. Last night's battle was quite rewarding. Gus, what are you looking at? Leah looked up, full of curiosity. Nothing, just checking my little treasure chest. Gus replied casually. Treasure chest? Pixie immediately leaned over, her blue eyes sparkling. How much gold do you have? I can keep it safe for you. No, thanks. Gus refused firmly. You're so stingy. Pixie huffed, but didn't loosen her grip on his arm. Gus ignored her and kept looking at the system panel. He opened the shop and looked at the icons of the treasure chests. Blue hex deck chest, 100 gold. Purple hex deck chest, 1,000 gold. Gold hex deck chest, 10,000 gold. His eyes flicked between the purple and gold chests. The purple chest costs 1,000 gold each. He has over 6,000, so he could open 6 of them. But what if all 6 give blue essence instead? That would be a total loss. The gold chest costs 10,000 gold each. Though expensive, the description, high chance to get a hero, sounds more reliable than the purple one's, slightly better chance. Gus clenched his teeth. He would wait, save up 10,000 gold, and then open. He looked at the equipment tab. Item fragments. May 10th. Collect 10 to craft a random item. He still needed 5 more fragments. I don't know when I will be able to gather this thing. Jess? Lia called him again. Yes? You're spacing out. No. I was thinking about something. Jess withdrew his thoughts and closed the system panel. Suddenly, he remembered something. Last night, Wu Shirtian mentioned that the Demon Guild would give rewards based on the difficulty of the task. Let's go to the guild first. The guild? Lia hesitated. Why are we going there? To get the reward, Jess explained. That monster from last night. The guild had a task for it. Wu Shirtian said we could get a reward if we handled it. Biki's eyes lit up. Are there gold coins? Probably. Then let's go quickly. Biki grabbed him and ran ahead. Lia was pulled along and stumbled a few steps, quickly holding onto Jess's arm. Slow down. Sarisa still followed quietly behind, walking at a steady pace. The four of them arrived at the training ground. It was an open space with a hard stone floor, and several magic practice targets stood around. It was early morning, and many students were already training, with spells flying everywhere. In a corner of the field, a bald, muscular man was squatting on the ground, talking to a blue slime. Gum, your last move didn't work. You need to use more strength. Do you understand? The slime made bubbling sounds, with bubbles constantly rising from its body. Try again. Aim at that target. Go. The slime struggled to move its body. Then with a puff, spat out a small blob of slime. The blob flew 2 or 3 meters and then landed softly on the ground. The man covered his face, looking disappointed. Gum, Wu Shirtian, Jess called out from afar. Wu Shirtian looked up, saw Jess and his group, and immediately broke into a bright smile. He stood up and strode over. Brother Jess, why are you here? He looked at the 3 people beside Jess and gave a meaningful smile. Wow, quite the team you have here. Jess didn't bother to respond to his teasing. I have a question for you. What is it? Last night, when will I receive the reward for the monster task? Wu Shirtian was momentarily stunned, then patted his bald head. Oh, I forgot about that. He smiled a little awkwardly. Usually, once the guild finishes the assessment, the reward should be given out. But I'm not sure about the exact progress. He thought for a moment. Maybe we should go to the guild and ask. Gus nodded. All right, no harm in checking. Wu Shirtian turned and waved at Gum. Gum, let's go. The blue slime immediately wriggled to follow, making gurgling sounds as it moved. The group left the training ground and headed toward the guild. On the way, Biki suddenly stopped. She looked up at Gus and spread her arms. Small fry Gus, hug. Gus looked down at her. Walk properly yourself. I'm tired. You just walked a few steps and you're tired? I didn't sleep well last night. I didn't sleep well either. You're different. You're a magic servant. Magic servants also need rest. Biki stomped her feet in anger, but Gus remained completely unmoved. Leah watched this scene, her eyes twinkling. Then she also stopped and looked up at Gus, softly saying, Gus, I want a hug too. Gus's mouth twitched. What are you getting involved for? Leah lowered her head, her face slightly red, but she still mumbled softly. She wants a hug. I'm your magic servant too. Gus was speechless. He looked at the 2 young girls in front of him, one with her hands on her hips and glaring, the other with her face red and looking down, both waiting for his response. Behind them, Sarisa silently tugged at his sleeve, saying nothing, seemingly waiting for Gus to take the lead. Gus took a deep breath. Enough already. Some things can wait until tonight. He reached out and gently patted Leah's head, then flicked Biki's forehead. When I get the reward, I'll treat you all to a big meal. Now, be good and behave yourself. Leah squinted as she was gently petted, then nodded obediently. Biki covered her forehead and huffed in annoyance, but she didn't cause trouble. Sarisa simply gave a soft, Wu Shirtian also responded with a, What are you humming about? I just agreed because I heard you invited us. The group continued walking forward and soon reached their destination. This was the guild area inside the Soraya Magic Academy, where many mages came and went. There were also many magical creatures, big and small, some animal-shaped, others strange-looking. Gus followed Wu Shirtian inside. The hall was larger than expected, with several windows where queues of people waited and magical creatures were busy handling various tasks. On the walls, there were notices about different missions, from finding lost pets to fighting dangerous monsters. Everything. Leah stayed close to Gus, clutching his sleeve tightly with her small hand. Her face looked a little worried. Gus noticed her unusual expression and looked down at her. What's wrong? Leah shook her head without speaking, but her fingers gripped his sleeve even tighter. Gus thought for a moment and understood. She had gone on missions before, always returning safely, but her teammates often got hurt. That's how she got the nickname, the Eyes of Calamity. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Don't think too much. You're my lucky eyes. Hearing Gus's words, Liao looked up, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Wu Shirtian approached a window and started talking with the staff inside. Gus and the others waited nearby. Beaky looked around curiously, gazing at the strange magical creatures, occasionally exclaiming, "Wow," or "Oh." After a while, Wu Shirtian returned. But his face looked a bit grim. Gus looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Wu Shirtian scratched his bald head and looked at Gus with some embarrassment. "Well, they said." He paused. "They said the investigation results show no signs of monsters, but the fighting style and magic traces don't match mine." Gus didn't speak, waiting for him to continue. "I told them you handled the monster, but they said..." Wu Shirtian's expression became more awkward. "They said, based on the information, your usual weapon is that giant hammer, and the marks left should be from a striking weapon. But the marks at the scene don't quite match." He scratched his head. "So they think it might have been different people and need to check again." Gus listened but didn't react much. He had already expected this. Last night, he used Yon's power, and the strike marks were indeed different from those left by Nightfall. He really wanted to clarify that Nightfall was actually his staff. It's normal for the guild members to have doubts. "All right, I'll explain myself." He was about to step forward when suddenly a voice came from behind. "Please wait a moment." Gus turned around. A man in a black suit was walking toward them. He looked to be in his 40s, with silver embroidery on the cuffs of his suit, which looked quite expensive. He approached Gus and bowed slightly. "Hello, are you Mr. Gus?" Gus nodded. "Yes, I am." "And you are? I've heard of you." The man's smile became more sincere. "I am Albert, the head of the guild at the Serea Magic Academy in the Rhine Empire. I've heard about the monster you handled last night." He glanced at Beaky and Sarisa beside him, his eyes flickering briefly but quickly returning to normal. "Please follow me. Let's find a better place to talk." After saying that, he made a please gesture and turned to walk inside. Gus looked at Wu Shirtian, who shrugged, indicating he didn't know what was going on either. The group followed Albert, passing through the hall, going upstairs to the second floor. It was much quieter here. The corridor was lined with wooden doors, each with a nameplate. Albert pushed open one door and stepped aside. "Please come in." The room was large and arranged like a reception room. There were soft sofas, a delicate coffee table, a few landscape paintings on the wall, and some potted plants in the corner. Gus sat down on the sofa, and Leah immediately sat close to him, her small hand still holding his arm. Beaky sat on his other side, crossing her legs and giving a look that said, "I'm here to check things out." Sarisa quietly sat next to him, very close but not touching. Wu Shirtian and Gumu sat on the sofa across from them. Albert sat down in front of everyone. "Mr. Gus, first, on behalf of the guild, I want to thank you for your help last night. That monster has been bothering us for a long time." Gus waved his hand. "No need to thank me. I just want to ask when the reward for that task will be paid." Albert nodded. "That's exactly what I wanted to discuss." He paused. "The guild has its rules. To prevent someone from claiming the reward unfairly, we need to verify the completion of the task. I hope you understand." Gus nodded. "Of course I understand, but I also don't want to waste too much of my time." "Thank you for understanding," Albert said with a smile. "We've already checked the battle marks left at the scene last night. Those marks are very impressive." He looked at Gus and said, "Based on the information we have, your main fighting style is transforming into a heavy armor form and fighting with a giant hammer. But the marks at the scene were caused by very sharp slashes." He paused again. "So, we need to do a simple test to confirm that those marks were indeed made by you. Only then can we properly give you the reward." Gus listened thoughtfully and nodded. "Okay, how do we test that?" Albert clapped his hands. Immediately, a servant entered, bowing politely. "Sir, prepare the testing area and summon a giant stone golem." "Yes." The servant left. Albert looked at Gus. "The test is simple. We will summon a golem, and you just need to show your attack style. Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient, we can do it another way." Gus stood up. "No need. Let's do it this way." He is not afraid to show his abilities. But for some reason, he always feels a little strange. A group of people follow the servant to an open space behind the building. This place is clearly used for testing. The ground is covered with thick stone slabs, and tall walls surround it. Scattered around are targets and magic dolls used for testing, all marked with various scratches. The servant stands in the middle of the open space and gently taps the ground with a staff. A magic circle on the ground lights up, and a huge figure slowly appears. It is a giant stone golem. The 3-meter-tall body is made of hard rock, with arms as thick as pillars. Its eyes are 2 glowing crystals, and at this moment, it stares blankly ahead. Abe nods slightly and looks at Jess. "Mr. Jess, please." Jess walks to the center of the open space and stands in front of the golem. Leah is very curious, and Beaky excitedly shouts, "Jess, show them how powerful you are." Sarisa doesn't speak, but quietly watches. Jess glances back at them, a slight smile on his face. "Be cool in your actions, and your words should be cool too." Then he turns around. He slowly raises his hands. In that moment, the atmosphere around him changes. Slay evil with a sword. Calm the soul with a sword. 2 long swords materialize in his hands. The magic sword soul, Yuan. Leah's eyes widen. This is... It's the first time she sees Jess in this form. She only heard him mention a new hero before, but she had never seen the real appearance. Cerisa's eyes also flicker slightly as she looks at the sword-wielding figure. Beaky proudly lifts her chin. "How about that? Pretty amazing, right? I saw it with my own eyes last night." Wu Shirtian strokes his bald head and mutters, "Wow, that aura. Incredible." Jess looks at the giant stone golem in front of him and raises his sword. Blade surge. As soon as he speaks, a faint blue light flashes through the air. It's so fast that it's hard to see clearly. There's only a muffled hiss sound. The 3-meter-tall stone golem develops a long, narrow crack from its shoulder to its waist. Then, the upper half of the golem's body slid down and crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of stones and dust. The cut was smooth and mirror-like. Albert's pupils suddenly shrank. He had seen many strong fighters, but such a quick sword. He instinctively looked at the 2 swords in Jess's hands. The aura from those swords made even him, who was experienced, feel a chill. "Wow." Pixie Chi jumped up excitedly. "Jess is amazing. Show that move again." "The one from last night," she gestured animatedly. "Yes, that swish. The one that cut through the clouds." Liao also looked at Jess with anticipation. Cerisa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jess looked back at them, then at Albert. Albert hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He looked at the servant beside him. The servant was sweating profusely. "My lord, do you want to try again?" Albert looked at him silently. The servant clenched his teeth and cast the spell again. This time, the magic circle shone brighter. A larger figure slowly appeared. A 5-meter-tall giant golem, covered in dark blue rocks, with arms more than twice as thick as before. Its eyes were blood red, glowing with danger. Albert looked at Jess. "Mr. Jess, please." Jess looked at the giant golem, shrugged. Everyone around held their breath. But he silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. The golem raised its right arm, ready to strike. At that moment, Jess moved. Not too fast to see, but he had already known when the golem would raise its hand. This thing's attack speed is slower than blue buff. After this thought, Jess's muscle memory kicked in, chaining, wrong jade cut into, Rin God Slash. A faint blue sword light flashed. Shoo! The golem's right arm was cut off at the shoulder before it hit the ground, and Jess's second sword was already in motion. The red Azakana sword slashed into the golem's chest. Third sword, dust-sealing absolute slash. Double sword slash. He took a step forward. Double sword strike together. At that moment, everything around seemed to freeze. Next second, boom! The golem's body split open from the middle, breaking into countless small stones that collapsed. The wall behind it also showed cracks. The cracks stretched from the top of the wall down to the corners, neat and straight. Gus put away his double swords and reverted to his normal form. By the way, how long is the golem's revival cycle? If there's a second wave, I can prepare my position in advance. Albert. Huh. Oh, it's nothing. Speaking of which, I hope I won't need to compensate for this. Albert stood frozen in place. He looked at the cracked wall and the pile of rubble. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. After a few seconds, he finally reacted. No, there's no need. Gus is very powerful. It's an honor for our guild. Gus nodded. That's good. Can I collect the reward now? Albert took a deep breath, trying to keep his face normal. Of course. Please follow me. I'll personally take you to get your rewards. After speaking, he made a please gesture. The attendant stood still, looking at the crack, murmuring, "What kind of thunderous power is this? I've been practicing summoning golems for so long, and it just got wiped out in an instant." Albert stood by the window, watching their figures disappear into the crowd. Then, his smile slowly faded. He turned around, walked back to his desk, and sat down. He was silent for a moment. Outside the window, a gray-brown one-eyed owl flew in and landed on the desk in front of him. The huge one-eyed stare fixed on Albert, blinking not at all. Albert picked up a feather quill, dipped it in ink, and began writing on a piece of sheepskin. To His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Here is the latest intelligence on Target Gus. Today, during a combat test, the target displayed a brand new fighting form. Unlike the heavy armor and giant hammer from previous reports, this new form is a dual-sword warrior, extremely fast, with powerful slashes. Preliminary judgment suggests this form is at least level A, possibly reaching S level. The target is cautious by nature, but seems to care a lot about 3 women around him. Among them, Princess Beaky has a close relationship with him. Leah Carroll, her owner, relies heavily on him, and Miss Sarisa also has a strong connection with him. Suggestion: continue monitoring and gather more information. The target's strength exceeds expectations. If necessary, consider making contact. Additionally, Lord Orant's sacrifice is deeply felt by his subordinates. But with the target's strength so high, it's unlikely that Lord Orant was unprepared, perhaps. I dare not speak recklessly. Everything should be decided by His Highness. Albert, after writing, he rolled up the parchment and tied it to the leg of the owl. The one-eyed owl flapped its wings and flew out the window, disappearing into the distant sky. Albert stood by the window, watching it fly away. When he left the guild building, the morning sun shone just right on Jess's face. He squinted and weighed the heavy money bag in his hand, 5,000 Rhine Empire gold coins. The guild was quite generous this time. System reminder: our system's gold coins are not compatible with other worlds' currencies. The mysterious man surnamed Ma smiles. Jess twitched his mouth. I knew it. The classic currency from Ma's family isn't compatible. He silently cursed in his mind. The golden hex chest costs 10,000 coins. He currently has just over 6,000 system coins, so he's short by more than 3,000. If these 5,000 imperial coins were compatible, he could open one right now. But unfortunately, they're not. Jess, let me see. Princess Beaky suddenly jumped over and reached out to grab the money bag. Just as Jess's right hand was about to touch her fingertips, he gently lifted it, causing her to miss. She froze for a second, then pounced forward, both hands reaching out. Jess switched the bag from his right to his left hand while stepping sideways. Beaky missed again and staggered 2 steps before steadying herself. You. She turned around, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Jess. Her golden twin tails swayed with her movements. Jess tossed the bag lightly in his hand, looking at her with a half-smile. What do you want? Beaky crossed her arms, standing her ground. I'm here to keep it safe for you. No need. I am a princess. I am very good at keeping things safe. Then you should first take care of yourself. You insignificant little goblin. Jess. Beaky stomped her foot in anger, but Jess was unfazed. He simply held his money pouch. Seeing how angry Beaky was, Jess couldn't help but smile. I say, you're a princess, after all. Why do you act like a little treasure hunter? Beaky paused, then lifted her chin, showing a, you just don't understand, expression. Jess, you just don't get it. Do you? She crossed her arms, acting very confident. I'm a 7th princess. Usually, in the palace, everything is prepared by others. I never even touch anything. Now that I've finally gone out, I want to experience what it's like to control things. She paused, looked Jess up and down, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. And, you know, a little goblin like you probably loves being controlled by a beautiful and cute princess like me, right? Jess looked at her self-satisfied face and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he reached out and gently tapped her forehead. Ouch! Beaky covered her forehead, looking at him in shock. Don't project your strange habits onto others. Jess withdrew his hand. I'm not a masochist. I have no interest in that. I don't have any strange habits. Beaky's face turned red suddenly. Whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. At that moment, a gentle voice came from nearby. Jess is my friend. I wouldn't boss him around. Leah stepped forward, gently took Jess's arm, and looked up at him seriously. I've always thought of Jess as a big brother. Jess looked down at her. In the sunlight, Leah's silver hair shimmered softly. Her eyes no longer looked shy and hesitant like when they first met, but instead calm and steady. Jess had seen that look before. In the game, after successfully chasing down the low-health carry on the enemy team and biting them, that was the look she had. From a beginner to an expert, from being criticized to leading, their expressions change. Yes, very good. You're improving. He reached out and gently patted Lia's head. Lia squinted her eyes happily, with a smile on her face, like a small cat being petted. Beaky watched this scene, her cheeks puffing up more and more. I can be nice to Jess too. Just in a different way. She said this, then suddenly rushed forward, hugged Jess's neck, and opened her mouth to nibble on his neck. Ow, I can't believe you started biting right away. Jess took a sharp breath. Are you a dog? After biting, Beaky stepped back proudly, looking at the bite mark on his neck. Now I've left a mark on you. She crossed her arms and held her head high, showing I won expression. Jess covered his neck, speechless. But in the next second, he sensed something was wrong. Two pairs of eyes, one on each side, were staring at him. Lia's eyes sparkled as she looked at the bite mark, then turned to look at him. Teresa also came over to his side, her black eyes shining as she stared at the mark. Jess took a step back. Wait, what are you all trying to do? Lia and Teresa didn't speak, but their eyes shone even brighter. Let's talk nicely. No need to bite like her, okay? Jess took another step back. Lia moved forward. Teresa also stepped closer. Jess, I also want to. Leave a mark. Lia whispered softly, blushing slightly. Teresa nodded. I wanted to. Jess took another step back, his back hitting the wall. Wait, but it was already too late. Two small figures suddenly pounced at him. Lia tiptoed and pressed her soft lips against his. Not a gentle touch like before, but a serious, firm kiss. Teresa bit Jess's collarbone. It wasn't hard, but enough to leave a mark. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The two finally let go of him and took a step back, looking at their masterpiece. Leah's face was red as if she might bleed, but she had a smile on her lips as she looked at his mouth. Teresa still looked expressionless, but her eyes focused on his collarbone, and she nodded slightly, seeming very pleased. Gus looked down at himself. His lips still felt warm from the touch. There was a faint tooth mark on his collarbone, and a mark left by Beaky on his neck. He looked up at the three young girls in front of him. Leah, her face was red, but her eyes showed satisfaction. Teresa, expressionless, but her lips slightly curved upward. Beaky, hands on her hips, proud as if she was the first. Gus took a deep breath, then another deep breath, and then bang, bang, bang. Someone tapped on his head. Ouch. The three of them covered their heads at the same time, each with different expressions. Gus rubbed his temples and said weakly, really? Hurry up and take you guys to eat. Otherwise, you'll eat me later. After saying that, he looked down at his torn and ragged clothes. All right, I need to change clothes first. He turned and walked outside. Behind him, the three girls looked at each other. Leah touched her lips and whispered, I bit here. Beaky pointed to her neck. I bit here. Teresa looked down at her position and softly said, collarbone. The most obvious one. Lips are the most important. The collarbone is also very obvious. The three of them argued back and forth as they followed behind. Next to him, Wu Shirtian clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and muttered, I am here to eat. I am here to eat. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Gum curled up at his feet, trembling slightly, with bubbles on his body frantically bursting outward. Guji. It's so scary. If I had been caught by that female knight, the result would probably be even worse. Wu Shirtian looked down at him and silently nodded. So you should thank me, the summoner, for saving you from that kind of hell. 10 minutes later, outside the fairy weaving shop, Gus pushed open the door, and the familiar bell jingled. Welcome, Hartlow's voice came from inside, full of her usual energy. She was standing on tiptoe, arranging fabric on the top shelf of the counter. When she heard the sound, she turned around and froze. Gus? She looked at his tattered clothes and opened her mouth in surprise. What? What happened to you? Did something happen? Gus shrugged and walked to the counter. It's nothing, just a little accident last night. He looked down at his clothes and said regretfully, the clothes you made are really nice. What a shame. Hartlow stepped out from behind the counter and approached him. She tiptoed, reached out her small hand, and gently touched the torn parts. Here, and here, her eyebrows furrowed. This isn't just normal tearing. It looks like it was hit with some great force. She looked up, her blue eyes full of concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Gus crossed his arms and snorted. Are you kidding? Is there anything that can hurt me? He paused and added. Of course, being bitten a few times by a big dog doesn't count. Outside the door, 3 small dogs sneezed. Hartlow was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. You, she thought. She shook her head, but her worry clearly eased. Still the same as always. She turned around and went behind the counter, taking out a soft measuring tape from the drawer. Come here, I'll remeasure your size. Gus walked over, allowing her to measure him. Hartlow, who was small in stature, stood on her tiptoes and stretched her arm to just reach his shoulder. She held the measuring tape carefully, muttering to herself, shoulder width, chest circumference, sleeve length, waist circumference. Halfway through, she suddenly asked, what kind of outfit do you want this time? Still the silver blue night uniform? Gus thought for a moment. All black. Hartlow looked up at him. All black. Yeah, I found white gets dirty too easily. Just a little rough play, and it's all muddy and messy. Looks annoying. Gus nodded seriously. Hartlow blinked, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. What? Our S-rank magical beast is starting to care about how it looks? Not really. Mainly, I don't want to come to you every day and delay your work. Hartlow was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head and continued measuring. But her ears subtly turned red. All right. All black then. I'll make you a dirt-resistant one. After finishing the last measurement and about to turn to get the fabric, she was suddenly called back. Oh, right. Hartlow turned around. Gus looked at her and asked, have you eaten yet? Hartlow was surprised. Huh? Not yet. I was just about to grab a quick bite later. Let's go eat something together. I just received a reward, 5,000 gold coins. I'll treat you to a good meal. Hartlow looked at the heavy money pouch, her eyes slightly widening. Huh, what did you do this time? Just a few days ago, I was almost in debt over some cookies costing 5 copper coins. I just took care of a monster, Gus shrugged. Hartlow opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't. She quietly put down the measuring tape, tidied her clothes and hat. Well, all right then. She walked to the door, suddenly remembered something, and looked back into the shop. But the shop won't run away. Gus pushed her shoulder as he led her outside. When it's time to relax, you should relax. Staying cooped up inside will just make you turn into a moldy half-elf. I won't turn moldy, Hartlow protested, but still followed him out the door. Outside, a group of people was waiting. Leah saw Gus come out and immediately went over, wrapping her arm around his. Teresa silently moved to his other side and gently held his sleeve. Becky directly jumped in front of him, hands on her hips. Why did it take so long? I'm hungry, she said, then looked at Hartlow and blinked. Huh? Who's this little dwarf? Hartlow's eyebrows twitched. I'm a half-elf, not a dwarf. Becky tilted her head and looked at her, then nodded as if she understood. Oh, a half-elf. This is my first time seeing one. She stepped forward, circling Hartlow and making a few admiring sounds. You're only half as tall. Your hair is pink, and you're wearing a cat ear hat. So cute. Hartlow felt uncomfortable being stared at and moved closer to Gus. This is Becky Rhine, the 7th princess of the Rhine Empire. Hartlow's eyes widened instantly. Princess? Becky waved her hand dismissively, acting unconcerned. Oh, no need to call me Your Highness outside. Just call me Becky. She paused and added. Of course, you can also call me the most beautiful and adorable princess, Hartlow. She looked at Gus, her eyes full of, what's wrong with this person? Gus shrugged, indicating he's used to it. The group walked across the campus to a standalone building. The outside wall was made of white stone, the windows were colorful glass, the entrance had a red carpet, and there were 2 uniformed waiters standing on either side. This is, Hartlow looked at the building with some surprise. The fancy restaurant inside the academy, Gus explained. Especially for noble students who don't want to eat in the public cafeteria. I never noticed before. Then you really rarely leave your shop, Gus chuckled. then pushed open the restaurant door and let a few people inside. It was more spacious inside than expected, with elegant decorations. Gus glanced around the hall and headed straight to the second floor. Are there private rooms? The waiter quickly followed. Yes, sir. How many people? Gus counted. Himself, Laya, Saressa, Biki, Hartlow, Wushirtian, Gum. Let's include everyone. Okay, let's count 7. The waiter led them to a private room on the second floor. The room was small but tasteful. In the middle was a round table covered with a dark red cloth, with windows facing the campus scenery. They all sat around the table. Gus leaned back in his chair, looked at the menu, then handed it to Laya. Order whatever you want. Today, it's on me. Laya took the menu, looking a bit overwhelmed by the dish names. I don't know what to order. Saressa sat beside her, silently looking at the menu but not making a move either. Biki reached out and snatched the menu. Let me handle it. She skillfully flipped through the menu, quickly pointing at items. This, and this. Yes, I want everything. After finishing one round of orders, she flipped to the next page. Add this, and that. And the meat of magical creatures? I want 3 portions of that too. The waiter quickly jotted down their orders, smiling professionally. Gus watched her, his eyes twitching slightly. That's enough? Biki looked up and stuck out her tongue at him. You said to order whatever I wanted earlier. Today, it's your treat. She crossed her arms proudly. And everyone's listening. If you back out now, you'll lose face. She pointed around the room. Leah, Saressa, Hartlow, Wushirtian, and Gum all looked at Jess. Jess was silent for 2 seconds. Then he sighed. Fine, you can order. I don't believe you can finish all my bounty in one go. Becky smiled with a sense of victory. She finished ordering, returned the menu to the waiter, then took off her shoes and suddenly threw herself onto Jess's lap, lying down. Jess looked down at her. Becky tilted her head back, her blue eyes full of pride. She looked at Leah and Saressa across from her, a teasing smile on her face. So how about it? I won, right? Leah's eyebrows twitched. She looked down at her shoes, then at the comfortable person lying on Jess's lap. Then she silently took off her shoes, moved closer to Jess, and sat tightly beside him. Saressa also took off her shoes and sat on the other side of Jess. The two of them, one on each side, trapped Jess in the middle. Becky, lying on Jess's lap, puffed out her cheeks at the 2 people on either side. You guys, but she quickly smiled again. Since I'm lying here and you're sitting, I still win. Leah didn't speak, only holding Jess's arm more tightly. Saressa also didn't speak, just gently resting her head on Jess's shoulder. Jess was caught in the middle, with Leah hugging his left arm, Saressa leaning on his right shoulder, and Becky lying on his lap, still tightly pressed in. It seems my natural charm is still too high, he silently thought to himself. Wushirtian sat across from them, muttering to himself, Jess is really popular, huh? Who wouldn't be, with such good looks, high emotional intelligence, and being so strong? Sigh, being invincible is truly lonely. Hardo sat at the other side of the table, watching this scene with a subtle expression. She looked down at her empty seat in front of her, then at Jess, surrounded by 3 people. She spoke softly. Am I? A bit unnecessary. She was small and curled up in her chair, with pink twin braids hanging over her shoulders. Under her cat ear hat, her face showed a shy smile. Gus reached out and pointed to the seat opposite him. Why would it be unnecessary? There are so many empty seats here. You can sit there. Hartlow hesitated for a moment. But, just sit down. We're all friends. No need to be shy. Hartlow looked at him, then at the 3 young girls. Biki was lying on Gus's lap, watching her cautiously. Leah was hugging Gus's arm, her expression a little complicated. Saressa still looked expressionless, but her black eyes were also watching her. Hartlow took a deep breath, jumped off her chair, and sat in the spot Gus had indicated. Thank you, she whispered softly. The room grew quiet, but only for a moment. Biki suddenly moved on Gus's lap. She lifted her leg, and her small foot in a striped sock stretched out in front of Gus. Hey, fishy. Gus looked down at her. Give this young lady a little squeeze. That small foot was near his face, wrapped in a white striped sock, with her delicate ankle visible, toes wiggling slightly. Gus looked at the foot expressionlessly, then at Biki's confident face. There was a 3-second silence. Then he spoke, trying to keep a serious face. Zashidler. Beaky was momentarily stunned. I told you to squeeze. Gus reached out, grabbed her ankle, and lifted her leg. What are you doing? Fishy Gus, I warn you. I'm going to call someone. Go ahead and call. Brother Wushishin, take Gum to watch the door. No one should come in. Seeing Gus's mischievous smile, Wushishin understood his plan. No problem. Gus, leave it to us. Anyone who disturbs Gus will be defeated by Wushishin. He said this and was about to get up and head to the door. Wait. Gus, if you're going to do this, at least give me a heads up. Ugh, I wish you were gentler. Seeing Beaky with a hint of tears in her voice, Jess finally let go. If you step forward again, it won't be just a simple tap. Humph. Beaky pouted and pulled her foot back. But she quickly smiled again. I know you don't want to hurt my feelings. Jess didn't say anything, but he didn't argue either. Although he managed to keep Beaky's bravado in check, the looks from Laya and Teresa beside him seemed to threaten to swallow him whole. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Servants entered one after another, carrying various dishes that filled the entire table. The desserts Beaky ordered were stacked in front of her like a small mountain. The meat, infused with magic, sizzled and released a rich aroma. Beaky immediately got up from Jess's lap and grabbed a fork to attack her desserts. Delicious. This one is also tasty. Laya and Teresa also picked up their utensils and started eating. Jess watched them, a slight smile forming on his lips. He picked up chopsticks, took a piece of roasted meat, and put it in his mouth. The flavor was indeed good. Hartlow ate small bites, occasionally glancing at Jess. Harthrow finally opened his eyes and ate eagerly, sighing as he did. So good. So much better than the cafeteria. Gum had a small plate of special food in front of him, happily slurping it up. Suddenly, Jess's mind beeped with a system notification. Hidden achievement triggered. Your angel wings aren't as big as yours. Achievement description. Surrounded by more than 3 female characters who like you, yet you remain calm and eat. This is the mark of a strong person. Reward. 500 gold coins, 100 blue essence, special reward. Rune Precision, Calm and Composed. Shura Arena Edition. When multiple female characters are present, the chance of making wrong decisions decreases by 30%. Note: the original Calm and Composed reduces enemy health, but what are you planning to do to them? Jess almost spat out his drink. What the heck? Your impressive combat skills have been turned into a special cheat for chaos scenes by the system? He looked down at Laya, who was hugging his arm on the left, Saressa leaning on his shoulder on the right, and Beaky lying on his lap. He took a deep breath. Well, at least now he could avoid some trouble. Beaky took a few bites of dessert and suddenly looked up. Gus, yes? You haven't told me yet. How do you plan to spend the remaining gold coins? Gus put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. Then I'll spend it for you. No need. Being stingy, Beaky huffed and took another bite of cake. But her eyes twinkled, and she suddenly smiled slyly. Well, I have a question for you. Ask. Which one of us 3 do you like the most? The air in the room froze instantly. Laya's chopsticks stopped midair. Saressa slowly looked up. Hartler quietly leaned back and shrank into his chair. Wu Shirtian closed his eyes and started reciting a prayer. I'm here to eat. I'm here to eat. Gum curled up into a ball, pretending not to exist. Gus looked at Beaky's innocent smile and was silent for 3 seconds. Then he spoke. Guess. Beaky's smile froze. Guess? Yes, if you guess right, you'll get a prize. Beaky frowned and started to think seriously. Is it Laya? You're her familiar, the first to meet her. She looked at Laya. Laya's face was slightly red, but she didn't speak. Or Saressa, the cute, silent little doll. She looked at Saressa. Saressa still had a blank expression, but her fingers holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. Or me? Beaky pointed at herself, her blue eyes full of hope. Wanna know? Yes. Then I'll tell you. Gus pretended to be mysterious. Beaky's eyes lit up. Gus leaned closer to her and lowered his voice, saying, My favorite thing is, Pixie held her breath. My family's instant noodles. Pixie was stunned. Huh? Instant noodles, Gus repeated. It's the kind I used to eat before coming to this world. The taste isn't great, but at least it doesn't ask me questions I can't answer. Pixie paused for 3 seconds. Then she suddenly shouted, rushing forward to bite him. Gus was prepared and quickly held her head. Stop messing around. Eat your food. Pixie struggled, flailing her arms and legs. I'm going to bite you. Bite you. Liao watched nearby and couldn't help but laugh. Teresa's lips curled slightly, though it was hard to notice. Hartlow looked at the scene and also smiled. Pixie tired herself out after a while and finally collapsed onto Gus's lap, panting heavily. Huh, you little troublemaker. Just wait. Gus gently patted her head. All right, eat quickly before it gets cold. Pixie huffed, but didn't cause trouble anymore. She sat up and continued eating her dessert. The room returned to calm. Liao leaned against Gus, eating small bites. Teresa still looked expressionless, but occasionally glanced at Gus. Pixie kept eating her dessert, but her feet swung occasionally, brushing against Gus's leg. Suddenly, Hartlow asked while eating, By the way, Gus, what was that thing you called? Gus thought for a moment. Some kind of, instant food. Just add hot water and it's ready. Is it tasty? Not bad. The first bite is the best, but it gets boring after a while. Hartlow nodded thoughtfully. I'd like to try it someday. Gus looked at her and smiled. Probably not. That stuff only exists in my original world. Hartlow was surprised and looked down. I see. The atmosphere suddenly grew a bit quiet. Pixie looked up, glanced at Hartlow, then at Jess. Then she spoke. Hey, little guy. Hartlow's eyebrows twitched. My name is Hartlow, not little guy. Okay, Hartlow. Pixie waved her hand. If you want to eat that instant noodles, Jess can make it. Hartlow was surprised. Make it? Yes, Pixie said confidently. Jess is so talented, he can definitely make that instant noodles. She looked at Jess, her blue eyes full of hope. Right, Jess? Do you really think I am a magic wish machine? But I might try it. Maybe I can recreate other things, like soda or something. When Jess agreed, Pixie immediately smiled happily. See, when I take charge, all problems can be solved. Liao whispered nearby. Clearly, you just want to try it. Pixie's face turned slightly red. Of course, I want to try too. What's wrong? The dishes on the table were almost finished, and most of the desserts Pixie ordered had been eaten. Jess leaned back in his chair, watching these happy little girls. Liao, full and leaning on his shoulder, half closed her eyes. Teresa had a bit of cream on her mouth, but she didn't notice. Pixie patted her round belly and sighed happily. Phew, I'm full, Jess. You did well this time. I'm very satisfied. Jess looked at her silently. You're not the one paying, but you're the host. When you host, you should make the guests happy, Pixie said confidently. Jess was too tired to argue with her. Then he stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the sunset was sinking in the west. 2 moons, one red and one blue, were faintly visible on the horizon. Evening in this world is always beautiful. Jess, Leah's voice came from behind. Jess turned around. Leah stood behind him, her eyes glowing softly in the sunset. Thank you. Today was also a very happy day, thanks. It's nothing special. He looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him, watching her eyes that no longer avoided his gaze. When they left the restaurant, night had fully fallen. Gus didn't expect that having a meal would take from noon until evening. The campus's moonstone streetlights lit up one after another, emitting a soft, pale blue glow. The outlines of distant buildings blurred under the moonlight, as if covered by a thin veil. 2 moons, one red and one blue, hung in the sky, casting 2 different shades of light. Wu Shirtian stood at the restaurant entrance, taking a deep breath of the night air. Phew, that was really satisfying. He let out a long sigh and patted his shiny bald head. Gus, we're heading out now. Next to him, Gumi was making gurgling sounds, bubbles constantly rising from his body, as if nodding vigorously. Gus looked at him. Are you in such a hurry? Want to sit for a bit longer? No. Wu Shirtian quickly waved his hand, glancing subtly at the 3 young girls behind him. I need to do special training for Gumi when I get back. And well, he leaned closer to Gus and lowered his voice. Brother, I think the atmosphere over there might be dangerous for your safety if we stay any longer. Gus was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze in the direction he was indicating. Liao was hugging his left arm, looking at him tenderly. Vicky stood on his right, hands on her hips, alertly scanning the surroundings, especially watching Liao. Teresa was a little farther away, expressionless, but her eyes kept fixed on him. Their gazes occasionally met in the air, then quickly looked away. It was as if tiny sparks were crackling in the air. Gus. He turned back to look at Wu Shirtian. Wu Shirtian had AI understand expression and patted his shoulder. Take care, brother. If you need help, Just come to the guild and find me. After saying that, he turned and walked away quickly, his steps swift, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Gumi moved along behind him, moving and glancing back at Gus, his blue body trembling as if to say, "Take care of yourself." Gus's mouth twitched. He turned his head to the other side. Heartlow was standing on the steps, adjusting her cat ear hat. The moonlight shone on her, making her shadow short. She looked up, meeting Jess's gaze, and smiled slightly. "Well, I should head back now." She pointed toward the college's shopping street. "The shop still has some fabric to organize. Customers will come to pick up clothes early tomorrow." Jess nodded. "All right, be careful on the way." Heartlow responded with a soft, then turned to leave. But just as she took a step, she stopped, looked back at Jess. "Thanks for your hospitality today." Her small face showed a serious expression, and her blue eyes sparkled in the moonlight. "I haven't enjoyed a meal like this in a long time." Jess looked at her, smiled, and waved. "It's nothing special, no need to thank me." He paused, then added, "Besides, I'll be visiting you often. Making clothes, drinking tea, sitting around. Plenty of chances." Heartlow was surprised for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Oh, you." She shook her head, but her smile couldn't be hidden. "You're always welcome." She waved her small hand and turned toward the shopping street. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and called back. "By the way, I'll finish the new clothes as soon as possible. All black." Jess waved at her. "Got it." Heartlow then turned around, her small figure quickly disappearing into the night. At the restaurant entrance, only 4 people remained. Jess stayed in place, watching Heartlow's small figure vanish into the darkness. Then he felt 3 pairs of eyes staring at him from behind. It was like being targeted by 3 opponents in a game. Nightmare activating big light, Titan activating big head, female fist activating big head. The feeling of suffocation was overwhelming. He couldn't escape. He took a deep breath and turned around. Lia immediately stepped forward, hugging his left arm. Biki rushed up and grabbed his right arm. Sarisa silently walked behind him, holding onto his coat. Jess was caught in the middle, like an ADC surrounded by 3 opponents. He looked up at the sky. "This situation seems difficult to handle." "Jess, let's go back too." Leah's voice was soft, with a hint of sleepiness. Biki also stepped forward, standing on his other side, looking up at him. "Small fry, tonight I want to sleep with you." Leah's movements froze. She turned her head to look at Biki, a hint of caution in her eyes. "No way. Jess is going back to his dorm with me tonight. Why not?" Biki crossed her arms. "I'm a princess. Jess saved me, so I must sleep with him. I'm his summoner." Leah hugged Jess's arm tightly. "He's my magic beast." "So what if he's a magic beast?" "Now he's my person." "When did you become his person?" "Since last night. He saved me, so I belong to him." That's not fair reasoning." The 2 young girls argued loudly, voices growing louder. Jess's left arm was tightly held by Lia, his right arm pulled by Biki, and he was being tugged back and forth like a tug-of-war rope. He looked at the night sky with a blank face, like an ADC caught between Titans and Hecarim. At that moment, a hand reached out and gently tugged on Biki's sleeve. Biki was surprised, turning her head. Sarisa stood beside her, her calm black eyes watching her. "Biki, come with me." Biki blinked. "Where to?" "To my father. He wants to see you." Biki froze. "Huh? Now? So late?" "Yes. Why can't we talk about it tomorrow?" Sarisa didn't answer, just quietly looked at her. Biki stared at her for a few seconds, then, "Mumph." She released Jess's arm, crossing her arms. Fine. Since my uncle wants to see me, I'll go." She turned to leave with Sarisa, but just as she took a step, she stopped again. Then she tiptoed and gave Jess a firm kiss on the face. Moi? That sound was especially clear in the quiet night. After kissing him, she took a step back and looked at Jess with a surprised expression, then smiled proudly. "This is my mark. I'll keep it for tonight, and tomorrow I'll come find you again." After saying that, she turned around, took Teresa's hand, and strode toward the director's office. Teresa was pulled along silently, following her. Before leaving, she looked back at Jess. In those black eyes, it seemed like there was something she wanted to say. But in the end, she said nothing, just nodded gently, then disappeared into the night. Jess stood still, touching his cheek where she had kissed him. It still felt warm and soft. Leah hugged his arm, watching Biki and Teresa walk away, and whispered, "She kissed me again, Jess." Let's go back too." Jess rubbed her head. "Let's go." Leah held his arm tightly, her small body almost pressed against him. She walked slowly, seeming to want to make the walk last longer. Jess didn't rush her, just matched her pace and walked slowly forward. The night breeze blew, bringing the scent of flowers and grass from afar. After a while, Leah suddenly spoke. "Jess, yes? Why do you think Teresa pulled Beaky away?" Jess's steps paused slightly, recalling Teresa's look before she left. He could vaguely guess what was hidden in her eyes, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled and said, "Maybe she really had something to do." Leah didn't ask further, just held Jess's arm a little tighter. "Oh." The two continued walking. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading to the director's office, moonlight shone through the window, casting patches of light and shadow on the ground. Beaky was pulled along by Teresa, walking very quickly. Her short legs almost had to run to keep up with Teresa's pace. Hey, slow down, Beaky panted and called out, and Teresa stopped, turning to look at her. Beaky leaned her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Huh, why did you walk so fast? I'm about to die." Teresa didn't speak, just waited quietly for her to catch her breath. After a while, Beaky finally straightened up. She looked at Teresa, her blue eyes full of doubt. "Tell me, what's really going on?" Teresa looked at her and was silent for 2 seconds. Then she spoke, her voice still calm. "Your father didn't come to see you." Beaky froze. "Huh, I lied to you." Beaky blinked twice, then her eyes slowly widened. "You," she pointed at Teresa, her hand trembling. You actually lied to me? Aren't you supposed to be emotionless and silent? People like you don't lie." Teresa tilted her head. "What does emotionless mean?" "It means someone who shows no expression, is quiet, and has no emotional ups and downs." Oh, Teresa nodded. "Then I really am emotionless." "Then why did you lie?" "Because." Teresa thought for a moment. "If I wanted to lie, I just did." Beaky choked on her words, unable to speak. She took a deep breath, then another, trying to calm herself. "Fine, you're impressive. Now tell me, why did you lie to me?" Teresa didn't answer immediately. She turned around, walked to the window, and looked at the moonlight outside. Beaky came over and looked up at her. Under the moonlight, Teresa's side face was as delicate as a doll's. But in her eyes, there was something a doll didn't have. It was a complex, hard-to-explain emotion. After a long pause, Teresa finally spoke. "Because. Leah." "Huh." Beaky was stunned. "Leah?" "Yeah." Teresa turned around and looked at Beaky. "You like Jess, right?" Beaky's face turned slightly red, but she quickly returned to normal. "Of course. I like Jess. I like him too." Beaky looked at her, waiting for her to continue. "But Jess is Leah's familiar, and Jess also likes Leah." Hearing Teresa's words, Beaky fell silent. She could actually sense this too. Jess's look at Leah was different from how he looked at them. In that look, there was something hard to describe. It was like protection, but also like care. So, Beaky asked, "Because Jess likes Leah, you want to give Leah a chance?" Teresa nodded gently. "Why?" Beaky looked at her in confusion. "Aren't you also fond of Jess? Why help someone else?" Teresa didn't answer immediately. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. Under the moonlight, her delicate, fair hands trembled slightly. After a long while, she softly said, "Because. If Leah is sad, Jess wouldn't be happy either." Beaky was stunned. "I don't want Jess to be unhappy. So, if Leah can be happy, Jess will be happy too. That would be good." Beaky looked at her, unsure of what to say. Under the moonlight, Teresa stood there, her small figure seeming a little lonely. Her face was still expressionless, but her eyes showed deep fear. Beaky saw it. That was fear. "Are you afraid?" she blurted out, and Teresa's body stiffened slightly. She didn't answer, but her silence was itself an answer. Beaky stared at her for a few seconds. "Ha ha ha ha!" She suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter echoed through the quiet corridor. Teresa looked up at Beaky, who was laughing so hard her body shook, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Beaky was laughing so much tears came out, clutching her stomach and squatting on the ground. "Ha ha, this is killing me. Ha ha ha." Teresa just watched her silently, unmoving. After a long while, Beaky finally stopped laughing. She stood up, wiped away tears from her eyes, and looked at Teresa. "So even our genius has things she doesn't understand and fears." Her tone was not mocking, only a strange kind of comfort. Sarisa looked at her silently. Beaky crossed her arms and looked up at her. The moonlight shone on her blonde twin tails, giving off a soft glow. "Let me tell you, Sarisa," she said suddenly seriously. "If you like someone, you should tell them loudly. Tell them openly." Sarisa's eyelashes fluttered gently. "So what if you're rejected? Then you just become better until the person you like also likes you. That's what I do." She paused, a proud smile on her face. "Although Jess now calls me a troublesome little girl and a pest, I believe one day he will truly like me." Sarisa looked at her, as if something inside her was quietly changing. "But, if Laya summoned Jess, does that mean it's fate?" Beaky's smile froze. "Huh? Fate? Yes. My mother said that the encounters between people are all arranged by destiny. Jess was summoned by Laya, and they met. That must be fate." Beaky was silent for 2 seconds. Then she stepped forward and reached out her hand, giving her a light slap on the shoulder. Sarisa was slightly shaken by the slap. "Listen carefully, Sarisa." Beaky stared into her eyes and said seriously, word by word, "What do you mean, fate? Are you saying you like Jess because it's fate?" Sarisa was stunned. "If that's true, then you won't have a happy ending." Beaky's voice was very serious, unlike her usual playful and mischievous tone. "I don't believe in liking someone just because it's fate. I like Jess, so I say he's meant to be mine." Baichi crossed her arms and looked proud. "How about now? Am I smarter than you? Do I have skills even better than your genius?" Sarisa looked at her, silent for a few seconds. Then a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although the smile was small, it was definitely a smile. She nodded gently. "You're very impressive." Baichi was stunned. She thought Sarisa would ignore her with a blank face or just turn away. But unexpectedly, Sarisa praised her. "You." Baichi's face turned slightly red. "Don't think that if you praise me, I'll be happy." Sarisa tilted her head. "But your face is red?" "No, it's the moonlight. The moonlight made me do it." Sarisa didn't argue, just quietly looked at her. Under the moonlight, 2 small figures stood facing each other. One had a blank expression but a faint smile in her eyes. The other was blushing all over but couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. After a while, Baichi finally spoke. "So, what do you plan to do?" Sarisa thought for a moment. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Sarisa turned around and continued to look at the moonlight outside the window. "But I won't give up. I will make Jess like me." Baichi looked at her and then smiled. "That's right. That's more like my cousin." Sarisa turned her head and looked at her. "Cousin?" "Yes." Baichi said naturally. "Your father is my father's younger brother. Even though you're not called Rhine now, you're still my cousin." Sarisa was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded gently. Baichi stepped forward and stood beside her at the window. "Hey, Sarisa. Do you think Jess is doing something right now?" Beaky was silent for a moment before softly saying, "I feel a little envious of her." Meanwhile, Gus and Liao returned to their dormitory. They pushed open the door, and the familiar room came into view. The small space, simple furnishings, but because they had each other, it felt warm and cozy. Liao closed the door and turned to look at Gus. Gus had already gone to the bed and sat down heavily. Finally, I can lie down for a bit." He yawned and reached to unbutton his clothes. His worn-out shirt slipped off, revealing his strong upper body. Leah's eyes fell on him, and her face turned slightly red. But she didn't look away. Instead, she walked over, squatted down, and gently picked up the shirt. Her fingers brushed over the torn parts and the worn spots. "They're all broken," she whispered. Gus was about to say, "Just throw it away since it's broken," but suddenly stopped. "Stay calm and composed. This shirt was the first one Leah gave him. The first proper piece of clothing he owned after arriving in this world. It was the style she helped him pick out at Hartlow's store, and she paid for it herself. If he said, 'Just throw it away,' Gus's mind suddenly cleared. He looked down at Leah. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating her silver hair. She was squatting there, holding the torn shirt, with a look of concern on her small face. Gus took a deep breath. Leah." Leah looked up at him. Gus's expression suddenly became very serious, so serious that Leah felt a little nervous. "I'm sorry." Hearing Gus's apology, Leah froze. Gus pointed at the shirt in her hand and said sincerely, "I ruined the first piece of clothing you gave me. It's my fault. If I had paid more attention back then, I could have kept it intact." Leah blinked twice, then blinked again. Then she let out a soft laugh. Gus, what are you talking about? She stood up, holding the piece of clothing, and looked up at him. Even if the clothes are ruined, it's not a big deal. She reached out and gently touched his face. As long as Jess isn't hurt, that's what matters. The moonlight shone on her face, and her blood-red eyes were full of tenderness. Jess looked at her, his heart beating faster without realizing it. If the clothes are damaged, just get new ones, Leah continued. I'll keep this one carefully. She turned and walked to a wooden box in the corner. She opened the lid and carefully placed the torn clothes inside. Inside were her treasured belongings, and now there was one more. Jess watched her back silently for a long time, then walked over and gently embraced her from behind. The sudden hug made Leah's body tremble slightly. Jess? Jess rested his chin on her head, smelling the faint scent of milk in her hair. Nothing, he said softly. I just want to hug you. Leah's face turned red, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned back and buried herself in his arms. They stood quietly like that. Moonlight streamed in through the window, blending their shadows together. After a while, Leah softly asked, Jess, do you want to take a bath together today too? Jess was surprised for a moment, then looked down at her. Leah's face reddened further, but she didn't avoid his gaze. You've had a long day today. After the bath, you'll sleep better. Jess looked into her hopeful eyes and smiled. Okay. The bathroom was small, but enough for two people. Warm steam filled the space, creating a hazy atmosphere. Leah stepped into the bathtub first, her small body sinking into the water. Her silver hair floated on the surface like flowing silk. Although Jess wanted to ask if she needed to tie her hair up or something, he thought, with magic now available, why bother with such details? He then entered and sat on the other side of the tub. The water was very hot, just right to soothe the day's exhaustion. Leah slowly moved closer, leaning against his chest and curling into his arms. Gus's hand rested on her shoulder, gently stroking her smooth skin. Steam filled the air, and neither of them spoke. After a while, Leah finally broke the silence. Gus, I have a question to ask you. Yes? She looked up at him. In the mist, her bright red eyes looked especially clear. Who? Do you like? Hearing her question, Gus paused. This was the same question Beaky had asked earlier tonight. But now, the person asking was Leah. He looked into her eyes, seeing the small hope deep inside. Then he smiled. Who do I like? He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Leah, Heartlow, Sarisa, Beaky, I like all of you. Leah's eyes widened slightly. Oh, all of us, yes. Actually, I have a secret title. I am called the Great Love Immortal. Great Love. Immortal? Gus nodded. Leah is my summoner. She's the first person I met in this world. Heartlow often sits next to me, but he never minds. Sarisa looks cold, but inside, she's softer than anyone. And Beaky, he paused, a helpless smile on his face. Though she's a little troublemaker, she's not a bad person. Leah listened quietly, seeming to process what he said. Then she smiled softly. It wasn't her usual obedient smile, but a relaxed, peaceful one. That's wonderful, she whispered happily, and Gus looked down at her. That's wonderful, yes, Leah nodded happily. I was afraid that in Gus's heart, I only mattered because I summoned you. Her voice trembled a little. If that's not the case, then Gus wouldn't care about me anymore. Gus looked at her, noticing the worry deep in her eyes. That was a long-held feeling of unease. Since the day I was called, since the day everyone mocked me, since the day Jess first protected me, it had been hidden inside my heart. Jess listened to Leah's words, then reached out and gently lifted her up, sitting her on his lap so she faced him. Ah, Leah gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Water splashed, but neither of them cared. Jess looked into her eyes and said seriously, Leah, listen carefully. Leah held her breath. I like you, not because you summoned me, because you are Leah, because you stood in front of me when I was being bullied, because you secretly watch me and blush, because you are scared but still stand up for me, because you were the first person in this world to love me. Leah's eyes turned red, tears welled up and started to fall. Jess, so don't overthink. Jess reached out and wiped her tears away. You always have a place in my heart. Leah looked at him, at his serious expression, at the gentle warmth in his eyes. Then she smiled. Yes. That smile was brighter than ever before. Yes, yes, yes. She nodded hard and then leaned forward to kiss him. It wasn't a gentle touch like before, nor a touch made under the pretext of magic replenishment. It was a sincere, firm kiss, pouring all her feelings into it. Jess's eyes widened slightly, but soon he closed them and responded. The kiss was long. So long that Laya felt she might run out of breath. But she didn't want to let go. She just wanted to stay like this, feeling his warmth, feeling his presence. Finally, they parted. Laya was panting, her face flushed, but her eyes sparkled. Jess, I will try my best. Try what? Strive to become a woman worthy of you, worthy of your magic. Gus looked at her with a serious expression, then he smiled. You don't have to try so hard. He reached out and hugged her into his arms, feeling her soft body. You are already very good. Liao buried her face in his chest without speaking, but her face was always happy and smiling. It was late at night. The moonlight shone through the window onto the small bed in the dorm. The blanket was messy and piled to the side, and two figures were tightly close together. As a professional League of Legends player, Gus immediately started a classic team fight commentary. Okay, we see the champion's E-skill coming in. Lulu used her R to save the champion. Here, we see the champion's talent is Phase Rush. Lulu chose Lethal Tempo, playing very aggressively. Zed also Q enters the fight. Jinx used her R. Jin also activated his ultimate, hitting all 4 shots. We are the champions. Liao was lying on Gus's chest, her silver hair spread over him, rising and falling with her breathing. Her face was very red, with tears at the corners of her eyes, but she had a satisfied smile. Gus gently stroked her back, feeling her warm skin and steady breathing. Liao, does it still hurt? Liao shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt. It's very good. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Then go to sleep. Liao closed her eyes, but after a while, she opened them again and looked at him. Gus, yes? Will you always be here? Gus looked into her blood-red eyes, seeing the hope and unease deep in her gaze. He reached out and gently pinched her face. Yes, really? Really? Gus pulled her into his arms. As long as you don't ask me to leave, I will always be here. Liao shook her head hard. It won't happen. Never. She hugged him tightly, pressed her face against his chest, listening to his heartbeat and feeling his warmth. Gus, yes? I like you. I know, because I like you too. They embraced and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on the bed. Liao opened her eyes and found herself lying in Gus's arms. He was still sleeping, breathing steady, with a relaxed brow, looking very peaceful. Liao quietly watched him, reached out, and touched his face. It was warm. It was real. This was not a dream. Then she leaned in and gently kissed his lips. After the kiss, she quickly pulled back, blushing and her heart pounding. But Gus was still asleep. Liao sighed in relief and couldn't help but smile. She quietly got out of bed, put on her clothes, and slowly walked to the window. Outside, the sun was shining just right. Students were walking around the campus, and faint voices could be heard from afar. A new day had begun. Liao looked back at Gus, still sleeping on the bed. Today, I will do my best, she silently told herself, to become someone worthy of him. Just then, a clear alert sounded in Gus's mind while he was still asleep. He suddenly opened his eyes. Achievement unlocked. The first drop of blood, achievement description, achieved a breakthrough in life level in a different world. This is not only a sign of strength, but also of courage. Reward, rune fragment. Precision type, conqueror, passive skill. The more women who truly love you around, the more your overall attributes increase by 5%. Current active, 3, Liao Carol, Serena Luca, Biki Rain. Total attribute boost, 15%. Note, love is the strongest buff. Gus blinked twice, then blinked again. Suddenly, he sat up with a whoosh. Whoa, Liao was startled by his sudden movement and turned to look at him. Gee, Gus? What's wrong? Gus didn't answer. He just stared at the glowing screen in front of him, eyes wide open. A 15% boost to all attributes? And is this only the beginning? Does each additional person around him increase the effect by 5%? What if it keeps going in the future? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He shook his head vigorously. No, stop thinking like that. But a smile was already forming at the corner of his mouth. Just then, another notification sounded. Achievement unlocked. Double play, achievement description. Successfully established a deep soul link with summoner Laya Carol with maximum harmony. Reward. Unlock second hero slot. Second hero slot. The host can control 2 heroes at the same time in battle. Current controllable heroes. Ironclad Death Knight Mordekaiser, Magic Sealing Sword Yon. Friendly reminder. Solo double play has risks. Operate carefully. But you're a professional player. What are you afraid of? Gus stared at the words, frozen in place. Controlling 2 heroes at once? Iron Man Yon. That means top lane Iron Man and jungle Yon. In team fights, Iron Man uses his ultimate to open a big attack, while Yon enters to cut through the backline. Before the enemy reacts, they're already gone. Wow. No, this isn't a game anymore. He muttered to himself. This could make me invincible. Laya looked at his dazed face, a little worried, and walked over. Gus, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Gus snapped out of his trance, looked at her, then reached out and pulled her into his arms. Laya gasped and threw herself onto his chest. Gee, Gus. In the early morning. Her face instantly turned red. Gus held her, resting his chin on her head, softly saying, Laya? Thank you. Thank me for what? Gus didn't answer, just held her a little tighter. Thank you for summoning me. Thank you for bringing me into this world. Thank you for meeting you all. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't say them aloud. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door broke the peace. Gus, open the door. I know you're inside. Beaky's voice came from outside the door. Hurry up and open the door. If you don't, I will break it down. Gus and Laya both froze at the same time. They looked at each other. Then they both looked down at themselves. Gus, not wearing clothes. Laya, only wearing a thin, half-open nightgown. They exchanged glances again. Gus took a deep breath and lowered his voice to say, Don't make a sound. Laya nodded hard, covering her mouth with her hands. Outside, Beaky was still pounding on the door. Gus, are you deaf? I will count to 3. 1, 2. Gus quickly looked around the room. His clothes were at the foot of the bed, but he didn't have time to put them on. 3. I really bumped into the door. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Beaky rushed in and stood at the door, hands on her hips, ready to shout. Then she froze. Inside the room, Gus was sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Laya was hiding behind him, only her silver head showing, her face blushing almost red enough to drip blood. Beaky blinked, then blinked again. Her gaze fell on the messy clothes at the foot of the bed. She sniffed the strange smell in the air, then looked at the bulging blanket on the bed, and finally her eyes landed on Laya's flushed face. 3 seconds later, Beaky's face also turned red. You. She pointed at Gus, her finger trembling. In the early morning. Why didn't you knock and wait a bit? How would I know you guys are inside? Do you know now? Beaky opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Her face turned redder, and finally she snorted, turning away. Quick, get dressed. I'll wait outside. After saying that, she hurried out and slammed the door shut. The room became quiet again. Gus and Laya looked at each other. Laya buried her face in the blanket, making a muffled sound. How embarrassing. Gus reached out and gently patted her head. It's okay. She's more embarrassed than you. Outside the door, Beaky's angry voice could be heard. I heard that. Soon after, when the two finished dressing and the door opened, Beaky's expression visibly darkened. But before she could speak, her gaze first fell on Gus, and she froze. Gus was wrapped in a white bedsheet from his shoulders to his ankles, tied at one shoulder, revealing half of his strong chest. He crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, looking down at Beaky. What are you looking at? Haven't seen Greek style before. Beaky blinked twice, unsure of what to say now. Greek? Yes, it's a traditional outfit from one of the countries in my world. Elegant, simple, tasteful, Gus said calmly and confidently. Beaky stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Gus, are you so poor you can't even afford clothes? You just wrapped yourself in a bedsheet and came out? She laughed so hard she leaned back, her golden spiral twin ponytails bouncing with her. Gus looked at her expressionlessly. Have you laughed enough? No, Gus, uninterested, turned his head to the side. Sarisa was also standing there, her gaze fixed on Gus, from top to bottom, then finally settling on the half-exposed chest. Then she stepped forward, getting closer and closer, almost pressed against Gus. Gus instinctively leaned back. What are you doing? Sarisa didn't speak, just slightly tilted her head, her nose gently moving. She was smelling. Biki's laughter suddenly stopped, and she stared wide-eyed at this scene. Sarisa finished smelling Gus, then turned her attention to Lia, who had just poked her head out from behind. Lia had already dressed, but her face was still flushed. After being sniffed by Sarisa, she froze completely. Teresa leaned in close and took a gentle breath. Then her face quickly turned red, visibly to the eye. It started at her cheeks, spread to her ears, and down her neck. Her normally expressionless face now looked like it was lightly tinged with pink. Becky watched her, her mouth forming an O. "Teresa? You're blushing?" Teresa didn't answer. She slowly took a step back, lowered her head, and stayed silent. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gus cleared his throat. Cough, cough. All three looked at him. Gus cleared his throat and said seriously, Good morning. The wind is quite loud today, Becky, Teresa, Lia." Then there was a moment of silence. Becky suddenly turned sharply to Teresa, looking annoyed. "You didn't notice all night," and Lia managed to sneak away. She crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks. Lia peeked out from behind Gus, a glint in her eyes, then held up her hand in a yay gesture. She simply held her hand near her face, with a slight smile. Becky froze. This was the first time she saw Lia show this kind of expression. It was the look of a winner. Huh. Becky's hair stood on end. She suddenly rushed forward, reaching out to grab Lia. Lia let out a cry and immediately shrank back behind Gus. The two of them circled around Gus. Left, right, left, right. Gus stood in the middle, like a pillar, being spun around by the two. He looked down at the two girls, one chasing, one dodging, shouting stop. And no way. His twin ponytails and silver hair flew through the air. Gus's temples throbbed. He took a deep breath. Then he stretched out both hands. His left hand grabbed Becky as she rushed from the right. His right hand caught Lia as she ran from the left. Both girls were lifted off the ground at the same time, feet no longer touching the floor. Huh, yeah. The two swung in the air for a moment before calming down at the same time. Gus looked left and right. Becky flailed her arms and legs in the air, like a monkey caught by the neck. Lia's face was red, but she still smiled. Gus said expressionlessly, "Are you done running?" Becky, Put me down, Lia." Gus ignored them, just lowered them to the ground, but kept his hand on their heads. "Are you quiet now?" Becky snorted and turned her face away. Lia nodded obediently. Gus finally released his hand. He glanced at the clock at the end of the corridor. "It's time for class, right?" Lia was surprised for a moment, then looked at the clock. The hands pointed to 8:50. There were 10 minutes before the first class started. "Ah," Lia exclaimed. "I'm going to be late." She quickly fixed her clothes and looked at Gus. I'll go to class now." Gus nodded. Lia looked at Becky again, hesitated, then whispered, Becky, I'm leaving now." Becky snorted and ignored her. Lia stuck out her tongue and turned around to run. After a few steps, she stopped again, looked back at Gus. "Gus, see you at lunch." Her face was full of smiles until Gus waved at her. Lia then turned and hurried toward the school building. Her silver hair fluttered behind her. Sarisa silently followed. When passing by Gus, she stopped and looked up at him. She opened her mouth as if to say something. But in the end, she said nothing, just nodded lightly and followed Lia. Only Gus and Becky remained in the corridor. Gus looked down at Becky. Becky crossed her arms, turned her face away, still angry. Gus waited a moment, no response. He waited a little longer, still no response. He sighed. "All right, everyone's gone." Becky snorted and ignored him. Jess thought for a moment, then turned and walked toward the other end of the corridor. His footsteps gradually faded away. Becky was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned back and realized Jess had already walked several meters ahead. "Hey, you stop right there. Are you really just going to leave like that?" She hurried to catch up and grabbed Jess's sleeve. "What do you mean I just left like that? Isn't it because you ignored me?" Jess stopped and looked back at her. I, she stammered, then finally made a bold decision, wrapping her arms around Jess's arm. "I don't care. You made me angry just now. You have to take responsibility." Jess looked down at her. Her blue eyes were wide open, like a fluffy dog. "How do I take responsibility?" Becky blinked. She clearly didn't expect Jess to ask that. But soon, a clever smile appeared on her face. Let me think." She tilted her head, pretending to think seriously. Then she raised her face and spoke in a sweet, syrupy voice. Now it's just me and Jess, the side character, having some alone time. You better keep me company and help me cool down. That voice made Jess get goosebumps. He looked at her expressionless. Speak normally. Beaky immediately returned to her usual self, huffing. TCH. I just want you to walk around the school with me. What's wrong? Can't do it? She held Jess's arm and looked up at him, with a, dare you say no, expression. Jess looked into her sparkling eyes, then shrugged. Fine, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Beaky's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Yeah. Then let's go. She pulled Jess along and started walking. After a few steps, she stopped and looked back at the sheet wrapped around Jess. Are you planning to just walk around like that? Jess looked down at himself. The white sheet was wrapped around him, revealing half of his shoulder and chest. As the wind blew, the edge of the bedsheet gently fluttered. He thought for a moment. What's wrong? It's quite cool, and I think this is very sacred. By Chi, she took a deep breath. No, you're embarrassing me too much. She looked around, and her gaze landed on the drying rack at the end of the corridor, where a few washed bed sheets and duvet covers were hanging. By Chi's eyes lit up. She ran over, picked a dark blue bedsheet, and brought it back to hand to Gus. Use this. Gus looked at the dark blue bedsheet and then at her. What's the difference? Of course there's a difference, Bai Chi said confidently. White alone looks too much like a shroud. Adding blue makes it look better. Gus. He took the bedsheet and quickly wrapped himself up again. Bai Chi circled around him, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, very good. With my good taste added, it really looks different. Gus looked down at her. Can we go now? Let's go. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Teacher Vinikin stood at the podium, holding her magic wand, explaining today's lesson. So, the path of magic circulation directly affects casting efficiency. When practicing, everyone must pay attention to, in the back of the room. Lia sat by the window, propping her chin with one hand, her eyes gazing outside. Her attention was completely elsewhere. She was thinking about something else. Thinking about last night. Thinking about the steam in the bathroom. Thinking about that long kiss. Thinking, ugh. She covered her face, curling up into a ball. Her face felt painfully hot. At that moment, something touched her arm. Lia was startled and quickly turned her head. Sarisa was sitting beside her, looking at her with a blank expression. That hand belonged to Sarisa. Lia let out a breath of relief. Sare, Sarisa, you scared me to death. Sarisa looked at Lia, at her flushed face, at her shy eyes, and at the faint smile that she couldn't hide. Then, Sarisa spoke. Last night, you and Gus. Lia's smile froze. How did it feel to do that? Lia's mind instantly shut down. It was completely blank. Huh? She opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Sarisa remained expressionless, her black eyes full of curiosity. I want to know. Lia's face turned bright red so quickly it was obvious. From her cheeks to her ears, and down her neck, her whole head felt like it was boiling. You what? You. How do you know? She stammered, words jumbling together. Sarisa tilted her head. How? How do you know? Lia's voice was very quiet, almost a scream. Sarisa thought for a moment and answered calmly. The smell on you. Lia froze. Smell? Yes, Sarisa nodded. It feels like a very romantic smell. Huh? Lia's mind shut down again. Sarisa continued, and I am very sensitive to magic. The magic inside you is much more than yesterday. She paused. A lot more. Lia was completely speechless. She suddenly slammed her hands on the table and buried her face in her arms. Her whole back was hot. Sarisa looked at her, blinking. Then she reached out and poked Lia's arm. Lia, how do you feel? Lia hid her face even deeper. Don't ask. I want to know. No, please. Why? Because. Lia suddenly looked up, her face flushed, and stared at Sarisa. How can you say such things so casually? Sarisa looked at her and was silent for 2 seconds. Then she softly said, Oh, when you're ready to talk about it, just tell me. Lia. She leaned back onto the table again. But her mind kept thinking about what Sarisa had said. The smell on her body. Her magic power seemed to have increased. She remembered last night, when Jess was holding her, and then, ugh, she covered her face again. At the podium, Teacher Vinikin paused her explanation and looked at the 2 students below. One was lying on the desk, with steam rising from her back. The other looked at her with a blank expression. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back. She looked at Liao, the summoner of an S-class familiar. Then she looked at Sarisa, the daughter of the principal. And finally, at herself, an ordinary teacher, just a hard-working worker. She took a deep breath, then silently turned back and continued her lesson. The key points of magic circulation. Just remember them, everyone. Forget it. Why bother overthinking? Elsewhere, by the lake, sunlight shimmered on the water surface. There was a bench by the lake, where Jess sat, and Beaky sat on his lap. She held a paper box with freshly bought cream cake. Beaky scooped a piece with a small spoon and put it in her mouth. Delicious. She squinted her eyes, cheeks puffed out. Jess looked down at her, seeing her satisfied expression and the bit of cream on her lips. Then he rested his chin on her head, gently took a breath. A sweet smell drifted into his nose. Not the sweetness of cream, but her own sweetness. Different from Leah's faint milky scent or Cerise's fresh herbal aroma. The smell on Beaky was just pure sweetness. It was a bit overwhelming, but not unpleasant. Instead, it made me want to listen a little longer. Beaky paused her movements, sensing something. She felt the weight on her head and heard a gentle breathing sound. A slow smile appeared on her lips. Then she used a small spoon to take a piece of cake and said without turning around, "Fisher, what are you smelling?" Gus ignored her, but this made Beaky's smile deepen. Are you enchanted by my charm? Can't control yourself?" She turned her head, looked up at him, and her blue eyes were full of pride. "Oh, you're just a wild beast that only gets excited." Gus looked down at her proud little face. But he wasn't affected by her words and instead said, "You have a smell on you." Beaky was stunned. "A smell?" "Yes." Gus nodded seriously. "Smelly, eh?" Beaky's smile froze on her face, then suddenly burst out. "You smell worse." She suddenly turned around and started hitting Gus randomly. "I take a bath every day, and I use the flower petal bath salts from the palace. How could I smell bad?" Gus held her head. "Can't you smell it yourself?" "Of course I can't. Because I don't smell bad, then smell yourself." "I'm not." "Ugh." Gus held her wrist and brought it to her nose. Beaky instinctively took a breath, and a faint sweet scent drifted into her nose. She looked at her arm and then at Gus's face, which was struggling to keep a straight expression. "This is a fragrance. Not a bad smell. I think it smells bad. You." Beaky was furious. She bumped her head against Gus's chin. Thud. Gus leaned back and fell onto the bench. Beaky also fell down, lying on top of him. The two of them just lay on the bench, staring at each other. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on them. Beaky propped herself up and looked down at Gus. You just collapsed when I bumped into you. You're such a weakling." She said this with a proud smile on her face. Jess lay there without moving, just watching her. His blue eyes sparkled, and his smile was sweet but a little mischievous. Seeing Jess pinned under her, she reached out and scooped a piece of cake with a small spoon. "Hey, weakling, do you want to eat?" Jess looked at the spoonful of cake in her hand. "I bought it with my money. Are you asking if I want to eat?" "Of course. Shouldn't you just feed me directly?" Beaky paused, then her face turned slightly red. You wish. "I haven't even fed you yet." She said this. Then her eyes twinkled, and she showed a clever smile. Jess had seen that smile before. Every time she was about to cause trouble, she would wear this kind of grin. "Since you want to eat," Beaky climbed off him and sat on his lap. She looked down at Jess, full of pride. "So, weakling, want to eat? If you want to eat, come and get it yourself." Jess looked at Beaky's proud face. That expression clearly said, "Come on, see how you choose. I will definitely win. You definitely won't dare." Jess crooked his smile, and that smile made Beaky's heart skip a beat. "What are you laughing at?" Jess just slightly lifted his head and said, "The feast is waiting." "Huh?" She looked down at Jess. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Her face instantly turned bright red, and her whole head seemed to be steaming. You. Jess lay on the bench, looking at her with a half smile. "Didn't you say that?" "I was talking about the cake." "Oh." Jess nodded. "But I didn't understand it that way." "You." Beaky pointed at her, her finger trembling. Her face was almost blood red, and her blue eyes were full of panic and shame. You. You. Ed for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. Gus looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I was just joking." He sat up and reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Beaky was momentarily stunned by his touch. "Mississippi Miss Beaky, next time, don't play like that, okay? Otherwise, it won't be so simple next time." He, Beaky's face turned even redder. She looked down and mumbled softly, "Pervert. Perv. Little fish." But her voice grew quieter until it was almost inaudible. After a moment, she quietly looked up and stole a glance at Gus. Gus was relaxing with his eyes closed, leaning back in his chair, a smug smile on his face. She looked at him, her heart pounding loudly. Then she noticed that the corner of Gus's mouth had some cream from the cake. Beaky was momentarily stunned. Then she let out a soft giggle. Gus turned to look at her. "What's so funny?" Beaky pointed at his mouth. "Here, you got some." Gus reached up and wiped it off. "Anything else?" Beaky shook her head. "No, but isn't it true that you used the excuse of wiping off the cream to kiss me?" Gus said casually. "No way," Beaky argued, but after a moment, she whispered again. Gus, yes? Do you really think I smell bad? Then do you think I'm really a pervert?" No, actually." Seeing shy Beaky, Gus reached out and patted her head. "Actually, you don't just not smell bad. You smell really nice." "Really?" "Yes, very nice." Beaky's face turned red again, but this time she didn't hide. Instead, she looked up at him. "Is Lilia and Cerise's scent better?" Gus thought for a moment. "Different? How are they different?" "Lilia has a milky scent. Cerisa has a more natural, fresh scent. And you have a sweet scent." He paused. "Anyway, they all smell pretty good." "Humph. That's more like it." She spoke and then moved closer to Jess, leaning on him. "That's allowed for you to smell me more in the future." Jess looked down at her. She looked up, her blue eyes full of pride. But deep inside, she was a little shy. Jess also smiled. "Okay, Jess, yes? Tell me, who is better, me or Lia?" "Here we go again." Beaky stuck out her tongue. "Just curious." Jess thought for a moment, then slowly said, "Lia is the first person I met in this world. She's shy, but she will stand up for me. She's timid, but she will kiss me willingly. She has many flaws, but she keeps trying. And what about me? You are annoying, proud, like to cause trouble, bite people sometimes, and always act like the most important girl." Jess reached out and started tapping his fingers. Hearing this, Beaky's cheeks slowly puffed up, clearly not happy with what she heard. "But you are very real. You get angry and show it. You're happy and smile. You get jealous and say it directly. You don't hide things. You don't pretend to be someone else. Being with you, I don't have to guess what you're thinking. That, I really like." These words made Beaky, who was just puffed up, suddenly freeze. She looked at Jess, at his serious eyes, and then her face slowly turned red. It wasn't the first time she heard Jess praise her, nor was it the first time she was praised in the palace, but for some reason, her heart was beating faster and faster. You. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Finally, she lowered her head and buried her face in his chest. "Idiot," she mumbled softly. They just leaned on each other like that. Neither spoke. After a long while, Beaky's voice came from his embrace, muffled. "Jess, this young lady also likes you." Jess looked down at her. Although she didn't lift her head, her ears were red, which was very clear. "I know," he replied. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the bell finally rang for the end of class. Lia quickly stood up, grabbed her bag, and rushed outside. "Lia," Serena's voice called from behind, making Lia stop in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Serena. "Want to eat lunch together?" "Together? Yes, I want to eat with Jess too." Serena nodded. Lia looked at her, thinking about last night when Serena had taken Beaky away on her own. She also remembered this morning when Serena blushed after smelling something. And she recalled Serena asking seriously during class, "How do you feel?" She thought, this girl, who looks so cold, actually, also likes Jess. It's great that Jess is liked by so many people. Lia smiled at the thought. "Okay." Serena's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Really? Yes? We're friends. So let's do it together." She stepped forward and reached out her hand. Serena looked at that hand, hesitated for a moment, then gently took it. Yes, friends. Their small hands clasped together. By the lake, Jess and Beaky were still sitting on a bench. Beaky leaned on him, eyes half closed. "Jess, yes? I'm hungry. You just ate cake, and you're hungry again. That little thing isn't enough for me." Jess thought for a moment. "Shall we go eat?" Beaky's eyes lit up. "Yes, let's go eat. I want to eat." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly stopped, because she saw two familiar figures walking toward them from afar. One with silver hair, the other with blue hair. Leah and Serena were walking side by side. When Leah saw Jess, her eyes brightened, and she hurried over. Jess! She ran to the bench, looking at Jess and Beaky. Beaky was sitting on Jess's lap at this moment. Her steps paused briefly, but she quickly adjusted her expression and smiled. Pixie is here too. Pixie looked at her, then glanced at Teresa walking behind her. Why are you here? We finished class, so we came to eat with Jess. All right, let's go. Time to eat. Jess quickly changed the subject, shifting the focus to the meal. He didn't care what might happen inside the cafeteria. Half a month later, inside the fairy weaving shop, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the window at an angle, casting a yellow patch of light on the floor. Tiny dust particles floated in the light beam, drifting slowly. Jess stood in front of a tall, full-length mirror, looking at himself. He wore loose black clothes made of soft fabric, perfectly cut. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with simple dark red thread, barely visible in the light. A matching dark red sash was loosely tied around his waist, giving a neat yet relaxed look. What he liked most was the cloak behind him. No, more accurately, the hooded cloak integrated with his outfit. The black fabric from his shoulders hung down to his knees, lined with dark red inside. When moved, a deep, dark color showed through. The hood was large, enough to cover most of his face when pulled up. When down, it rested naturally on his back, swaying gently with his movements. Jess turned around, raised his arms to stretch, and did a few simple moves. There was no tightness, no unnecessary bulk. Every part of the outfit fit his body well, yet allowed plenty of movement. He looked at himself in the mirror and smiled happily. How do I look? Hartlow's voice came from beside him, full of anticipation and nervousness. Are you satisfied? Jess turned his head. Hartlow stood next to him, hands behind her back, looking up at him. Her pink twin braids hung over her shoulders and swayed gently as she moved. Under her cat ear hat, her bright blue eyes sparkled, fixed on him without blinking. Jess nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Hartlow's eyes curved into two crescent moons, and her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Hee, I knew you would like it. She walked around behind Jess, tiptoeing to help him straighten the hem of his cloak, her small fingers carefully pulling. I put a lot of effort into this outfit. She continued to tidy and chatter. The fabric is a blend of shadow spider silk and black velvet, lightweight and strong. Wearing it, you hardly feel any weight. The red patterns are embroidered with silk threads dyed with the feathers of a crimson phoenix. They have a slight shine in the sunlight, but are quite subtle normally, very low-key. She paused, then pointed to the inside of the cloak. I added some mithril threads inside, which can slightly deflect magical attacks, though you might not need it. But just in case, an extra layer of protection never hurts. And here, the seams are sewn with double stitches, twice as strong as normal. As Jess listened to her chatter, his expression gradually relaxed. Half a month had passed. During this time, he had been very peaceful. After paying off some debts, he bought a few things. As for daily life, in the mornings, he strolled around the campus with Beaky, listening to her chatter about interesting stories from the palace, watching her try various ways to tame him. In the afternoons, he read books with Cerisa in the library. To be precise, she was reading, and he was lying on a sofa beside her, sleeping. At night, he played doubles with Laya. She was quite dedicated to learning. Her skills were improving steadily. Although Laya no longer needed his guidance, she still liked to pull him along, saying, "Let Jess see my progress." Sometimes, she would come to Hartlow's place to grab some food and drinks and check on her new outfit. Life was simple. No fighting, no schemes, no sudden monsters appearing. Jess really enjoyed this feeling. In his view, if strength isn't used to enjoy life, what's the point? Jess? Hartlow's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Hartlow was looking up with a curious expression, her blue eyes full of doubt, as if wondering if he had zoned out again. I'm feeling peaceful. Huh, it's nothing. Gus shook his head, turned around, and looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Then he walked to the counter, took out a heavy money bag from his pocket. With a dull thud, the bag dropped on the counter. 1,000 gold coins. Hartlow was stunned. She looked at the money bag, then at Gus, her eyes widening and her mouth forming an O shape. 1,000? Yes. This outfit doesn't cost that much? Hartlow hurriedly waved her hands, worried. I know, but Gus shrugged and interrupted her, then leaned on the counter, crossing his arms, looking down at her. Heartlow, what are you doing? She felt a bit guilty under his gaze and instinctively stepped back. Your materials shouldn't be that expensive, right? Heartlow's eyes flickered, shifting left and right, afraid to look at him. It's enough. Really? Are you sure? Thought. Heartlow lowered her head and said nothing. Her small hands clenched together, and her pink braids slipped from her shoulders, hanging in front of her chest. The blush on her face, caused by guilt, was very clear. Gus looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Oomph, enough pretending. You think you're on the 3rd floor, but actually, I'm on the 5th. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead. Ouch. Heartlow covered her forehead, looked up at him with a sad expression. Her blue eyes shimmered with a faint light, unsure if it was real pain or just acting. Gus pointed to the bag of coins. Keep this money. It covers the materials, the craftsmanship, and the cookies I owed you before, but it's not really that much. Then consider it a deposit for future work. Gus crossed his arms, his tone firm. I will definitely come back to make more clothes. Leah, Sarisa, and Biki, those girls, will also need your help. Besides, he paused, his gaze falling on Heartlow's face. Usually, her eyes looked lazy, but now they showed a hint of seriousness. Are you short of money lately? Heartlow's body stiffened slightly. She looked up at Jess, her blue eyes full of surprise and a little panic, as if she had been caught. How do you know? Jess shrugged. Every time I come, you're busy making clothes, and you don't even want to leave the shop to eat. Last time I treated you to a meal, you ate happily. Clearly it's been a while since you had good food. He pointed around the shop. And these fabrics, although good quality, are all old stock. The new, high-quality fabrics you haven't even displayed one piece. Heartlow looked at the familiar fabrics Jess pointed to and was silent for a few seconds. Then she lowered her head and whispered, Why are you paying so much attention to these? It's just a habit. If you don't observe your surroundings carefully, you might get friendly reminders from your teammates. Jess stroked his chin, thinking back to the days when he used his keyboard like a piano. Anyway, don't think too much about it. Keep your money, eat and drink well. Next time I come, if I see you working on clothes hungry, I'll be mad. Jess's eyes showed no pity or sympathy, just a normal look at her, as if he was looking at a friend who needed help. And his confident attitude didn't bother Heartlow. Thank you. Thanks for what? By the way, do you still have cookies? Heartlow was stunned for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. She turned around, went behind the counter, took a small cloth bag from the cabinet, and handed it to Jess. I've had it ready for you for a long time. He nodded happily and put the bag into his pocket. All right, I'm leaving. He turned toward the door. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back. Heartlow stood behind the counter, small in stature, holding that heavy money bag with both hands, watching him. Jess waved at her. Don't work too hard. Okay. Gus, made from fairy silk, walks along the school path. Occasionally, a few students pass by and instinctively step aside, quickening their pace to leave him behind. Gus is used to this. The reputation of being an S-class familiar, along with a duel from 2 weeks ago, has made him a legend at the school. As he walks, the students' eyes are filled with respect, curiosity, and a faint hint of fear. He doesn't care. He has never cared. Suddenly, he stops, puts his hands on his hips, and laughs loudly. Hee, I am so strong. So cool. So powerful. I'm such a terrifying demon god. If anyone dares to look at me the wrong way, they'll be struck down by my divine lightning. No, they'll all be caught in my endless cycle of despair. Ha! The students around him quicken their steps even more. Some even start to jog. Gus doesn't mind and continues walking, occasionally bouncing a little. Why not go a little crazy? Life wouldn't be fun without a bit of madness. As he walks, he takes a cookie from his bag and bites into it. Tasty too. Chewing the cookie, he plans who to visit next. That girl, Biki, kept pestering him this morning, saying she wanted to see the secret base on the back mountain of the school. But when they got there, it was just a normal little cave. She still didn't give up, insisting there must be treasure inside. She dragged him around for a long time, but in the end, they only found a trembling rabbit's nest. She looked at the nest with a very complicated expression. Finally, she couldn't bear to disturb the rabbits and just squatted there, watching for a long time, softly saying, so cute. In the afternoon, he was supposed to spend time with Sarisa. That girl, though silent, always looked at him with that kind of gaze whenever she was a few minutes late. It wasn't anger or sadness, just quiet observation. It made him feel uneasy. Tonight, it was Lia's turn. He was thinking about this when suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind him. Not an ordinary breeze, but one carrying some kind of power, coming without warning. Gus's battle instinct immediately kicked in. His body instinctively prepared to dodge, and his hand was already on the spirit of the dream, hanging at his waist. But before he could move, a hand grabbed his arm. Huh? This feeling is. In the next second, the scenery around him started to twist. When he regained his senses, he was standing in a familiar office, the principal's office at Saria. What does this mean? Nice to see you again, Mr. Gus. He looked at Saria, then at Sarisa, who was holding his arm nearby. Gus. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Can you please say hello first next time? Is saying hello enough? Exactly. Gus rubbed his temples, then walked over to Saria behind the desk and sat down opposite him. Tell me, what's going on? Saria paused for a moment, then smiled. How do you know I have something to say? Obviously. Gus leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Your daughter suddenly pulled me over. It can't just be for tea, right? If it was, you could just send a pot over without all this fuss. Saria smiled, but didn't reply. He stood up, went to the cabinet behind him, took out a small box, then returned to the desk and placed the box on it. Inside the box were several dark-colored fragments. Gus squinted, leaning slightly forward. The fragments had intricate carvings, and although broken, it was still clear they were part of a necklace. The edges of the fragments were clean, not like they had been shattered by force, but more like they had split apart on their own. This is a rune necklace. Years ago, to cure Eliza, Cerise's mother, I went to the obsidian fortress to have the dwarf master Hageman Copperbeard crafted. He paused, then picked up one of the fragments. Although it didn't break the curse, this necklace can block external attacks and curses, protecting her from further harm. For the past few years, it's been all she had. I see. I understand. Saria didn't finish his sentence, but Gus understood. He looked at the fragments, then at Sarisa sitting quietly beside him, her head lowered, her expression hidden. So what happened next? Thera raised her head and looked at Jess. A few days ago, it suddenly broke. She placed the broken pieces back into the box and pushed it toward Jess. There was no warning, no external force. It just broke. Jess picked up a piece and examined it carefully, turning it over in his hand. The pattern was very detailed, the craftsmanship was exquisite, and the break was clean, definitely not shattered by force. So you want me to fix it? Yes, I can only find the right person now, you. Thera looked at him seriously. I want you and Sarisa to go to the obsidian fortress, find Master Hageman, and ask him to repair this necklace. Jess tilted his head and looked at her without answering immediately. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you go yourself? With your skills, it probably won't take long, right? After hearing Jess's words, Thera stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to Jess. I can't leave. Can't leave? Jess looked a bit doubtful. If I leave the academy, some things might get out of control. Thera looked out at the campus outside the window, her voice calm, but Jess could hear a hint of helplessness in it. He turned around and looked at her. You should know about my connections with the royal family. If I leave, some people will see it as an opportunity. Haha, I see. So this school has also become a cage they designed for you, Jess said straightforwardly, leaning back in his chair and meeting her gaze. Hearing this, Thera only smiled faintly and didn't reply. All right then. Thera's eyes lit up slightly. You've agreed? Yeah, I've got nothing better to do anyway. Going out for a bit is fine, just a little trip. Maybe I'll run into something interesting. Jess put the broken pieces back into the box and stored it away. He glanced at Sarisa beside him. She had already lifted her head and was looking at him, but soon she lowered it again. Thera returned to her desk, took out a piece of sheepskin from the drawer, and spread it out on the table. It was a hand-drawn map, with rough lines but very clear. The map shows mountains, forests, rivers, and a few areas circled in red. This is a map. If we follow this route, it will take about 5 days to reach the Black Obsidian Fortress. So why can't we just teleport there directly, to save time and effort? So I guess I won't get any rewards, huh? Gus looked at Threa with a tired expression, and Threa pretended to be surprised as she said, Isn't traveling with your adorable daughter enough of a reward? Good grief. Gus was about to say something, but Freya already handed him the map. Can we leave in 3 days? All right, I'll handle the preparations. Gus waved casually and left. Although he said he was a bit reluctant, he was actually quite eager to explore more of this world. 3 days passed quickly. On the first day, Gus told Laya about the trip. I want to go too. I know, but not this time. Why? Gus looked into her eyes, seeing the mixed feelings there. Regret, worry, and a tiny bit of sadness. Freya said, Freya told me this trip is for an important task. Plus, Beaky can't go either. If you leave, she'll be all alone and bored. Laya opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Gus's next words. Also, don't forget, Teacher Vinikin said you need extra lessons during this time. Yes, extra lessons. Teacher Vinikin said she must study systematically. Laya looked at him, at his gentle eyes, and then sighed. All right. She lowered her head and mumbled softly. Come back early. Yeah. Think of me every day. Yeah. And don't get too close to Thresha. Laya looked up at him, a small proud smile on her face. Just kidding, she smiled, a smile brighter than the sunshine outside. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you. She tiptoed and gently kissed his cheek. The next day, Jess went to find Beaky. Beaky was lying on a bench by the lake, sunbathing. She wore a light yellow dress, with her blonde twin tails spread over the back of the bench. One hand was on her forehead to block the sun, and her eyes were half closed. Hey, little fish, you're here. Jess walked over and sat beside her. Beaky rolled over, resting her head on his lap, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Why are you here so early today? I thought you'd come in the afternoon. I'm going on a short trip. Beaky's body stiffened slightly. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Where to? Black Obsidian Fortress. Why? To help Cerisa with something. Then she suddenly sat up. I want to go too. No, you can't. Why not? Cerisa said so, for your safety. I'm very safe. With you here? No, you can't. Beaky stared at him, her cheeks puffed out. Jess just looked at her calmly, steady as a mountain. You'll come back, yes. Without any damage, yes. And not be lured away by other women. Did you hear me? Yes, yes, yes. I will miss you. She paused, her face slightly red. I will miss you. On the night before departure, the third day, Jess was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Outside the window, 2 moons, one red and one blue, hung in the sky, casting 2-colored gentle light. Liao was already asleep, curled up beside him. Outside, the campus was silent. Jess gently withdrew his hand from Leah's embrace, got up, and walked to the window. At this moment, the light in the dean's office was still on, a faint yellow glow that stood out in the night. Jess looked at the light, lost in thought. Something feels a bit too smooth. Like everything is going too well. The moonlight fell on him. He had no expression on his face and quietly looked into the distance, watching the campus shrouded in night. Then, his figure began to fade away. Rhine Empire Palace. Late at night, the palace was still brightly lit. In the tallest tower, in a luxurious decorated room, King Valen Rhine of the Rhine Empire sat on his throne. He looked to be in his 40s, with blonde hair falling over his shoulders and blue eyes sharp like a sword. He wore a dark red formal suit, with a white cloak draped over his shoulders. He exuded the commanding presence of someone used to being in power, making it hard to look directly at him. He held a glass of red wine, but did not drink. He just quietly stared at the liquid inside. The deep red wine shimmered in the candlelight, like solidified blood. The room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear the flickering of the candle flame. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew in through the open window. It was soft and light, like a summer night breeze. But a slight smile appeared at the corner of Valen's mouth. Has he arrived? A soft laugh echoed in the air. In the next moment, Syria's figure appeared in the center of the room. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating him. He was still wearing his silver-trimmed mage robe, with his characteristic gentle smile on his face. Long time no see, my brother. Valen put down his wine glass, leaned on his throne, and looked down at him. His gaze held no joy of brotherly reunion, only scrutiny and evaluation. Long time no see. Humph, the last time we met was 3 months ago, right? If I hadn't called you here myself, would you have stayed at that school forever? Just 4. That woman. Syria didn't respond, and Valen didn't intend to press further. Tell me, how did things go? If everything goes as planned, They will pass through a section of the Holy Light Church. Just a church section? Yeah, the route marked on the map passes right through there. Hearing Syria's answer, Valen was silent for a few seconds, then he smiled. His smile carried a hint of amusement, coldness, and a faint, almost imperceptible expectation. Ha! A church section is fine. Those holy rollers have been getting more and more arrogant lately. Did they really bring up the divine right of kings at the last meeting? He paused, a deeper smile forming on his lips. Have they forgotten that we, the 9th rank, are still here? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of fighting spirit erupted from Valen. Without warning or preparation, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. The entire heart of the Empire trembled, but no one made a sound, because everyone knew where that energy came from. It was pure, fierce, 9th rank swordsmanship power. But Threya remained standing still, unmoving, with no change in his expression. Behind him, a huge shadow appeared. It was a blue dragon head. The dragon horns were sharp, the whiskers flowing, and the scales clearly visible. The dragon eyes slowly opened, glowing with a deep blue light. The dragon head opened its mouth, swallowing him whole. Valen's fighting spirit collided with the shadow of the dragon head, creating ripples. But no matter how fierce the attack, it couldn't make any progress. The dragon shadow remained steady, while Threya stood calmly inside, even his clothes' edges not moving. Valen looked at the dragon shadow, his smile growing even deeper. He retracted his fighting spirit, and the room returned to silence. Only the lingering pressure still slowly faded in the air. It seems you haven't regressed over these years. Valen leaned back on his throne, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. The dragon shadow behind Threya gradually disappeared. I also have reasons not to fall behind. All right, I understand. He picked up his wine glass again and took a sip. That magic beast called Jess. How is he? Threya thought for a moment. Very strong. And very special. Special. His source of power is different from any system we know. And he values the people around him. Valen nodded thoughtfully. Valuing the people around him. Compared to ordinary magic beasts, these humanoid ones are even more concerning. Thud, thud, thud. The distant clock tower rang out a long bell, signaling midnight. All right, you can go now. Don't forget our promise, said Syria with a slight bow. Of course, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to fade and eventually disappeared into the air. The room was now empty except for Valen. He sat on the throne, gazing out the window in silence for a long time. The moonlight shone on his face, revealing a serious expression mixed with some complicated feelings. After a long pause, he softly said, Elinsa, if only I could have. Back then, he didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one go. On the day of departure, the morning sun just reached the top of the academy's tallest tower. Gus stood by his dorm window, taking one last look at his small room. Outside, he could hear occasional bird calls and the hurried footsteps of students passing by. He withdrew his gaze and focused inward. A semi-transparent system display appeared before his eyes, showing familiar data. Name, Gus, gold coins. 8,950, blue essence. 2,150, owned heroes. Iron armor dead soul Mordekaiser, full form, permanent. Magic seal sword soul Yon, full form, permanent. Owned equipment. Dream spirit, golden shovel, lead dice, crystal rose, equipment fragments. May 10th, permanent skills, shadow power, way of the wandering warrior, passive runes, conqueror. Currently active on 3 people, 15% all attributes. Calm and composed Gus stared at the numbers, his eyes almost glowing. 8,950, he whispered softly. He was just over 1,000 away from 10,000 coins. After this mission, he should be able to save enough to open a golden hex deck chest. And with the blue essence, over 2,000, still far from 5,500, but at least he had gained quite a bit compared to half a month ago. These days, there's more hope, he thought. He closed the system panel, checked his equipment one last time, with Dream's spirit tied at his waist, and the golden shovel, lead dice, and crystal rose stored in his system backpack. Everything was ready. He turned around and looked at the bed, where Laya had already dressed and was standing there watching him. Jess, she softly called. Let's go. Don't make them wait too long. The two of them left the dorm together. At the school gate, several people were already standing in the square. Beaky was at the front, arms crossed, her blonde twin tails gently swaying in the morning breeze. She looked more refined than usual, clearly dressed up specially. When she saw Jess, she immediately snorted and turned her head aside, but her blue eyes kept sneaking a peek. Soraya stood beside her, still wearing his silver-edged mage robe, with a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Jess and Laya walking over and nodded slightly. Hatro was a little farther away, standing on tiptoe, trying to look less short. She held a small cloth bag in her arms and waved quickly when she saw Jess. Jess approached everyone and released Laya's hand. Everyone's here, obviously. It's my honor to see you off. How dare you make me wait? Well, it really is my honor. Humph. Beaky snorted and took out a small bag from her pocket, placing it in Jess's hand. Take this. What is it? Snacks. Thanks. Beaky's ears turned even redder. It's not like I made this just for you. I made too much and can't finish it. I know. Good. Then, at this moment, Hatro also stepped forward, handing Jess the small cloth bag she was holding. This is mine. Some cookies, in case you're hungry on the way. Laya stood nearby, watching this scene, twisting her fingers around her clothes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what. She hadn't brought anything. Her things were in the dorm, and she didn't know what to give either. Jess noticed her expression, walked over, and gently patted her head. You already gave something last night. Laya's face turned slightly red. Last night. She really did. Give something. Be careful. Hearing Laya's words of caution, Jess nodded. Finally, Soraya stepped forward. He looked at Jess, and his smile faded a little, becoming more serious. Please, I need your help, he said softly. Jess looked at him for a second, then nodded. Leave it to me. Syria then looked at Cerisa. He opened his mouth to say something, but finally just reached out and gently patted her head. Cerisa looked up at her father, then closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. After that, Syria withdrew his hand and took a step back. Let's go. Cerisa nodded and walked to the side. There was a vehicle parked there. It wasn't a horse-drawn carriage, but a flying vehicle, with two large creatures standing quietly, occasionally moving their heads. Jess approached and was stunned. The creatures looked like ostriches but with longer necks, thicker legs, and tough scales on their claws. The strangest part was their heads, clearly lizard-like, triangular, covered with fine scales, with vertical pupils, and they were staring at Jess. What are these things? Jess blurted out. Cerisa came over and looked up at the creatures. Earthbirds. Earthbirds? Yes, because their call sounds like earth, earth. Cerisa paused and added, they're very fast and are commonly used for transportation. Jess stared at the earthbird, and the bird stared back at him. They looked at each other for 3 seconds. Then the bird opened its mouth. Earth. Earth. The sound was so loud it made Jess's ears ring. He rubbed his ears and looked at the creature, grimacing. Who named this? It's really a silly name. Cerisa went to the front of the vehicle, checked the reins and the yoke, then looked back at Jess. Get in. Jess walked over and climbed into the carriage. It was surprisingly spacious, enough for 4 or 5 people, with soft cushions and a small window to see the scenery. Cerisa sat in the driver's seat, took the reins. Hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, the two earthbirds moved their legs at the same time. Whoosh. The vehicle suddenly sped forward. Jess leaned back hard and fell heavily against the backrest. Whoa. He looked out the window and saw the school's walls shrinking visibly, while a few small figures at the gate still waved goodbye. Teresa's calm voice came from the front. I told you to sit still. Gus rubbed his back where he had bumped it and couldn't help but complain. Is this fast? Or is it taking off? Teresa didn't answer, just focused on driving. The car sped along a wide road, with tall trees rushing past on both sides. The wind from the speed made the windows hum. Gus watched the scenery fly by outside and gradually got used to the speed. He leaned back and looked at the small figure ahead. Teresa sat straight in the driver's seat, her back upright, holding the reins steadily. Her blue short hair fluttered in the wind, shining softly in the sunlight. Her face looked calm, but her black eyes were focused on the road ahead. Gus suddenly became curious. Have you driven before? Teresa paused for a moment. First time. Gus sat up straight suddenly. What did you say? Teresa looked back at him with a calm expression. I read about it. Gus took a deep breath. So, this is your first time actually driving? Yeah. Gus stared at her for a moment, then slowly leaned back in his seat. All right, no one's getting hurt. The journey was calmer than Gus expected. The dirt bird ran at full speed, fast but steady. The carriage was simple, but the shock absorption was good. Aside from the initial start, he felt fine inside. Gus leaned back and looked out the window. This world was more beautiful than he thought. The sky was a clear, deep blue, richer than Earth's, as if washed by water. The clouds were low, and sometimes a few floated close to the window, as if he could reach out and touch them. In the distance, there were rolling mountains covered with green plants, with huge birds soaring between the peaks. Nearby was a vast grassland, and when the wind blew, the grass waved in layers like a green ocean. Occasionally, they passed through small villages. The houses are made of stone, with thatched or tiled roofs. They can see villagers working in the fields, children playing by the roadside, and when a bird carriage passes by, people stop what they are doing and look curiously. Gus watches these scenes and feels strangely calm inside. Back on Earth, he used to stay in a rented room all day playing games and rarely went outside. Now he thinks that the outside world is actually quite nice. Pretty good view, he mutters softly. Cerisa's voice comes from ahead. Yes. After a moment, she adds, more beautiful than the academy. Gus smiles. Of course, I see the academy every day, so I'm used to it. He looks at Cerisa in front of him. She is sitting in the driver's seat, with her back to him. Her short blue hair is gently blown by the wind. She holds the reins with both hands, sitting straight and focused on the road ahead. From behind, her figure looks small, with thin shoulders. But even this small figure is driving the bird carriage, leading him across the grasslands, over hills, moving forward. Gus silently watches for a while, then looks away and continues to enjoy the scenery outside the window. The wind blows from ahead, ruffling Cerisa's short hair, and occasionally a few strands brush Gus's cheek. It carries a faint, fresh scent, like the smell of a morning garden, unique to her. Gus takes a deep breath, then leans back in his seat and closes his eyes. Call me when we arrive. Okay. The next afternoon, as the sun begins to set, the outline of a city appears ahead. It is a city surrounded by high walls, built from gray-white stones. Watchtowers are spaced along the walls, with flags flying from their tops. The flag is golden, embroidered with a golden tree wrapped in a shining sun. It is the symbol of the Holy Light Church. Gus squints. La Brea, that's the name of this place, Cerisa says softly. Let's rest here for the night and set out again tomorrow. I agree, Gus nods. Cerisa also slows down the bird carriage and gently heads toward the city gates. At the gate, several armored soldiers stand, and when they see the carriage, they signal it to stop. Cerisa pulls on the reins. A soldier approached, scanning the two of them with his eyes, finally focusing on the spirit of dreams at Jess's waist. Weapon? Jess looked at the soldier lazily and said, just an ornament. The soldier frowned, clearly not convinced. At that moment, another soldier came over and whispered something in his ear. The soldier glanced at Jess, his expression slightly changing, then waved his hand. Go ahead, Cerisa urged the earth bird again, and the bird carriage entered through the city gate. Once inside, Jess's view suddenly opened up. The streets were wider than expected, lined with various shops and homes. There were many pedestrians, but unlike the academy area, the people here were more mixed. There were humans, dressed simply in cloth, hurrying past. There were half-orcs, with beast ears and tails. There were halflings, small in stature, weaving through the crowd with quick movements. And some other races Jess couldn't name. Is this La Brea? Cerisa stood beside him, looking up as well. Yes, marked on the map. She paused and added, my father said this is a relatively peaceful area. Relatively peaceful? Jess raised an eyebrow. Meaning, as long as you're not considered a heretic by the church, you're fine? Cerisa thought for a moment. Probably. It's quite lively. Just then, a figure stepped out from the crowd and stopped in front of the bird carriage. It was a young man, wearing a black and white robe, with a golden emblem of the Holy Light Church on his chest. He looked handsome, with a gentle smile on his face, and his blonde hair neatly combed. He saw Cerisa and Jess, first raising his arms to the sky, tilting his head back, and shouting in a tone like a hymn. Praise the Holy Light. People around stopped in their tracks upon hearing this, some mimicking his actions. Jess, Sarisa. After finishing the gesture, the man looked back at them, his smile even brighter. Welcome to Labria, travelers from afar. I am Havis, a priest of the Holy Light Church. Is there anything I can help you with? His tone was very enthusiastic, perhaps a bit too much. Gus leaned back in his seat, lazily watching him. Is there a place to stay? Havis paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes. There are several inns in Labria, and they are quite nice. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something, and his expression became a bit awkward. But recently, because of some reasons, the inns might be all full. Gus raised an eyebrow. Full? Yes. The soldiers of the Rhine Empire are stationed here recently, and they have rented out several inns. So now, he paused, thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Oh, if you two don't mind, you can stay at Sam Orphanage. Gus was a bit surprised. Orphanage? Yes. Havis explained enthusiastically. Sam Orphanage was built with funds from the Holy Light Church, and it cares for many orphans. The conditions aren't as good as a hotel, but it's clean, tidy, and free. If you're just staying temporarily, it should be fine. Gus didn't speak, just looked at him thoughtfully. This place is far from everything, in a remote area where nothing much happens. Why are the soldiers of the Rhine Empire stationed here? He thought for a moment, decided it wasn't his business, and didn't ask. Plus, he really needed some rest. Last night, Sarisa kept sniffing around him and didn't let him sleep well. What do you think? Sarisa looked at him and nodded. Okay, she said, then jumped down from the driver's seat, walked over to Gus, reached out her hand, and gently took his. Gus looked down at her, didn't say anything, just tightened her hand. Havis saw this and smiled even more. You two are very close. Follow me, please. I'll have someone take your horse to the carriage. He waved his hand, and a boy dressed in rough cloth ran over, took the reins, and led the horse in another direction. Havis turned and headed toward the city. Follow me, please. Sam Orphanage is located in the western part of the city. Havis led the way, walking and describing the surroundings. His tone was warm and friendly, as if he were welcoming important guests. Although Labria is far away, it has developed quite well over the years. The Holy Light Church has built several facilities here, including an orphanage, a church, a hospital, and a school. Gus followed behind him, listening casually. Teresa walked beside him, holding his hand tightly without letting go. Her face was still expressionless, but Gus could feel her fingers move slightly now and then, like a small subconscious gesture. After passing a few streets, the area started to quiet down. The buildings on both sides changed from shops to regular houses, and further ahead, there were some old-looking houses that seemed a bit worn. Havis's voice continued. Sam Orphanage was built 10 years ago. Back then, due to war, many children lost their parents and ended up on the streets. The Holy Light Church couldn't bear to see them suffer, so they funded the building of this orphanage. He paused, sounding proud. It cares for orphans of different races, humans, half-orcs, halflings, and even some mixed-blood children. No matter what race, as long as they are homeless children, we take them in. Gus nodded as he listened. It sounded like a good thing. But before he could speak, Havis kept talking. The children are raised here, and the church teaches them to read and write. They also learn skills based on their talents and personalities. Some learn woodworking, some sewing, and others farming. He walked ahead, his back turned to them, his voice gentle. When they turn 16, they leave the orphanage to start their independent lives. Gus felt something was off. Not in what was being said, but in how it was said. Havis took a few more steps, and then stopped. He turned around and looked at Gus. The sunlight fell on his face, revealing a gentle smile on his handsome features. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. Havis smiled and continued. Now, though, things are a bit different. He turned back and kept walking forward. The Rhine Empire is at war, as you both probably know. Although we are in a remote area, the news has still reached us. Gus did not respond. Havis was not bothered and said casually, the Holy Light Church and the Rhine Empire are known to cooperate. Since they work together, some things naturally involve mutual help. He paused. For example, slaves. The Empire now needs a lot of manpower. The army needs logistics. The mines need miners, and farms need workers. All these require people. And people cost money. He slightly turned his head, glancing at the two behind him. So, slaves are common in the Empire. Without slaves, many places would be empty, and many jobs would go undone. As for the Sam orphanage, he stopped walking. Gus and Sarisa also stopped. Havis turned around and looked at them. Sunlight shone from behind him, casting shadows on his face, making his gentle smile seem a bit strange. The orphans here will live, because those who die lose their value. He paused again, then raised his hand, pointing to a large building nearby. We've arrived. Gus looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a large stone building that looked like a cathedral, with grayish-white walls, some of which were peeling and worn. There were many windows, mostly closed, so you couldn't see inside. In front of the building was a small yard enclosed by iron fences. A few children were playing there. Everything looked very normal. He looked at Havis, who was still standing at the door. Please come in. I will go say hello to the director and arrange accommodations for you. He pushed open the iron gate and went inside. Gus watched his back, then looked at Sarisa beside him. Let's go. Gus pushed open the orphanage's iron gate and stepped inside. The yard was wider than he expected, paved with smooth stone slabs, with some unknown flowers and plants on both sides. The sunlight shone down from above, illuminating the children playing there. A few human children were chasing and laughing, their voices bright and cheerful. Two half-orc children squatted in a corner, drawing something on the ground with sticks, occasionally looking up to talk to each other. There are also a few half-human children, small in size, jumping around under an old tree, trying to reach the low-hanging branches. Jess stands still, his eyes scanning these children. Their clothes are simple, plain white fabric long robes, all very clean. Although their faces are a bit thin, they do not show signs of long-term hunger. Their smiles are genuine and heartfelt, not fake or overly eager. Jess remains silent for a few seconds. The words Havis just said still echo in his mind. Orphans will survive because those who die have lost their value. Those words sound cold and harsh, but the scene before him does not match those words. Havis seems to notice his thoughts. He stops, turns around, looks at Jess, and still wears that gentle smile. Do you think this place is different from what I imagined? Jess looks at him without speaking. Havis smiles slightly and continues. It's clear that neither of you are ordinary people. People like you often have some extra compassion to spare for these strangers' children. His tone is calm, as if stating a fact, without any mockery. But don't worry, these children's lives are actually much better than you think. He raises his hand, pointing to the children playing in the yard. Compared to those children who died in wars, diseases, or famines, they at least have food to eat, a place to live, and someone to teach them how to survive. He withdraws his hand and looks back at Jess with an even warmer smile. So, you don't need to worry. Jess looks at him for a few seconds. Then he turns his gaze away and continues walking forward. Let's go. To see the director. Havis leads them inside to the first floor, through a corridor, and finally stops in front of a half-open door. He knocks on the door. Director Flora, we have guests. A slightly hoarse voice comes from inside. Come in. Havis pushes the door open and steps aside. Jess walks in and immediately sees the elderly woman sitting by the window. She is a female half-orc. She sat on an old wicker chair, wearing a long dark robe that was very neat. Her gray hair was styled simply in a bun, held in place with a wooden hairpin at the back of her head. The most noticeable feature was her ears. They were cat ears, now drooping on each side of her head. The fur was gray and dull, with no shine. Occasionally, they twitched slightly, but very gently. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes looked cloudy. However, when she looked at Jess, her eyes had a gentle light, showing calmness from having seen much in life, and a relaxed attitude after many years. Havis approached her and bowed slightly. Director Flora, these two are travelers passing through Labria. Since all the inns are occupied by soldiers of the Empire, they want to stay here for a night. He paused and added, they are guests of the Holy Light. Flora nodded and looked at Jess and Sarisa. She examined Jess from head to toe, then paused for a second at the spirit of dreams on his waist before looking away. Then she looked at Sarisa, observing her expressionless face and calm black eyes. Finally, she smiled. Her smile softened her entire face. Welcome. Her voice was hoarse but gentle. As long as you don't mind the simple place, you can stay as long as you like. Jess stepped forward and slightly bowed. Sorry to bother you. My name is Jess. This is my companion, Sarisa. Sarisa also bowed slightly. Flora nodded and slowly stood up, leaning on the armrest of her wicker chair. Her movement was slow, and she seemed to have knee trouble, swaying a little when she stood. Jess instinctively reached out to help, but she gently waved him off. It's fine, just an old problem. After steadying herself, she walked toward the door. Follow me, I'll show you to your room. Flora led them upstairs, through a corridor, and finally stopped in front of a wooden door. She pushed the door open and stepped aside. This is it. Jess entered and looked around the room. It was small but very tidy. There was a wooden bed against the wall, with white sheets and blankets neatly folded. There is a small table by the window and a wooden coat rack in the corner, which is empty. Sunlight streams through the window, making the room warm and cozy. Gus looks at the bed. Just one bed. Only one bed. He pauses for a moment, then turns to Flora. Is this the only room? Flora looks at him, then at Teresa standing behind him, and slowly smiles with a meaningful look. Young man, don't be shy. She blinks, and her cloudy eyes show a knowing expression. I've lived for many years, seen a lot. You young folks say one thing, but feel another inside. No, I just want to sleep well. Flora looks at him again, then at Teresa. Teresa remains expressionless, quietly watching Gus. Flora is silent for a second, then lets out a long "oh," stretching the sound. Oh, I see. Gus, what do you see? Flora doesn't answer, just waves her hand with a smile. All right, all we have is this empty room. The others are full, so you'll have to make do for one night. After saying that, she turns and walks toward the door. At the door, she stops and looks back at Gus. Her gaze seems to say, young man, seize the chance. Then she closes the door, and her footsteps fade away. Gus stands there, watching the closed door, with a twitching smile. He turns to Teresa. Teresa is standing by the window, looking out at the yard. The sunlight hits her, turning her short blue hair into a warm golden color. Her face is emotionless, as if everything that just happened has nothing to do with her. But Gus notices that her ears are slightly red. Gus rubs his temples. Tonight, you sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Teresa turns to look at him. Why? Why what? Why don't we sleep together? Gus chokes a little, looking into Teresa's eyes, unsure of what to say. Teresa continues to look at him, waiting for his answer. Gus takes a deep breath. Because I didn't sleep well last time. Teresa blinked her eyes. Why? Because you've been lying on me, smelling me. Then she softly said, oh, and looked away, continuing to gaze out the window. But Gus's scent makes my body feel warm. I think it's time to add something new to your profile. Gus sighed. Just then, a commotion came from outside the window. Gus walked over to the window and looked out. In the yard, the children playing were running toward the building. Some ran very fast, others a bit slower, but all headed in the same direction, the dining hall. At a window downstairs, Flora was standing there, waving at the children. Time to eat. Come back. The children heard her voice and ran even faster. Gus watched this scene, a slight smile on his face. Truly, peaceful everyday life is the best. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a person in the corner of the yard, standing under an old tree. It was a girl. She wore a long white cloth dress like all the children, but her dress was noticeably longer, with the hem reaching her ankles. Her hair was very long, a light blonde, unstyled, flowing down to her calves, shining softly in the sunlight. She didn't run. She just stood under the tree, hands clasped together in front of her chest, head slightly bowed. She was praying. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her. A gentle breeze blew, causing her long hair to sway slightly, a few strands brushing her face. Her lips moved softly, whispering something. But her expression was pure, a gentle smile. Not a happy smile, nor a satisfied one, but a deeper, tenderer, hopeful smile. It was as if she was speaking to an unseen presence, and that presence was listening. Gus looked at her, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, Flora's voice came from beside him. That is Elena. Gus turned his head and saw that Flora had somehow come upstairs and was standing behind him, watching the girl outside the window. Elena? Yes, Flora nodded, her gaze fixed on the lonely figure. She is a very special child. Her voice carried a hint of complicated emotion. When she first arrived, she played well with the other children. She loved to laugh and talk, and everyone liked her. She paused. But then, she started saying she could see things. Gus's heart tightened a little. Things? Flora shook her head. I don't know. What she says, others can't see. She talks about elves in the trees, little monsters by the wall, glowing tiny people in the air. At first, the children found it fun, but then, she didn't finish, but Gus understood. The children began to be afraid. Her friends became fewer and fewer, until she was all alone. Gus looked at the girl outside the window. She was still standing under the tree, still praying, still wearing that pure smile. I asked her many times who she was talking to. She said they were her friends. I asked where her friends were, and she said they were right here, just invisible to me. She also said she was making wishes, hoping they would come true. Gus was silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. What wishes? Flora shook her head. She won't say. Every time I ask, she just smiles. Gus's gaze returned to the lonely figure. He looked at the girl with her long blonde hair, her pale clothes, and her innocent smile. Then, his lips started to twitch. Because in his mind, countless classic scenes from games flashed. The girl who sees strange things, an important NPC. Her wish, probably not a good thing. What she wishes for, most likely triggers some side quest. And they just happen to pass by here, stay at this orphanage, and see her. And then, what will happen, even a toe's length ahead, he could already imagine. Gus took a deep breath. Director Flora, we're leaving early tomorrow morning. Is it so urgent? Why not stay a couple more days? No, we can't. Gus shook his head. We have urgent matters and need to leave quickly. Flora looked at him, silent for a moment, then smiled. All right, then rest early. Dinner is at the first floor cafeteria. You can go anytime. After she finished, she turned and left. Gus stood there, still watching the girl outside the window. The sunset was slanting west, and the light became soft, with a faint orange-red hue. The lonely figure stood under a tree, bathed in this warm glow, like a painting. A very beautiful picture. But the more Gus looked, the more something felt off. Just then, the girl suddenly looked up and glanced in his direction. Through the entire yard and the sunset's light, Gus couldn't see her expression clearly, but he could feel her looking at him. No, not at him. She was looking at someone nearby. Gus suddenly turned his head and looked at Serena beside him. Serena was still standing by the window, also watching the girl. Serena turned her head to look at him. That girl is very lonely. Gus was stunned. Lonely? Yes. Serena nodded, then looked back outside. She has no friends, but she feels happy when she prays. Gus followed her gaze. The girl had already bowed her head and continued praying. The sunset shone on her, turning her golden hair into a warm color. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, a pure, sincere smile. She looked truly happy, but Gus only had one thought. That wasn't happiness. It was like she was about to become obsessed. He took a deep breath, then another. Forget it. I don't care. He turned around and headed toward the door. Let's eat. The first floor cafeteria was bigger than he expected. Several long tables were arranged in a row, with simple utensils on them. The children had already sat down, each with a wooden bowl filled with porridge and some vegetables. It was simple, but steaming hot, and smelled quite good. Flora sat at the front table, watching the children eat. Her gaze was gentle, like she was looking at her own children. Gus and Serena found an empty seat and sat down. Soon, 2 plates of the same food were brought over and placed in front of them. The taste was mild, with hardly any seasoning, but it was clear that it was made with care. He took a few bites, then glanced quickly at the door. He looked up. At the door, a blonde girl was standing there. She was still wearing a white cloth dress, her long blonde hair flowing down. She held a wooden bowl in her hands. She stood at the door, not coming inside, just watching inside. She watched the children eating. She saw them sitting in small groups, eating and whispering to each other. Her face still carried that gentle smile. But in her eyes, there was something. Envy. Flora also saw her. Elena, come in and eat. Elena nodded, carrying her wooden bowl as she stepped inside. She didn't sit with the other children, but moved to a corner and sat alone. That spot was far from everyone, lonely. After sitting down, she lowered her head and started eating. Gus watched her, his spoon paused in midair. He remembered what Flora had just said. Her friends are fewer and fewer, until she's all alone. He also remembered what Serena had just said. She has no friends, but she's happy when she prays. He looked at the quiet girl eating in the corner, just continuing to eat silently. This wasn't his business. He was leaving tomorrow. It wasn't his concern. After finishing the meal, it was already dark outside. The twin moons rose in the sky, one red and one blue, casting a cold moonlight. The yard was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of insects. Gus and Serena returned to their room. He took a spare blanket from the wardrobe and spread it on the floor. "You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the ground." Serena looked at him but said nothing. She walked to the bed, sat down, then looked up. "Gus, you were just now always looking at that girl." Gus paused with his blanket. "No, yes." Gus looked up and met her gaze. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating her face and making her dark eyes look especially bright. "Go to sleep." After saying that, he lay on the ground and closed his eyes. The room became quiet. After a long while, he heard a soft rustling sound. Then, something pressed down on him. He opened his eyes. Sarisa was lying on his chest, her face buried in his embrace. At this moment, Jess could clearly feel Sarisa's body and her small movements as she sniffed his scent. For the past few nights, Sarisa had almost always been lying on him, and Jess could easily smell her body's mixed scent of sweat. "What are you doing?" Sarisa didn't lift her head, only muttered softly, "Cold. It's summer now. Cold." Jess took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Forget it." He closed his eyes and let her stay there, with her legs pressed against his. After a long time, just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a very soft voice from his arms. "That girl. I can feel there's something near her." Jess suddenly opened his eyes. "What?" "There's something around her. I can't see it, but I can feel it." "What kind of feeling?" Sarisa thought for a moment. "Very warm." Jess was stunned. "Warm? Yes. A very warm thing." After saying that, she snuggled back into his arms and closed her eyes. "Good night." Jess lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, not moving for a long time. A very warm thing? That lonely girl, with something very warm nearby? Although Sarisa said that, based on my long experience, I don't think it's anything good. Forget it. It's none of his business. He would leave tomorrow. He must leave. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Jess's face. He opened his eyes and saw that Sarisa was already awake, sitting by the bed and looking out the window. "You're awake?" Sarisa turned her head and looked at him. "Yes." Gus got up from the ground, stretched his stiff body, and prepared to start his day. "Wash up, have some breakfast, then we leave," he said. Sarisa nodded in agreement. After washing up, they went downstairs to the dining hall. The children were eating breakfast. Flora was still sitting at the front, smiling as she watched them. In the corner, Ileana was sitting alone, eating quietly. Gus glanced at her briefly and then looked away. He and Sarisa found a seat and finished their breakfast quickly. "Let's go," Sarisa said, standing up. They headed toward the door. As they passed by Flora, Gus paused. "Thank you for your hospitality, Director Flora," he said. Flora looked up and smiled at him. "Travel safely," she replied. Gus nodded and continued toward the door. When he reached it, he suddenly stopped, hearing a voice behind him. Gus turned around. Ileana was standing behind him, holding a wooden bowl. She looked up at him. Up close, her face was pale and thin, but her features were delicate. Her eyes were light gold, clear and pure, like a spring of water. She looked at him with a sincere smile. "Big brother, can you help me make a wish come true?" Gus was stunned. He looked into her clear eyes, saw her hopeful face, and watched her long golden hair gently sway in the morning light. His lips twitched. He knew this would happen. He just knew. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. "What wish?" Ileana smiled even brighter than before. "Big brother, do you want to hear it?" "Go ahead," he said. Suddenly, outside, a loud crash sounded, like something heavy hitting the iron door. Bang! Then came the noise of hurried footsteps, hooves, and the children's surprised shouts. Ileana's words caught in her throat. She turned her head and looked outside, her light gold eyes showing a flicker of panic. Gus frowned and quickly walked toward the door. Sarisa followed behind him. When pushing open the gate of the orphanage, Gus's steps paused at the sight before him. Outside the yard, the normally empty street was now filled with people. No, it was knights. A whole group of knights, dressed in silver-gray armor, riding tall war horses, had surrounded the orphanage. The horses snorted anxiously, their hooves pounding the ground with a clop sound. At the front was a broad-shouldered man riding a completely black horse, taller than the other knights. He wore more detailed armor, a dark blue cloak on his shoulders, a long sword at his waist, and had a rough face with thick eyebrows, a broad nose, a short beard on his chin, and wide, angry eyes. Right now, he was shouting at Havis, who stood at the gate. "Stop talking nonsense. You must give me an explanation today." Havis stood inside the iron gate, his smile gone. He looked at the Knight Leader calmly, but his eyes held a cold look. "Knight Captain Berylit, this matter has nothing to do with the Holy Light Church." "Nothing to do?" The knight called Berylit suddenly pulled on his reins, causing his horse to rear up and let out a loud neigh. Count Berlier's body was found nearby. It was a brutal death. He died just last night. It looked like he was torn apart by great force. "Do you dare say this has nothing to do with you?" Havis frowned slightly. "Count Berlier, stop pretending to be innocent." Berylit jumped down from his horse, strode to the iron gate, grabbed the iron bars, and shook them hard. He shook the gate so loudly that rust flakes fell off. Havis took a step back, looking at his twisted, angry face, and snorted coldly. "Knight Captain Berylit, think carefully. Why was Count Berlier out near here late at night? If it was slave trading, we would have arranged a time in advance, so he wouldn't have come here for nothing." He paused, adding a hint of sarcasm. "Moreover, you said himself that he was torn apart by great force. Such a death seems more like caused by a monster. What does this have to do with our Holy Light Church?" Berylit was stunned by his blocking, but quickly became furious again. "Nonsense. The body was found on your territory, so you can't deny your involvement." He released the iron door, took a step back, and placed his right hand on his sword handle. "If you don't hand over the culprit today, I will crush you all." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from him. It was a pure, wild force, colorless but visibly distorting the air around him. This was aura, the energy of a 6th-level swordsman. Berylit was enveloped in this energy. He stood in front of the iron door, like a volcano about to erupt. Havis's expression finally changed. He raised his right hand, and a golden ring appeared on his wrist. The ring slowly spun and emitted a gentle glow. This was a special ability of the Holy Light Church, a prayer preparation gesture. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The surrounding knights drew their swords, and children's screams came from the orphanage. Flora rushed out, pushing the curious children back inside, then stood in front of the door, her white cat ears standing straight. At that moment, a lazy voice sounded. "Hey, quite lively, huh?" Everyone froze. Berylit suddenly turned around and saw a young man in black clothes walking leisurely out of the orphanage. The young man had his hands in his pockets, walking unsteadily with a smile on his face. Behind him, a blue-haired girl with a blank expression followed. Berylit stared at him. "Who are you?" Gus approached Havis, looked at him, then at Berylit outside the iron door. "Just passing by." He paused, then added, "By the way, a little reminder." Berylit frowned. "Reminder of what?" Gus tilted his head, looked at him, and said slowly, "Right now, the Rhine Empire and the Holy Light Church are cooperating. You, the Knight Commander, are surrounding the Holy Light Orphanage with your troops, and you're planning to act." He paused, a deeper smile on his lips. "Are you not taking the Rhine Empire's king seriously? You traitor of the Rhine Empire. Enemy agent. Anti-Empire spy. Ambitious man." Berylit froze in surprise. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, Jess continued, "And you rushed to make enemies with the Holy Light Church without checking the truth. What? Are you trying to drag the Rhine Empire down with you? You're up to no good." As soon as he said this, the knights behind Berylit all looked shocked. They exchanged glances, some quietly stepping back. Beryrit's face turned pale and then red. He clenched his teeth, glaring at Jess. If looks could kill, Jess would have been dead hundreds of times. But Jess still stood there lazily, hands in his pockets, wearing that irritating smile. In the game, insulting others, first accusing and then shifting blame. He was very good at this. When dealing with bad teammates, he would first find someone worse to blame, diverting attention, and it worked every time. Berylit took a deep breath, then another, trying to calm his voice. Who are you? How dare you disrespect the Rhine Empire's army?" Jess shrugged. "Who disrespects? Who knows?" Berylit couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly drew his sword, which gleamed in the moonlight, and charged at Jess. Die. The sword aimed straight at Jess's throat. Jess stood still, unmoving. He didn't even look at the sword. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Balu'rite's movement suddenly froze because he sensed something above him. He looked up sharply, and his pupils shrank violently. In the sky, a huge ice disk had appeared out of nowhere. The ice disk was dozens of meters wide, almost covering the entire army above. It floated there, completely transparent, emanating a chilling cold. If this ice disk fell, Balu'rite shivered. The knights behind him also looked up, their faces turning pale. Some even dropped their swords with a clatter. Level 6 magic, Ice World. A calm voice came from behind Jess. Ceresa slowly stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. If you make any move, it will fall, she spoke softly. Baryolit's hand trembled as he looked at the ice disk in the sky and then at the man and woman in front of him. The man still stood lazily, even yawning. The woman had a blank expression, but her eyes looked at him like he was a tiny insect. He clenched his teeth and asked carefully, "Who are you really?" Gus looked at him and smiled. "Us," he shrugged. "We're just passing by magicians and a familiar. Remember that." Baryolit's face darkened completely. He stared hard at Gus, at his fearless face, and at the ice disk that could fall at any moment behind him. Then he snorted and quickly put away his sword. "Retreat." He turned around and strode toward his horse. After a few steps, he stopped, looked back at Gus, and said through gritted teeth, "No one is allowed to leave La Brie until we find out how Baron Brel died." Gus looked at him lazily and replied, "Oh, I think you can't stop me if I want to leave." Baryolit was so angry at his attitude that he trembled all over, but in the end, he said nothing. He turned his horse around and waved his whip. "Go." The warhorse let out a long neigh and galloped away into the distance. The knights behind hurried to follow, and the sound of hooves gradually faded. Soon, the street was empty. Only scattered hoofprints remained. Havis stood still, watching the knights leave. He didn't move for a long time. His right hand still held the position as if ready to pray. The golden ring on his wrist had dimmed, but he was still tense, like a bowstring pulled tight. He finally exhaled slowly, and his shoulders suddenly relaxed. When he turned around, his delicate face was back to smiling, but the smile was no longer the formal enthusiasm it had been at first. "Thank you both so much." He quickly walked to Gus and Ceresa, bowing deeply. His golden hair fell over his eyes, but his voice carried a clear sense of relief. "If it weren't for you, today's matter probably wouldn't have ended well." Flora also came out from behind the iron gate. She walked slowly but steadily. Her grayish cat ears still stood upright, and her cloudy eyes were full of complex emotions. She stopped in front of Jess, looked up at him, and gazed at the young man dressed in black. "Good job, young man." Her voice was hoarse but sincere. "I've lived for many years and seen many big scenes. But someone like you, who can stay calm in front of an entire knight group and even step forward to challenge them, is quite rare." Jess, with his hands in his pockets, shrugged at her words. "It's nothing. They have no proof." And he glanced at Ceresa beside him, mainly because she acted quickly. When that ice plate was thrown into the air, the opponent's legs went weak. "If I had done it," he paused and a smile appeared on his face. "Those people are probably all like carrots now, planted in the ground by me." Flora was momentarily stunned. Then she burst out laughing happily, her white-gray cat ears trembling along with her. "You, kid, are really funny when you talk." Havis also smiled, but after his smile, his expression turned serious again. He looked around and lowered his voice. "However, the death of Baron Brelier might not be so simple. If you all are not in a hurry to leave, perhaps we should go inside and talk in detail." Jess thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I also want to hear more." He stepped toward the orphanage, with Ceresa silently following him. Her small hand had unknowingly grabbed his sleeve again. Flora led the way, pushing open the iron door and guiding them into the building. In the yard, the children who had hidden earlier had come out again. They gathered in small groups, wide-eyed, watching Jess and Ceresa with curiosity, admiration, and a bit of fear. Jess walked past them. A few brave children approached quickly but then hurriedly pulled back. At that moment, a small figure rushed out from the crowd. "Big Brother Jess." Elena hopped over and ran in front of Jess. Her long golden hair swung behind her like flowing sunlight. She looked up, her light golden eyes shining brightly with unhidden admiration. "Gus, you're so amazing. So incredible." She clasped her hands together and pressed them against her chest, almost bouncing with excitement. just standing there. That mean bad guy ran away scared. Just like a hero. Gus looked down at her, watching her face turn slightly red from excitement. He couldn't help but smile. Luckily, it was mostly Teresa's doing. He said this as he reached out and gently patted Teresa's head beside him. Teresa was a little surprised. Then her black eyes curved into a gentle smile. Her face stayed calm, but she tilted her head slightly and nuzzled Gus's arm softly. Elena watched this, her eyes shining even brighter. Suddenly, she tiptoed and tugged on Gus's sleeve. "Gus, big brother, can you grant me one more wish?" Gus paused, surprised. Again, Elena nodded hard, her long golden hair bouncing. "My first wish is that Gus doesn't leave so soon." "That wish has already come true," she smiled, her eyes forming a gentle crescent. "So now, I want to make my second wish." Gus looked into her clear eyes, feeling a strange softness inside. "What's your wish?" Elena pointed to her head and whispered softly, "I also want Gus to pat my head." She spoke very quietly, as if afraid of being rejected, but her eyes shone with hope that couldn't be ignored. Gus looked at her long golden hair, her slim face, and the nervous hope flickering in her eyes. He simply reached out and gently placed his hand on her head. Elena stiffened slightly, then relaxed completely. Wow, a warm feeling spread from Gus's palm. Her hair was soft and fine, like the finest silk. He gently stroked it, occasionally touching her scalp, feeling her slight trembling. Elena closed her eyes, her smile growing deeper. She could feel the warmth of his hand. That warmth passed through her hair and skin, straight into her heart. It was warm and comforting. It was like being with Agnio, just like before. But it was different. Agnio's warmth is gentle and accepting, like the afternoon sunshine. Gus's warmth is fiery and full of strength, like a burning flame. But both make people feel safe. A few seconds later, Gus pulls back his hand. Elena opens her eyes and looks at him, her light golden eyes full of reluctance. But she doesn't cling anymore. She just looks at Gus deeply once more, then turns around and runs away. She runs across the yard to the old tree, stops, turns around, and peeks at Gus secretly. Gus watches the small figure, a slight smile on his face. "Let's go." He turns and follows Havis and Flora into the building. The yard gradually becomes quiet. The children disperse to do their own things. Time passes quickly. Soon, the sunset paints the sky with deep orange and red. Elena still stands behind the tree, watching the direction Gus left. "Gus, brother," she softly repeats his name, a new expression appearing on her face. That is happiness. Just then, a voice sounds in her ear. The voice is not heard with ears, but appears directly in her mind. It is soft and gentle, like the wind brushing over a lake. Elena turns her head and looks at the nearby tree branch. On the branch, a tiny figure sits. It is about the size of a palm, with a slender body and limbs, and behind it are two translucent wings fluttering lightly like a fairy. Its body emits a faint golden glow, especially noticeable under the moonlight. But the most striking part is its neck. Above the neck, there is no head or face, only a ring, a golden ring shining softly. The ring slowly spins, as if it is a sacred symbol. Anyone who sees it would be amazed, because that ring is exactly the same as the sun wrapped in gold on the Holy Light Church emblem. Elena looks at it, her smile becoming even softer. Agnio, she softly calls this name. The tiny figure gently flaps its wings, flying from the branch and landing on her shoulder. Then, she raised her head and looked again toward the cafeteria. "Yagneo," she called out once more. "Brother Jess, Lord Jess." Her voice was soft, like she was talking to herself. "He's truly a divine being." She closed her eyes, feeling the warm presence on her shoulder. "The feeling on him is the same as yours. It warms me, makes me feel comfortable." In her mind, memories flooded like a wave. It was a long time ago. She was out with her parents, walking along a quiet path. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the woods and surrounded them. They wore black robes, had strange symbols on their faces, and their eyes shone with madness. They were cult members. She was caught. Her parents struggled and screamed. Then, blood, bright red blood. It splattered on her face. Her father fell. Her mother also fell. They were sacrificed to the evil god they believed in. Then, it was her turn. She was dragged to an altar painted with blood, pressed onto the cold ground. A knife was raised high, its blade shining coldly in the sunlight. She closed her eyes, waiting for that moment to come. But that moment never arrived. She heard screams, not hers, but those of the cult members. She opened her eyes and saw a scene she would never forget. The cult members, who had been so wild and confident just moments before, were now kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. They weren't kneeling toward the altar or their evil god. They were kneeling beside her. Or rather, beside something near her. Then, a golden light burst forth. Countless golden tendrils stretched out from all directions, moving like living creatures in the air. Those tendrils wrapped around the cult members' bodies, tightening and contracting. Blood. Again blood. But this time, it was their blood. They screamed and struggled, but couldn't break free. In the end, their bodies burst open under the pressure of the tendrils, like overripe fruit. Flesh, blood, bones. The ground was covered everywhere. She stood there, her body splattered with dirty blood, yet she was unharmed. She turned her head and saw the creature that had saved her. It was small, fairy-like, with transparent wings on its back. There was no head on its neck, only a round ring. It looked at her, and she looked at it. Then, she smiled. "Hello," she said. "My name is Ailina. Thank you for saving me." Since that day, it had been always by her side. Only she could see it. Only she could hear it. It was her friend, her only and forever friend. Its name was Agnio. Ailina opened her eyes. She turned her head and looked at Agnio on her shoulder. The tiny figure gently flapped its wings, and the golden ring around its neck slowly spun. It seemed to be watching her. Ailina tilted her head. "Agnio, what are you saying?" She understood what it meant. Although it had no mouth and couldn't speak, she could understand it. It was a special way they communicated, known only to them. Agnio flew from her shoulder and landed on a nearby branch. It sat there, gesturing with its hands, its slender arms raised, pointing toward the cafeteria, then to the sky, and finally drawing a circle in front of itself. Then, it withdrew its hands and quietly looked at Ailina. She watched its movements, her eyes slightly widened. "Are you saying?" She spoke softly, her voice trembling. "Big Brother Jess is in danger?" Agnio nodded gently. The golden ring slowly spun, as if conveying something. Ailina froze. Danger? How could Big Brother Jess be dangerous? He was so gentle, so strong, and even patted her head. "More dangerous than you?" she asked. Agnio was silent. It sat on the branch, seemingly gazing into the distance. Then, it started gesturing again. This time, its movements were more complex than before. First, it pointed to the sky, then drew a large circle with both hands in front of it. Then, it used its finger to draw a crack on the sphere, tearing it open with both hands. It pointed to itself, then to the distance, and finally clasped its hands together, slowly opening them, as if something was breaking out of a shell. In Elena's eyes, these actions translated into a language she could understand. He is the egg of destruction. On the day it breaks open, everything will end, even us. Those who are forgotten. Elena stood there, staring blankly. She looked at Agnio, at the golden ring slowly spinning around its neck. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked toward the dining hall. The person who had just patted her head. The one who made her feel warm. Destruction. Of the egg. She repeated the phrase softly, with a hint of confusion in her voice. But soon, she smiled. That smile was as pure as before. "So what if it is?" She looked at Agnio on her shoulder. "When he patted my head, he was very gentle. The feeling on him was just as warm as you. Even if he is the egg of destruction, what does it matter?" She paused, then looked again toward the window. And, her voice became softer. "Even if the world ends, what does it matter? As long as he's here, as long as you're here. Even if everyone else is gone." She didn't finish her sentence, just smiled. That smile was especially beautiful, yet strangely eerie. Agnio no longer gestured. It just sat quietly on the branch, the golden ring around its neck slowly spinning. Meanwhile, inside a room on the first floor of the orphanage, Havis sat at the table, his smile gone, replaced by a serious, solemn expression. Froila sat opposite him, hands folded on the table, her grayish cat ears twitching slightly, as if catching faint sounds. Gus leaned against the window, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the flickering candle on the table. Teresa sat beside him, still clutching his sleeve, her black eyes watching the people inside. Havis took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The matter of Viscount Berlier is more complicated than it seems on the surface. This is the place where his body was found tonight. He pointed to a spot on the map circled in red. It's less than 2 miles from the orphanage. Last night, the patrol found his body, and it was in a terrible state. It looked like he was torn apart from inside with great force, his limbs twisted, and his organs scattered everywhere. Flora frowned. Is it a monster? Not sure. Havis shook his head. There were no signs of magic or any creature's presence at the scene. But that kind of death isn't something humans can do. Gus listened quietly without speaking. He just looked at the map, his brow slightly furrowed. Flora sighed and leaned back in her chair. For the past few months, things haven't been peaceful nearby. First, strange sounds near the orphanage, and now the Viscount has been killed. She looked at Gus. Young man, are you really just passing through? Gus met her gaze and nodded. Yes, really. We're heading to the Black Obsidian Fortress to take care of some personal business. Havis looked at him thoughtfully. The Black Obsidian Fortress. That's a dwarf territory. You two must have an important task there? Gus didn't answer, just shrugged. Havis didn't press further, only nodded. In that case, we shouldn't stay too long. But tonight. He paused and looked out the window. Bariolith said something before leaving, and you two heard it too. Before sunrise tomorrow, if we can't find the killer, he might really bring his troops back. Flora snorted. He dares. This is the Holy Light Church's territory. He's just a knight commander. He has no right to march here. That may be so. Havis shook his head. But if he's determined to cause trouble, the church won't have a good outcome either. Count Berlier is an imperial noble. If he dies on our land, we have to give an explanation. Listening to their conversation, Gus suddenly spoke. Why did that Viscount come here late at night? He is a nobleman, out late at night. Coming to such a place for what purpose? The room fell silent for a moment. Frola and Havis exchanged a glance. Finally, Frola spoke. Slavery trade. Gus raised an eyebrow. Slavery? Yeah. Frola nodded, her gray cat ears drooping. Viscount Berlier is a well-known slave trader in the Empire. His mines and farms are run using slaves. Over the years, he often comes here late at night. She paused. Because this is a gray area between the Holy Light Church and the Empire. Some sensitive transactions are carried out here. Gus understood. He looked at Havis, who slightly lowered his head. So he came tonight for a trade? Probably. Havis nodded. But we don't know who he's trading with or what he's trading. His death might be related to the trade, or it could be for something else. Gus was silent for a moment. Then he straightened up and stretched his neck. All right, I think I understand now. He looked at Havis. So what do you plan to do? Havis shook his head with a bitter smile. Investigate. Find out the truth before dawn. If we can't find out. He looked out the window at the orphanage, silent under the moonlight. We'll just have to tough it out. Ding. A semi-transparent light screen exploded in front of Gus, and a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations. The old god of this world has noticed you. Hidden achievement unlocked. What are you looking at? Achievement description. You are being watched by an indescribable presence. Surprised? Unexpected? Reward. Hero skin. Ancient god Mordecai. Skin description. Ancient. Eerie. Indescribable. When you use this skin, Mordecai's form will be empowered by the power of the ancient god, and all skills will carry a mental pollution effect. Gus stared at the words, frozen in place. His mouth twitched. Wow. Damn it. Gus? Teresa looked up at him, her black eyes full of confusion. He reached out and gently patted her head. It's okay. He paused, then added, actually, I think this trip might turn out to be more interesting than I expected. In the orphanage yard, under the old tree, a small figure still stood there. On her shoulder, a headless presence quietly rested. Brother Jess, no matter who you are or what you become, I will always be by your side. Because I made a wish. The oil lamp's flame flickered softly in the night breeze coming through the window crack, casting shadows of several people on the mottled wall, sometimes long, sometimes short. Havis sat by the window, hands folded on the table, with a serious look. He had already repeated the details of Viscount Berlier's death 3 times, but it was always the same story. No witnesses, no murder weapon, no motive. The only clue was that golden light. Could it be some kind of magical creature? Frola, with a hoarse voice, spoke, her grayish cat ears twitching as she pointed outside. The forest on the back hill is deep. Sometimes magical beasts come out. Impossible. Havis shook his head. If it were a beast, the body would be eaten, not torn apart. Frola fell silent. Teresa sat quietly beside Jess, one hand resting on his arm, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the fabric of his black clothes. She listened to their conversation, expressionless, but her black eyes occasionally looked at Jess, as if waiting for him to say something. Jess leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the oil lamp on the table. The flame flickered, and his thoughts drifted away. How do those reckless side characters die in movies? Countless images flashed through his mind. A strange murder in a small, remote town, the main characters hesitating and dragging their investigation, only for a monster to break in at midnight and wipe them out. Or a group arguing over a map about who the killer is, only to realize at dawn that the killer was right among them. And then, everyone's minds just shut down. Damn it, he cursed silently to himself. Even he was being watched by that so-called old god. He had already obtained the skin of the ancient god Mordekaiser. How deep was the water in this place? If he kept hesitating, tonight the orphanage might turn into a bloodbath. Suddenly, he stood up quickly. Bang! He slapped his hands on the table with a dull sound. The oil lamp flickered and nearly tipped over. Havis and Flora both froze and looked up at him. Even Cerisa slightly turned her face, a hint of doubt in her dark eyes. Gus's face grew very serious. His usually lazy eyes sharpened like two knives. He stared at Havis and said clearly, "Now, immediately, gather everyone in the nearby church who can fight and run." Havis opened his mouth to speak, but Gus continued before he could. "Tonight, even if we have to dig 3 feet into Labria, we must find that murderer." Havis hesitated, showing uncertainty. "Mr. Gus, I understand what you're saying, but it's nighttime now, and we don't have solid clues." Acting rashly might. "This is not a request." Gus interrupted him, his voice quiet but filled with undeniable authority. He looked down at Havis from above, his eyes shining with a light that made it hard to look directly at him. "This is an order." Havis was stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it felt like something was blocking his throat. Although the person in front of him was just a familiar spirit, and he had just been joking lazily moments ago, the overwhelming aura now made him feel powerless to resist. "You." Havis swallowed hard. Gus didn't explain. He didn't need to. Catching the killer? That was just an excuse. What he wanted was chaos, to make a big fuss, to stir this dead water completely. That thing hiding in the dark, the so-called old god. Didn't it like watching the show? Then he would put on a big performance. "Let's see how long you can stay hidden before you show yourself." Havis looked into his eyes for 3 seconds, then sighed in defeat. "I understand." He stood up and headed toward the door. He walked to the door, stopped, and looked back at Jess with a complex expression on his gentle face. "I'll go handle it now." The door opened and closed again, and his footsteps gradually faded away. Flora sat in her place, clutching her wooden staff, her cloudy eyes fixed on Jess, hesitant to speak. Finally, she lowered her head and muttered, "I hope no one will die again." "Death is a necessary sacrifice," Jess replied. He turned around and looked at Cerisa. Cerisa had already stood up, walked to his side, and looked up at him. "Are you going to fight?" she asked softly. "Yes, I am going to fight." But before that, he reached out and gently patted her shoulder. "Fly me over." "Do you know where Berylite and the others are stationed?" Cerisa nodded, then took 2 steps back, suddenly jumped up, wrapped her arms around Jess's neck, and hung on his back. "Huh?" Jess was still surprised when a gentle breeze gathered beneath their feet. The breeze shimmered with a faint blue light, lifting their bodies and carrying them out through the open window. Take off. In the yard, Eleonora stood under an old tree, looking up at the figure drifting out of the second-floor window. Under the moonlight, the 2 people tightly pressed together were lifted by the blue wind, soaring higher and higher until they finally became a black, disappearing into the night sky. Her eyes widened, the light golden pupils reflecting that scene, her lips slightly parted. "They're gone. Brother Jess has left." She had imagined many possibilities. That Jess would stay, continue to pat her head, listen to her tell stories only she and Agnio knew. Maybe when she woke up tomorrow morning, she would still see him standing in the yard, basking in the sun. But now he was gone. Just like that, suddenly, without looking back. Completely different from what she had imagined. Why? She lowered her head, looking at her own hands, which had turned pale from gripping so tightly. A light touch on her shoulder, and Agnio floated in front of her, hovering there. The golden ring around his neck spun rapidly, emitting a faint hum. It was very exciting. This was something Elena had never seen before. It waved its long arms, pointing toward where Jess disappeared, then at her, and made a chase motion. Again and again. Chase after him. Chase after him. Elena stared blankly at it. Do you want me to chase after him? Agnio nodded hard. But Elena looked up at the night sky, where there was nothing left. But I can't catch up. Agnio was anxious, flying back and forth in front of her. Its golden light flickered, finally landing on her shoulder. Elena understood. It was saying, if you don't try, how will you know? Elena was silent for a few seconds. Then she looked up at the night sky. The moonlight shone on her face, illuminating her light golden eyes and the growing light inside them. Okay, she whispered. I'm going. She lifted her long dress and started running toward the orphanage. Behind her, Agnio followed on her shoulder. The place where Barialit was stationed was the biggest inn in the east part of Labria City, the Golden Hoof. Right now, on the street outside the inn, a few armored knights were standing around, bored. Today has been quite a day, one young knight yawned. Getting up early, coming here to watch the orphanage, and in the end, having to retreat in disappointment. Say less, an older knight frowned. The captain is in a bad mood. If he hears you, he'll be mad. I just can't understand. Who is that man? How did he manage to push the captain back with just a few words? Who cares who he is? He's not someone we should mess with. The higher-ups will handle it. The young knight wanted to say more, but suddenly, he felt something above his head. He looked up. In the next second, his pupils shrank sharply. In the night sky, a blue light was falling rapidly. It was wrapped around two figures, getting closer and bigger, with the sound of wind howling. Boom! The blue wind crashed into the middle of the street, sending stones flying and smoke filling the air. Several knights were knocked back by the shockwave, with two even falling to the ground. The dust and smoke cleared. Under the moonlight, a man dressed in black stood there, hands in his pockets, lazily looking up. Behind him, a blue-haired girl stepped out of a blue glow, expressionless, clapping her hands. Gus glanced at the crooked knights around him and smiled slightly. Good evening. Why you? The young knight was about to say something, but Saressa raised her right hand. The wind around her suddenly became fierce. That wind gathered into a visible tornado, roaring toward the knights. Great Windbreak, a level 5 magic spell, cast instantly. The knights were thrown like broken bags of cloth by the tornado, crashing into a wall a dozen meters away with a dull thud, then sliding to the ground and unable to get up again. Gus whistled. Level 5 magic, cast instantly, with a knockback effect. My little Saressa is getting stronger. I haven't used lava monsters much. Saressa lowered her hand and walked over to him, gently grabbing his sleeve. They are too weak. Yes, 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 they are too weak. At this moment, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open. A tall figure burst out, wrapped in dark blue aura, holding a large double-edged sword. Barialit. He stared with wide eyes at the fallen knights in the street, then looked at Gus and Saressa, his anger almost bursting out. You. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word through clenched teeth. Do you want to oppose the Rhine Empire? Gus tilted his head, looking at him as if he were watching a barking dog. Oppose the Rhine Empire? He repeated slowly, then smiled. A smile full of sarcasm. Who are you? Do you even count as anything? Do you think you can equate yourself with the entire empire? Barialit's face instantly turned red. You're asking for death, he shouted loudly, raising his large sword high. Dark blue aura surged wildly, condensing into a blazing flame on the sword. The sword slashed down, and the flame turned into a roaring lion, with enough heat to melt steel, striking directly at Jess. The flames lit up the entire street, and a wave of heat hit his face, causing the air around to twist. Jess stood still, not moving at all. He didn't even look up at the sword, just hands in his pockets, standing lazily. Barialit's eyes flashed with pride. He had used all his strength for this strike. Even a powerful 6-tier warrior wouldn't dare to face it head-on. This reckless guy would surely be cut in half. And then, the sword missed. Jess was standing right there, the blade aimed at his head, but at the last moment, the force inexplicably veered away. Clang. The great sword struck the ground beside Jess, sparks flying. Barrylite froze in place. He kept his sword raised, as if turned to stone. How could this be? He had aimed precisely. He looked up at Jess, meeting those still lazy eyes. Jess yawned. Your swordsmanship. Who taught you? A kindergarten teacher? Barrylite's mind went blank. Not only him, but the other knights who had just come out of the inn also froze in place. They watched the man standing amidst the embers, saw the mocking smile at his lips, and saw that he hadn't even moved half a step. What was going on? The captain's full-force attack, and it just missed? In that moment of confusion, Jess moved. He simply raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and threw a punch. No fancy moves, no energy blessing, just an ordinary punch. But that punch was so fast that Barrylite had no time to react. An ordinary punch. Bam! The fist hit his chest, and his armor dented instantly. He was thrown back as if struck by a hammer, crashing into a large tree 10 meters away. Crack! The trunk broke, and Barrylite's body slid down the broken part, collapsing to the ground, motionless. He had fainted. The street was dead silent. All the knights remained in their previous stance, swords still raised, mouths open, eyes wide like bells. They looked at Jess, then at the unconscious captain, then at Jess again, and then at the captain. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on Jess. He lifted his head and looked around at the stunned knights. Why are you all just standing there? His voice was quiet, but sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Now, I order you. He waved his hand broadly. Even if we have to turn Labria upside down, find that culprit for me. Silence. The knights looked at each other, none daring to move. Finally, a middle-aged knight, who seemed to be the deputy captain, clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Why should we listen to you? Jess turned to look at him. His expression was calm, even a bit indifferent. But when the deputy captain saw that look, he felt a cold chill run from his feet to his head. Jess sighed. He was really annoyed by this kind of scene. He just wanted to enjoy a peaceful day with a few cute little girls, drink tea, pet their heads, and occasionally fight monsters to level up. Why do some reckless people always have to provoke him into fighting? He looked up at the twin moons in the night sky. One red, one blue, shining together. Sigh. What a pointless thing to say. Destiny. His voice was soft, but an invisible pressure instantly covered the entire street. Master. The surrounding air began to freeze. Fate. The last word fell, and ghostly green flames shot up from his feet. The ground cracked, stones flew, and the knights retreated in fear, only to find themselves frozen in place by an unseen force. Countless chains emerged from the shadows, wrapping around Jess's body with a screeching sound. His dark iron armor took shape as the chains clashed, ferocious shoulder guards, heavy breastplate, and leg armor shimmering with shadowy light, layered over each other. A giant hammer, staff, slowly appeared from a crack. This was nightfall. When all the light faded, Maud Caesar stood in the middle of the street. Green flames burned around him, and his eyes beneath the helmet shone with cold light. He mentioned Yiyun, carried it on his shoulder, and looked down at the knights who had already collapsed on the ground. Earlier, you said, his voice came from inside his helmet, rough like metal scraping. Not obeying my orders? The vice-captain's legs trembled, his lips quivered, and he couldn't even speak. Gus's gaze fell on him, then shifted to the other trembling knights behind him. I just said to find the culprit. Didn't you hear me clearly? He raised Yiyun and pointed at the knights who had just agreed. If you don't want to follow orders, then there's no point in your existence. Those foolish fools, let them all be destroyed by my hammer of destruction. Yiyun fell. Boom! A deafening explosion, stones flying everywhere. The knights were crushed into pulp before they could scream, and the street was filled with a strong smell of blood. The remaining knights stiffened, their faces pale. Some even lost their legs and knelt on the ground. Gus glanced at those still in shock. Now, his voice was still hoarse. Is there anyone else who wants to refuse? Thud. The vice-captain knelt down. Then, one by one, all the knights knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and placed their right hand on their chest. This was the knight's oath of loyalty. Gus looked at them, a slight smile appearing under his helmet. Good. Why are you just standing there? Get up and do your work. Before dawn, I want to see results. The knights, as if waking from a dream, got up and dispersed in all directions. The sounds of footsteps, shouts, and hooves mixed together, waking up the entire Labria. Gus stood there, watching the chaotic little town. Lights turned on in the houses along the street. Some people peeked out of windows, frightened by the rushing knights, and quickly closed them. In the distance, dogs barked, children cried, and adults cursed. Sarisa came over and looked up at him. "Why do you have to do this?" "Because I feel like something is watching us. I don't want to play hide and seek with it. Since it's watching, I'll make some noise. I want to see how long it can hold on. Are you worried?" Gus paused for a moment. Worried? About him? He looked into Teresa's calm eyes, then smiled. "Sort of, I guess." He watched the chaos in Labria, which was turned upside down. Far away, flames flickered, and voices were loud. Knights searched house to house, kicking open doors, overturning chests, causing screams. This place is too small to hide anything. At the end of the street, a small figure hid behind a wall corner, secretly watching everything. Golden hair, long white clothes, and bright gold eyes shining in the dark. Elena had been chasing after him all the way and finally caught up. But seeing this scene, she didn't know if she should go out. Agnayer sat on her shoulder, a golden ring slowly spinning. It no longer urged her, just quietly watching. Then her gaze moved to the knights searching everywhere, to the broken doors and windows, to the civilians running and screaming. She looked down at her hands. Those hands, once covered in blood. Blood of cultists. Those eyes, once saw things they shouldn't have. She slowly raised her head and looked at Gus again. The silhouette under the moonlight looked different from everyone else. Both a savior and a destroyer. Labria was completely in chaos. Everywhere on the street, people were running wildly. Knights of the Rhine Empire kicked open doors, dragging trembling civilians out to question them. Clerics of the Holy Light Church held torches, searching every corner for clues to hide the culprit. Children's crying, women's screams, men's curses mixed together like boiling dirty water. The flames lit up half the sky. Gus maintained his Mod Caesar form, green flames quietly burning on him. He looked down at the crazy little city, his eyes beneath the helmet calm as if watching a farce. Let the chaos go on, the bigger the better, he thought silently. The feeling of being watched was still there and growing stronger. Something hiding in the dark was watching, waiting, enjoying this chaos. Enjoying the show, huh? Gus clenched Nightfall, the hammer glowing faintly. You couldn't help but jump out to see what was happening. A faint sound of breaking air came from behind him. Teresa was carried by a blue wind and slowly landed beside him. Her face was still expressionless, but her calm black eyes were now fixed on the city center. "Over there," she whispered. Gus looked in the direction of her gaze. It was the tallest building in Labria, the Holy Light Cathedral. At this moment, the area around the cathedral was very quiet, in stark contrast to the rest of the city. "Is there no movement?" Gus squinted. With Javis's mischievous personality, he wouldn't come out to check if there was a commotion outside unless something was wrong. Or maybe, he's busy with something else, Gus whispered. Teresa looked up at him. "Do you want to go see?" "No rush." Gus shook his head. "Let the bullets fly for a little longer." He paused and added, "Fly higher first and protect yourself. Something big might jump out later." Teresa glanced at him, didn't ask how do you know, just nodded. The blue wind lifted her again, sending her into the higher night sky. Gus looked away from her and kept watching the quiet cathedral. He was waiting for whatever was hiding in the shadows to jump out. Meanwhile, underground in the Holy Light Cathedral, Javis held a lantern and slowly descended the spiral stone stairs. The dim yellow light only lit up a few feet ahead, while the surrounding darkness was endless. The air grew wetter and colder, carrying a strange smell of decay. His footsteps echoed in the narrow passage, like the beat of an ancient drum. "Damn it," he muttered, his handsome face full of confusion and anger. Everything was supposed to be planned perfectly. The death of Baron Brelier, the clues he deliberately left behind, Barulit's reckless rage, all part of his plan. As long as Gus's people stayed in the orphanage and didn't move, or simply left, tonight's events would follow his script. The Empire Knights and the Holy Light Church would clash, bleed, and die. Then, those fresh corpses would become the best nourishment for the Golden Tree. But just then, a guy named Jess suddenly appeared. He didn't hide. Instead, he took action and caused chaos all over Labria. Now, knights and monks are frantically searching, but the clues he carefully set up have become more of a hindrance. I just can't understand, Havis sighed. He has lived for many years and has seen many different people. He thought he could see through most people's minds. But Jess, he really can't figure out. He was just a demon servant, someone who could stay out of trouble. So why did he get involved in this mess? Forget it. If I can't understand, I won't think about it. He shook his head and kept walking. Since the plan was disrupted, he had to wake up that thing early. Although it wasn't the best time and there wasn't enough energy, it was better than letting Jess keep causing trouble. Who knows what that unpredictable guy will do next? Finally, he reached the top of the stone stairs. Havis raised his oil lamp and lit up what was ahead. It was a huge underground space, with a ceiling so high it was almost invisible. The walls around were covered with thick roots. Some roots were as thick as a person's waist, others as thin as a baby's finger, tangled together like countless sleeping giant snakes. In the middle of the ground, there was a big hollow. Inside the hollow, countless roots gathered from all directions, twisting together to form a strange spherical shape. The sphere was taller than 2 people, covered with bumpy growths. Each bump trembled slightly, like some organ breathing. But what caught Havis's attention most was the color of the roots. They weren't the usual brown or tan of tree roots. They were black. Thick, dark black, like coagulated blood. They crawled out from the rotten soil, each one like a drowning person's finger, swollen, pale, with dirt hiding under the nails. These roots moved in the dark, not growing, but writhing, like half-dead worms still twitching after being cut open, greedily burrowing into every inch of soil they could touch. Havis looked at this scene with a calm face. He was used to it. Where there is light, there is shadow. The same goes for gods. The god of light worshipped by the Holy Light Church has 2 faces. One is kind and loving, the other is fierce and terrifying. A tree that grants life and another that harvests death. The church's leaders know this secret, but never share it openly. This golden tree is the physical form of that fierce face. It needs nutrients. It needs blood, fear, and death. Havis walks to the huge sphere, gently places his hand on the writhing roots. Almost there, he whispers. Once I drive away the troublemaker, I will find more nutrients for you. Count Borel is just the beginning. Next come the knights, the monks, and the common people. His lips curl into a faint smile, and his delicate face looks strange in the dim firelight. Labria has enough people for you to feed on. Suddenly, a loud shaking comes from above. Rumble. Debris falls from the ceiling, hitting the ground with a dull sound. The writhing roots seem to be stimulated and twist wildly. Havis looks up, his face changing. Damn, what's happening up there? On the ground, Gus watches the huge creature breaking through the church's underground, a slow smile appearing on his face. The creature emerges from underground, resembling a giant rotting root or a huge snake crawling out of a deep abyss. Its body is over 10 meters wide, covered with countless eyes, some big, some small, some open, some closed. Some look human, others like beasts, and some like creatures never seen before. Each eye is moving, searching. Finally, all the eyes focus in one direction. On Gus. Hey, finally decided to come out? Gus carries the Nightfall sword, looking up at the huge monster. Green flames burn around him, contrasting sharply with the foul smell coming from the creature. The crowd around him is in chaos. Monster. Run. Holy light above. What is that? The knights drop their weapons and run in all directions. Monks kneel and pray. Civilians scream and rush home. The lively street just moments ago is now mostly empty. Only a few brave ones hide behind walls, trembling as they watch this scene. Jess ignored those people. He just stared at the strange creature in front of him, watching its many eyes, its writhing tentacle-like body, and how it slowly pulled more of its body out of the ground. Corruption Root Curse. He softly whispered the name that appeared in his mind. Corruption Root Curse? Level. The corrupted form of the Holy Light Church's golden tree, feeding on flesh and blood, consuming fear. Has existed for hundreds of years, devouring countless lives. Current state. Awakened early, in a hungry state. Level. Jess raised an eyebrow. What does that level mean? Even the system doesn't understand. Friendly reminder. For unknown beings, human level classifications are meaningless. But you are Mordekaiser. What are you afraid of? Well said, Jess smiled. He picked up Nightfall and pointed it at the huge monster. Hey, ugly thing over there. You've been staring at me for a while. Do you want to eat me? All the eyes of the corruption root curse blinked at once. Then it moved. Its huge body lunged forward at a speed completely unfit for its size, with countless tentacles whipping out from all directions. Come on, teeth. I'm about to pull this out too. Jess advanced instead of retreating, swinging Nightfall with a bright green glow intensifying. Bang! The hammer collided with the tentacles, producing a dull sound. The tentacles were smashed to pieces, black juice splattering everywhere. But more tentacles surged from behind, covering the sky and blocking out the moonlight. Jess swung his hammer again, breaking more tentacles. Yet, even after falling to the ground, the broken tentacles kept writhing, trying to reconnect. TCH, this is pretty troublesome. Jess shook off the black juice on Nightfall. The countless eyes of the corruption root curse stared at him, emitting a strange hissing sound. The noise didn't resemble any creature. It sounded like nails scraping on glass. Then, it lunged at him again. This time, Jess didn't fight head-on. A flash of green light, and he vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind the corruption root curse, and Nightfall struck its trunk hard. Boom! The huge impact caused the massive creature to stumble forward a few steps, creating a large dent in its body, and black liquid gushed out like a fountain. The decay curse root let out a sharp, piercing scream. Its many tendrils all turned toward the back, staring intently at Jess. What are you looking at? Jess, carrying the Nightfall, said lazily. Weren't you pretty good at attacking just now? Keep going. The countless tendrils of the decay curse root moved wildly at once, forming a huge whirlpool around it, tearing everything nearby into pieces. The surrounding buildings were affected, walls collapsed, roofs flew off, and debris scattered everywhere. Jess stood still, watching the tendrils spin wildly in the whirlpool, and nodded slightly. Yeah, now that's more like it. Then he raised the Nightfall, and a dark green flame shot up into the sky. Reincarnation Abyss. Boom. The green light instantly engulfed everything. When the light faded, Jess and the decay curse root had disappeared, leaving only a huge crater and chaos all around. In the sky, Saressa was carried by a blue wind, quietly watching this scene. Her face was still expressionless, but a hint of worry flickered in her black eyes. But she didn't move, because Jess told her to fly higher and protect herself. She trusted him. In the distance, in the orphanage yard, Aileen stood under an old tree, clutching her dress tightly, her pale golden eyes wide with shock. She watched the disappearing green light, the huge crater, and the fleeing crowd around her. Jess' brother, she whispered softly. On her shoulder, Yagneo gently flapped its wings, and the golden ring around its neck slowly spun. It was watching her. Aileen felt its gaze and turned her head. Yagneo flew up from her shoulder and hovered in front of her. It began to gesture, its slender arm raised, pointing at the huge crater, then toward the sky, then at itself, and finally toward the distance. Aileen watched its movements, her eyes slowly widening. Are you going to help? Yagneo nodded. But Elena opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unsure of what. Agnerio continued to gesture. This time, its movements were slow and careful. It pointed to itself, to the hole, to the sky, then clasped its hands together and slowly opened them as if something was blooming. Elena understood. Are you saying you are the same kind of being as that monster? Agnerio nodded. Are you a fragment of the ancient holy light god? Agnerio nodded again. Elena fell silent. She looked at Agnerio, at this being that had been with her for many years, and at the golden ring slowly spinning around its neck. So what if you are? She whispered softly. No matter who you are my friend. Agnerio's ring stopped spinning. It floated there, still and silent. After a long time, it started to gesture again. This time, its movements were gentle and soft. It pointed at Elena, at itself, at the times they had shared, and finally at the whole. It was saying, these years, being with you, have been happy. It was saying, but now, I must go and do my duty. Elena's smile slowly froze. Are you leaving? Agnerio nodded. But Elena's eyes welled with tears. But if you leave, what will I do? Agnerio flew in front of her, extending its long arm, gently touching her head. That touch was warm. Then it turned and flew toward the huge hole. Golden light burst from it, growing brighter and more dazzling. Elena stood still, watching the light, watching the figure that had been with her for many years. "Agnario," she shouted. The light paused briefly, then continued forward. Finally, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the huge hole. Tears finally fell from Elena's eyes. "Thank you." Within the cycle of rebirth, the corruption curse root is struggling wildly. In this space, there is no sky, no ground, only endless dark green light. Its roots cannot take hold here, cannot absorb nutrients, and can only wave uselessly in the air. Gus stands in front of it, carrying the nightfall, calmly watching. Well, not fighting back? All of the corruption curse root's eyes are fixed on him, filled with anger and fear. Suddenly, a golden light shoots in from outside and enters the root's body. The root trembles suddenly. Then, it begins to change. The black roots start twisting, wrapping, and merging. The many eyes shift and rearrange. Its body begins to swell, growing bigger and taller, until, boom, a golden glow erupts from inside it. When the light fades, the corruption curse root has completely transformed. It is still a monster made of roots, but now the roots are no longer pure black. They are intertwined with golden patterns. The eyes are no longer scattered randomly, but are neatly arranged along the body, forming a strange pattern. That pattern is exactly like the Holy Light Church's golden tree emblem. And the central eye, the largest, brightest, and most peaceful. That is the eye of Agnio. Gus looks at this changed monster and raises an eyebrow. Second stage. As soon as he speaks, the corruption curse root suddenly lunges at him. This time, its speed is more than twice as fast. The roots with golden patterns lash out like swords, each one powerful enough to pierce steel. Gus swings his hammer to block, but the force is much stronger than before. Bang! He is knocked back several steps. Interesting. Gus steadies himself and looks at the monster in front of him. The eye in the center of the monster's body is quietly watching him. That gaze is calm and gentle. Gus pauses for a moment. Then he smiles. I see now. He raises the nightfall and points it at the monster. "Since you're so sincere, I won't hide anymore. Come, let me send you to die at the hands of my ancient god, Mod Caesar." He closes his eyes. In my mind, the system panel appeared. "Would you like to switch to the skin? Ancient god Mordecai?" Yes/no yes. Boom. A dark red light shot up from beneath his feet. This light was not a ghostly green but a dull, blood-red color that seemed to solidify like dried blood. It didn't flicker like flames, but moved slowly, as if it were a living substance, flowing and rising gradually. The cycle of the Forbidden Realm began to change. The ghostly green glow gradually faded, replaced by a deep red abyss. The abyss was bottomless, seeming to swallow all light and hope. Below the abyss, something was awakening. A huge eye slowly opened. Its iris was crimson, filled with strange patterns. It floated quietly in the abyss, watching everything in this space. As that eye watched, the body of the corrupted curse root began to tremble. All those eyes, which had been wildly moving before, now closed tightly, afraid to look directly into the crimson giant eye. Only the central eye remained open, quietly observing everything. Gus opened his eyes. He was no longer the same as before. He was covered in dark iron-gray armor. The armor didn't look like metal, but more like a solidified dark substance, reflecting a strange glow in the red light. His helmet was sharp and angular, made of dark metal, with a pair of curved horns on top, resembling the horns of an ancient creature. In the center, a glowing crimson rune eye was embedded. The eye slowly rotated, emitting a strange red glow, like the third eye of a dark god, watching over its domain. His face was fully covered by a heavy faceplate, revealing only a white skull jaw and jagged teeth. He showed no expression, no emotion, only pure coldness and a will to kill. The most terrifying part was the chest armor. In the center was a large crack, shaped like twisted roots or countless tendrils tangled together. From the crack, dark red energy glowed constantly, like the heartbeat of an evil god or a portal to an unfathomable abyss. Every time this glow pulsed, the entire cycle of the Forbidden Realm trembled. Gus slowly raised his hand, looking at his new form. "Is this the ancient god?" His voice changed. No longer rough like metal scraping, but deeper, older, as if coming from the depths of the abyss. The voice carried no emotion, only pure, irresistible authority. The corrupted curse root trembled before him. The golden patterns dimmed, the eyes began to bleed, and the massive body cracked. Only the central eye remained calm, watching him. Gus looked at that eye. Agnio, the eye blinked. You want me to take care of that girl? It blinked again. Then let me help you complete your task. Gus's smile appeared especially terrifying beneath the white skull jaw, but his voice carried a hint of helplessness. Although I don't know your true purpose, he paused, but I can't bear to see someone as adorable as Liana sad. A flash of light crossed the deep part of that eye. It was gratitude. Then, the corrupted curse root moved. No, Agnio moved. The huge body suddenly lunged at Gus. All roots stretched out at once. All eyes opened simultaneously, and the golden patterns shone with their final brilliance. Gus stood still, unmoving. He simply raised his hand, holding the nightfall. Goodbye. It's a pity I met you only now. I am glad for your existence. Gus spoke softly, then the nightfall fell. Boom! Dark red light engulfed everything. When the light faded, the corrupted curse root was gone. Only Agnio remained, quietly floating in the air. Its body had become transparent, almost invisible, but the golden ring around its neck still rotated slowly. It looked at Gus, at this terrifying ancient god form. It was saying, thank you. It was saying, Liana, please. It was saying, I am happy to have met her, to have met you. I rejoice in your happiness. Then, its body began to dissipate, golden sparks drifting away like countless fireflies dancing. The points of light drifted farther and higher, eventually disappearing into the dark red abyss. Only the golden ring gently trembled before completely fading away. It was looking in a certain direction, a distant, unreachable place. In an endless gap. There was no time, no space, nothing perceivable. Only a huge figure, quietly floating here. It was so large that no words could describe it. One of its fingers was as big as a planet, and each breath could stir storms in the stars. It had been sleeping for countless years. But just now, it sensed something. A faint, almost imperceptible ripple. That ripple came from a distant, tiny world. From a fragment that had split off from it. That fragment was saying goodbye. The huge figure moved slightly. The movement was very small, almost negligible. But in this eternal silence, that tiny movement was like a thunderous shake. Then, the huge figure slowly opened its eyes. It looked toward that distant direction, at the place where the fragment disappeared, at that small world, at a man named Gus, and at a girl named Elena. Then, a gentle smile appeared on its face. The smile was soft, but also a little frightening. Finally, it closed its eyes and continued to sleep. But that smile stayed on its face. The cycle of despair slowly faded away. The dark red light dimmed, and the greenish light also disappeared. Gus was back on the streets of Labria, standing in the middle of a huge crater. He had reverted to his normal form, wearing his black clothes again. Sarisa descended from the sky and landed beside him, gently grabbing his sleeve. She looked up at him, worry filling her black eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine. Gus reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Sarisa softly nodded and pressed her face against his arm. Gus looked into the distance. Toward the orphanage. Under the old tree, a small figure was standing there. Golden long hair, white cloth clothing, and those light golden eyes shining under the moonlight. She looked over at Jess and then smiled. Her smile was as pure as before. But Jess knew that from now on, her smile would be missing one presence. He sighed. Let's go, he softly said. To see that little girl. Teresa nodded and followed him toward the orphanage. Behind them, the huge hole was still smoking. Around them, the hidden crowd was starting to peek out. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed the hidden main storyline. Dawn and Dusk, reward. 5,000 gold coins, 2,000 blue essence, 10 equipment fragments. Congratulations, the host has collected all equipment fragments and is now synthesizing a random piece of equipment. Obtained, Guardian Angel, Revive Shield. Guardian Angel. When you are defeated, you will revive on the spot after 5 seconds, restoring 30% of your health and mana. Cooldown, 300 hours. Ding. Elena's affection for the host has greatly increased. Current affection level. Dependence affection. Jess looked at the long list of prompts in his mind and twitched his mouth. That many, he softly said. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance. At the newly risen morning glow. Elena, he muttered. From now on, I will take care of you. He stretched lazily, focusing his mind. A semi-transparent system light screen appeared before his eyes, displaying a detailed list of rewards from yesterday's battle. Name, Jess, gold coins. 13,950, blue essence. 4,150, owned heroes. Iron Armor Death Soul Mordekaiser, full form, permanent. Magic Seal Sword Soul Yon, full form, permanent, owned skins. Iron Armor Death Soul Mordekaiser, classic. Magic Seal Sword Soul Yon, classic. Ancient God Mordekaiser, owned equipment. Dream Spirit, golden shovel, lead dice. Crystal Rose, Guardian Angel, revive armor. Equipment fragments. 5 tints, permanent skills. Power of Darkness, Way of the Wanderer. Passive runes. Conqueror, currently active on 4 characters, 20% all attributes. Calm and composed Jess stared at the 13,950 number, his eyes shining. Golden hex deck chest. 10,000 gold each. I can open them now. His hand was already on the buy button, but at that moment, his peripheral vision caught another icon, lead dice. Oh right, there's this thing too. He clicked to view the lead dice description. Used to increase luck by 1 to 6 times. Last 12 hours. Cooldown, 120 hours. Didn't use it yesterday. Perfect for today? Let's do it. He thought for a moment, and then activated the lead dice in his hand. The semi-transparent die shimmered faintly with golden light in the morning glow, with flowing light inside. Jess took a deep breath and threw the die upward. It spun several times in the air before landing in his palm. Ding. Luck boost this time. 2 times. Jess. 2 times. He stared at the number, his mouth twitching. I've been saving up my luck for so long. And you give me only 2 times? What's the point of my 2 times luck then? If it were 4 times, I might risk it. He thought for a moment and looked at his 13,950 gold coins again. Spending 10,000 gold on a golden chest, he still had over 3,000 left to open 3 purple chests for fun. But what if twice the luck isn't enough and the golden treasure chest gives me a bunch of useless fashion items? That would be a huge loss. No, I can't be impulsive. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to close the purchase screen for the golden treasure chest. Wait until the dice cool down. Just 5 days, I can wait. He took one last look at the number, 13950, then forcefully closed the system panel. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. He turned around and jumped down from the top of the tower. Nearby, a civilian carrying stones saw him, paused for a moment, then quickly lowered his head and hurried away. Gus was used to this. After yesterday's battle, everyone in Labria knew who he was. The man who turned into a terrifying monster, then into an even scarier one, and finally crushed the bigger monster with a single blow. Some saw him as a savior, others as a demon, but most just kept their distance, afraid to get close. Gus didn't care. He always was indifferent. He brushed the dust off himself and headed toward the bath behind the church. Brother Gus is about to dive into the dragon's abyss. Steam filled the bath, and Gus soaked in the water, leaning against the edge, eyes half closed, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. The warm liquid wrapped around him, easing his fatigue from the fight. The steam blurred his vision and made his mind feel hazy. Feels so good, he whispered softly. Just then, he heard a faint splashing sound. He opened his eyes and looked toward the sound. In the steam, 2 small figures swam toward him. One was Saressa. Her short blue hair was wet and clinging to her face, her fair shoulders visible above the water, and her black eyes shone brightly in the mist. The other was Alina. Her long golden hair was soaked and stuck to her back, floating on the water. She was smaller than Saressa, almost so thin that her ribs were visible. She had already taken off her white cloth dress and was now wrapped in a thin towel, making her look semi-transparent in the water. She swam awkwardly, using her hands and feet like a puppy just learning to swim. But those light golden eyes kept staring at Jess. Jess looked at the 2 little ones and twitched the corner of his mouth. Why are you here? Saressa swam over to him, naturally leaning on him, pressing her face against his arm. Taking a bath, she whispered softly. Elena also swam over, but she didn't lean on him. Instead, she stopped at arm's length away from Jess, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and looked up at him. Master, Elena has come to serve you. Jess. He looked down at Sarisa, then at Elena. What do you mean? Master, yes. Elena nodded vigorously, her long golden hair bouncing. My choice. I want to follow the master. So, Lord Jess is Elena's master. She said it naturally, as if it was the most obvious thing. Jess was silent for 2 seconds. I'm not a master. Just call me Jess. No. Elena shook her head. A master is a master. The master saved Elena, defeated that monster, and is Elena's god. Jess. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Forget it. Let her be. He leaned back by the pool again and closed his eyes. Just call you whatever you like. Elena's eyes brightened even more. She carefully swam forward, approaching Jess. Her light golden eyes scanned him, finally resting on his shoulder above the water. Master, does Elena need to help you wash your back? Jess opened his eyes and looked at her. Up close, she looked even thinner. That small face was almost transparent, with high cheekbones, and her shoulders were so thin they looked like paper. Her body under the towel was painfully thin, with her ribs clearly visible. Even Sarisa, the usually small and slender girl, looked a bit more fleshed out than her. Jess looked at her, feeling strangely blocked inside. You haven't eaten properly in a long time. Elena was stunned. Eat? She tilted her head and thought for a moment. When I was at the orphanage, I ate every day. Not much, but I wouldn't starve. She spoke very calmly, as if she were talking about something very ordinary. Not starving is the standard. Gus was silent. After a few seconds, he reached out and gently placed his hand on her head. Elena's body stiffened slightly, then she relaxed completely. Ugh. She squinted her eyes and smiled happily. Gus patted her head, feeling the soft golden hair under his palm. From now on, follow me. I won't let you go hungry, he whispered softly. Eat whatever you want, or whatever you like. No need to say things like, I might starve. Elena opened her eyes and looked at him. In her light golden eyes, something was shining. Master, yes? You're so kind to Elena. Elena doesn't know how to thank you. Gus thought for a moment. Just live well. Eat well, sleep well, grow up well. That's the best way to thank me. Elena looked at him and nodded firmly. Yes, Elena will definitely live well. Eat well, sleep well, grow up well. She paused and added, and then serve the master well. While saying this, she picked up a nearby towel and looked at Gus seriously. Master, please let Elena wipe your back. Seeing her serious little face, Gus couldn't help but smile. All right, come here. Elena immediately happily moved closer, holding the towel, and carefully wiped his back. Gus leaned by the pond, enjoying her clumsy service. At that moment, he felt another gaze. He turned his head and saw Sarisa watching him. No, she was looking at him, then at Elena, then at him again. Her usually expressionless face now showed a strange expression. It wasn't anger or sadness, but some more complicated, hard-to-explain emotion. Sarisa? Gus called softly. Sarisa didn't answer, just kept looking at him. After a few seconds, she slowly stood up from the water. Water droplets slid down her fair body and fell onto the water's surface. She didn't wrap herself in a towel, just stood there in the water. She walked to Gus and stopped. Gus looked up at her. What's wrong? Sarisa lowered her head and looked into his eyes. In her black eyes, a new kind of bright light was shining. Gus, she spoke calmly, but her voice carried a new feeling she had never shown before. I want to have a child with you. Huh? Gus spat out water in surprise. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. What did you say? Sarisa remained expressionless, but the light in her eyes grew brighter. Having a child, she repeated. This way, Gus will pay more attention to me. A towel in Elena's hand fell into the water. She opened her mouth, stared wide-eyed at Sarisa, then looked at Gus, then back at Sarisa. She seemed frozen in place. The bath was silent and still. After a long moment, Gus finally spoke. He covered his head and said in a hopeless tone, Sarisa, what kind of crazy idea is that? Sarisa tilted her head. Crazy idea? She thought carefully. It's just a normal idea. That's not what I mean. Gus took a deep breath, then another. I mean, why are you even thinking about having a child? Sarisa looked at him calmly and said, because Elena came. Elena? Yes. Sarisa nodded. She can help Gus wash his back, call him master, and get close to him naturally. I want to do that too, but I don't know how. My father said, if you want someone to stay with you forever, have a child with them. That's how my mother stayed with my father. Gus was stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what. That old man Cerise's father actually told his daughter such things? Just then, a voice of realization came from nearby. Oh, Elena clapped her hands, her eyes shining brightly. I see now. Having a baby means I can stay with my master forever. She looked at Cerisa with admiration. Cerisa's sister, you're so amazing. You came up with such a wonderful idea. Cerisa nodded gently. Elena immediately turned to Jess, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and looked at him with hopeful golden eyes. Master, can Elena also do it? Elena wants to stay with you forever. Jess. Two young girls, one standing and one soaking in water, both looking at him and waiting for his answer. He suddenly stood up from the water. I'm leaving. Huh? Elena exclaimed in surprise. Master? Jess ignored her, stepped out of the bath quickly, and grabbed his clothes to put on. Master. Wait. You haven't dried off yet. Elena hurried to follow, holding a towel to help him dry. Jess put on his pants, fastened his belt, and put on a black coat. Then he turned around and gently held Elena's head. Listen, things like having a baby are not something you should think about right now. Understand? Elena blinked. I don't understand. Elena tilted her head and thought for a moment. Will the master always stay with Elena? Yes. Then Elena will listen to the master. She nodded obediently. Jess looked at Cerisa again. Cerisa still stood in the water, calmly watching him. You too, don't say things like that suddenly again. Cerisa thought for a moment. Will Jess always stay with me? Yes. I won't say more, but... Jess looked into her calm eyes, feeling that things might not be so simple. But never mind. He rubbed his temples and turned toward the door. Change your clothes and come out. We need to leave. Okay, master. He left the bath, leaning against the corridor wall, looking up at the ceiling. I thought that traveling to another world with Lolas, magic, and a system was already pretty crazy. He muttered to himself. But now I see that I am still too inexperienced. How are people's minds in this world really made? Having children. It's amazing she could even think of that. A few minutes later, the two young girls came out dressed in new clothes. Cerisa still wore her white short skirt, her blue hair damp and sticking to her cheeks. She walked over to Gus and naturally grabbed his sleeve. Elena wore a brand new dress, a black and white nun's outfit, with the skirt just above her knees and a bow tied at the collar. Her long blonde hair was braided into two pigtails that hung over her chest. She turned around in front of Gus and asked, Master, do I look good? Gus looked down at her. The nun's outfit made her look even smaller, with a slim waist, delicate shoulders, and bright golden eyes shining in the morning light. She really looked beautiful. Yes, very nice, he nodded. That's great. Grandma Flora made this for Elena. She's never worn such pretty clothes before. She said this, also copying Cerisa by grabbing Gus's other sleeve. Master, let's go. Gus looked down at the two little girls on each side, then wrapped his arms around their waists. Let's go? Let's walk with energy. Let's walk like 1,000 miles a day. On the streets of Labria, rebuilding work was in full swing. Commoners carried stones, carpenters repaired doors and windows, blacksmiths hammered on damaged tools. Occasionally, knights on horseback patrolled to keep order. Gus walked down the street with the two young girls, attracting many glances. There was awe, curiosity, gratitude, and fear, but no one dared to approach until they reached the city gate, where a tall figure blocked the way. Isekai'd. He still wore his armor, but the dented fist mark on his breastplate was still visible. His face showed complex emotions. When he saw Gus, he instinctively took a half-step back, then took a deep breath and strode forward. Mr. Gus, he stopped in front of Gus, clenched his right fist over his chest, and bowed deeply. That was the highest gesture of respect for a knight. Gus raised an eyebrow. You're still alive? Berulit's body stiffened slightly. He looked up at Jess's half-smiling face and twitched his mouth. Thanks to you, I am still alive. That's good. Jess nodded. I'm glad I didn't accidentally hit you too hard and kill you, Berulit. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Mr. Jess, about what happened yesterday, Stop. Jess raised his hand, interrupting him. I know what you want to say. No hard feelings. Thank me for saving Labria. If you need help in the future, just ask. Berulit was stunned. How do you know? Guess. Jess shrugged. That's how movies usually show it. Berulit became even more confused. Movies? Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Jess waved his hand. Anyway, you don't need to thank me. I saved Labrian not for you, but for myself. That monster looked at me, and I was angry. It wanted to attack me, and I was even more annoyed. So I killed it. That's all. He looked into Berulit's eyes seriously. So, don't bother with false thanks. If you really want to thank me, take your people and help rebuild here. That's the real task. Berulit looked at him, then bowed again. I understand. I will do my best to follow your words, Mr. Jess. Honestly, I thought you might try to make some demands or humiliate me. I didn't expect I am a good person, Jess smiled. Don't think too much. I just find it troublesome. Anyway, I owe you my life. If you need help in the future, just ask. Jess thought for a moment. By the way, there is one more thing. Tell me, my two tutu birds disappeared last night. Do you have any mounts here? We still need to go to the obsidian fortress. Berulit was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes. Our Empire Knights are stationed here, and we have about a dozen Earth Dragons. They are not as fast as the tutu birds, but they are much more stable and have better stamina. Earth Dragons? Gus raised an eyebrow. Sounds impressive. I'll show you. Gus stood in front of several Earth Dragons, looking complicated. These creatures, how should I say? They look like giant, chubby lizards. Gray scales, short, thick limbs, a round body, and a cute, silly-looking head. They lay on the ground, lazily basking in the sun, yawning now and then, showing off their not-so-sharp teeth. Is this an Earth Dragon? Gus pointed at one of them. Yes, that's right. Berulit awkwardly rubbed his hands. Although they don't look very fierce, they are very steady. Plus, they have great stamina. They can run for 3 days and nights without stopping. Gus stared at the Earth Dragon, and the dragon stared back at him. They looked at each other for 3 seconds. Then the Earth Dragon opened its mouth, gurgle gurgle, making a snoring-like sound. Gus, he took a deep breath. All right, let's take it. Better than walking. Berulit quickly called some knights, choosing the 2 strongest Earth Dragons, fitting them with saddles and reins, and preparing enough dry food and water. At that moment, an old voice came from nearby. Are you leaving now? Gus turned around. Frola leaned on her cane, standing not far away. She still wore a dark long robe, her white-tipped cat ears drooping, and her cloudy eyes showed complex emotions. Elena saw her and immediately let go of Gus's sleeve, running over to hug her. Grandma Frola. Frola looked down, gazing at the child she had raised for many years, and slowly smiled warmly. Elena, listen carefully to Mr. Gus. Be obedient, don't cause trouble. Yes, Elena nodded hard. Elena will listen. She will serve the master well. Frola was momentarily stunned, then looked up at Gus. Master, Gus shrugged. She insists on calling me that. I can't do anything about it. This child hasn't had many good days since she was young. Meeting you is her blessing. She paused, then looked deeply at Jess. Please, I ask you. Jess looked at her and nodded. Don't worry. Froila finally let go of Eleonora and took a step back. Eleonora ran back to Jess and grabbed his sleeve again. Her eyes were a little red, but she was smiling. Aunt Froila, Eleonora will come back to see you. Good. Grandma will wait. Jess mounted a ground dragon. Cerisa rode another, and Eleonora stood on the ground, looking up at Jess with open arms. Master, hug. Can't you get on by yourself? No, Eleonora said confidently. Jess sighed, bent down, and reached out to lift her up, placing her in front of him. Let's go. Jess tugged the reins, and the ground dragon started walking slowly toward the city gate. Behind them, Berulit and Froila watched them go. Mr. Jess, Berulit whispered. He's a strange person, Froila nodded. Yes, a strange person. She paused, then added. But he's also a good person. A good person? That punch didn't hit you, after all. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who had an invisible friend. Master, are you asleep? Ileana can help you cover the blanket. I'm not asleep. Then Ileana will keep you company and talk to you. Gus lay by the campfire, staring at the starry sky above, looking numb. On his left, Ileana was lying beside him, her small hands cupped under her chin. Her light golden eyes sparkled in the firelight, and she stared at him without blinking. Her tiny mouth had been chattering since sunset, chirping like a small sparrow just out of its nest. On his right, Ceresa leaned on his shoulder, her short blue hair brushing his neck. She didn't speak, but her usually calm black eyes were fixed on him now, with an unusual focus. Master, do you think we will always be together in the future? Yes. And how long will we be together? Very long. How long is very long? Very long. Is it longer than a lifetime? Yes. Longer than 2 lifetimes? Yes. Then, Ileana, be quiet and go to sleep. Ileana paused, then said, oh, and obediently closed her eyes. But after just 3 seconds, she opened them again. Master, Ileana closed her eyes, but she still can't sleep. Can you pet Ileana's head? Just a little touch, and she can fall asleep. Gus took a deep breath, reached out, and gently patted her head. Ileana immediately squinted her eyes, her mouth curling into a small smile, like a kitten being petted. Ugh, Master's hand is so warm. She mumbled softly and finally quieted down. Gus was about to relax when a calm voice came from the right. Gus, I want to do it too. Gus turned his head and looked into Ceresa's black eyes. She just looked at him silently, expressionless, but her eyes clearly said, I want to pet your head too. Teresa squinted her eyes and rubbed her face against his palm. She let out a soft, satisfied sniff. Gus gently rubbed the heads of the 2 girls, watching the flickering flames of the campfire with a complicated expression. First day like this. How will the next few days go? It turned out that the following days were even harder. The next morning, Gus opened his eyes and found 2 people lying on him. On the left, Ileana was completely sprawled on his chest, her long blonde hair spread everywhere, her face buried in his neck, breathing evenly. On the right, Teresa was lying on her side next to him, one leg over his, one hand holding his arm, her face pressed against his shoulder. He was caught in the middle and couldn't move. He was silent for 3 seconds, then gently moved. Ileana immediately woke up, lifted her head, and rubbed her eyes as she looked at him. Master, good morning, she mumbled sleepily, then suddenly remembered something, and her eyes brightened. Master, today I need to change clothes. Ileana can't do it. Please help Ileana. Gus. Before he could speak, a calm voice came from the right side. I can't do it either. Teresa opened her eyes, looked at him seriously. Gus, help me get dressed. Gus looked at the 2 girls and was silent for 3 seconds. Then he took a deep breath. How did you 2 dress yourselves yesterday? Yesterday, Grandma Flora helped Ileana get dressed, Ileana said confidently. Yesterday, I dressed myself. Teresa paused. But not today. Why? Because I want Gus to help me. Gus. He looked up at the tent ceiling and silently roared for 3 seconds. Finally, he resigned himself and got up to help these 2 little troublemakers get dressed. Ileana's nun outfit had too many straps. He studied for a long time before tying it correctly. Teresa's short skirt was simple, but she kept leaning on him the whole time, staring at him without blinking, making him feel uncomfortable all over. All right, he fastened the last strap and clapped his hands. Can you move now? Yes. Elena immediately jumped up and spun around. Master is better at tying than Grandma Flora. Teresa also stood up, looked down at her clothes, then looked up at Jess. She nodded. Jess is better. Jess, what kind of strange compliment is that? On the 3rd day, in the evening, the 3 sat around a campfire. Elena leaned on Jess's left side, Teresa on his right. The flickering fire cast their shadows on the ground, blending together. Master, Elena suddenly spoke. You know? Elena never thought she would have days like this. She looked at the campfire, her light golden eyes reflecting the dancing flames. When Elena was in the orphanage, she only ate, slept, and talked to Agnio every day. The other children ignored Elena because she could see things they couldn't. She paused. Elena thought it would be like this forever. Alone, until she grew old and passed away. Just looked down at her. Under the firelight, her small face was calm, and her lips even had a slight smile. But in that smile, there was a hint of loneliness. But now it's different. She suddenly turned her head to Jess, her eyes shining brightly. Now I have a master. I have Sister Teresa. So many people are with Elena. Elena is so happy. As she spoke, she hugged Jess's arm and pressed herself close. Master, you have to stay with Elena forever. Jess looked into her sparkling eyes, silent for a moment. Then he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. I will stay with you forever. Really? Really? Promise. She stuck out her little finger. Jess looked at her tiny finger and couldn't help but smile. He also extended his pinky and linked it with hers. Cross my heart and hope to die. Never break this promise for 100 years. Elena seriously recited a nursery rhyme she didn't know where she learned, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Next to them, a calm voice sounded. I want to join too. Gus turned his head. Teresa looked at him and extended her little finger. Let's make a pinky promise. Gus looked at her serious face, then at her tiny finger. Okay, you can join. He extended his other hand's pinky, and they linked fingers. Pinky promise, she whispered. Don't break it. The fire flickered, and the night was gentle. The three of them leaned together, watching the campfire, silent. But the warm feeling was more real than any words. On the fourth day, at noon, the earth dragon slowly walked along the mountain path. Gus leaned on his saddle, squinting in the sun. In front of him, Elena leaned against his chest, also sunbathing. Beside him, Teresa rode the earth dragon, walking side by side, holding his sleeve with one hand. Master, Elena suddenly spoke. Yes? Can you tell me what the obsidian fortress looks like? Gus thought for a moment. It's a dwarf territory, probably with stone houses. There are hammers hanging on the walls, and you can hear blacksmithing everywhere. Wow, that sounds amazing. Elena's eyes sparkled. Are there many dwarves? Probably. What do dwarves look like? Do they all have beards? Male dwarves do. Do female dwarves have beards too? Really? Elena's eyes widened. Women have beards too. I've heard so. Wow. I really want to see. She looked longing. Next to them, Teresa softly spoke. The obsidian fortress is very big. Gus looked at her. Have you been there? No. My father told me about it. She paused. He said it's the largest forging city on the continent. Dwarves, humans, elves, and orcs all go there to make weapons and gear. Sounds great. Gus nodded. Exactly. We can go see Master Hageman. Teresa gently responded with a sound. At that moment, Elena spoke again. Master. Yes? Can I learn blacksmithing in the future? Gus looked down at her. You want to learn blacksmithing? Yes. Then I can make weapons for you. She looked very serious. You were so kind to Elena. I also want to do something for you. Gus looked at her earnest face and felt a warm feeling inside. All right. Then you can make me a sword later. Okay. Elena will definitely make you the best sword. Haha. Compared to making swords, I think Elena would be better as my sword sheath. Sword sheath? She looked a bit confused. Why a sword sheath? Ahem, a sword sheath symbolizes protection. Elena also wants to protect me, right? Yeah, that's right. Elena is my sword sheath. Day 5. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight crossed the mountain ridge and shone on the huge city in the distance. Gus stopped his land dragon and squinted, looking ahead. It was a city built into the mountains. No, not just a city, a fortress. But it didn't quite look like a fortress. It was too big, so large that you couldn't see the edge. Houses were built layer by layer from the foot of the mountain up to the middle of the slope. On the city walls, there were towers at regular intervals, with flags flying from their tops. The flags were dark blue, embroidered with 2 crossed hammers, and below them was a mountain outline. Obsidian Fortress. Gus softly read the name. Elena peeked out from his arms, wide-eyed, staring at the city. Wow, so big, so tall. She opened her small mouth, full of amazement. It's much bigger than Liberia, much bigger than the orphanage. And she hesitated, unable to think of anything else to compare. Teresa also looked at the city, a flicker of light in her dark eyes. We've arrived. She spoke softly. Yes, we've arrived. Gus activated his land dragon and headed toward the city gate. As they got closer, the details of the city became clearer. At the city gate, 2 rows of guards stood, all of them dwarves. Stocky build, strong arms, thick beards. They wore leather armor and held battle axes, standing straight. Seeing Jess and his group, one guard stepped forward. Stop. What are you doing here? His voice was rough, like stones hitting each other. Jess jumped down from the land dragon and brushed off the dust. Just passing through. Want to enter the city. The guard looked them over, then glanced at Teresa and Ilena, finally focusing on the 2 land dragons. Land dragons? From the Rhine Empire? Yes, borrowed. The guard hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Go ahead. Remember, no fighting, no stealing, no littering inside the city. Violators will be fined. After speaking, he waved his hand. Jess led the land dragons into the city. As soon as they entered, Jess was surprised by what he saw. The streets were wide enough for 4 or 5 carriages side by side. Shops lined both sides, including blacksmiths, weapon stores, armor shops, material shops, taverns, inns. Everything you could think of. There were many pedestrians, humans, dwarves, elves, orcs. A strange smell filled the air, rust, coal smoke, sweat, and alcohol mixed together. It wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't terrible either. Quite lively. Jess looked around. After walking a few steps, he saw a flag that made him curious. The flag was black, with a fierce black dragon embroidered on it. The dragon's eyes were gold, standing out against the black background. Jess stopped and looked at the flag. "What is this?" he muttered. Next to him, Cerisa looked at the flag and then spoke. "Black dragon flag. Black dragon flag?" "Yes." Cerisa nodded and began to explain. The dwarves of Obsidian Fortress are divided into Blackbeard dwarves and Copperbeard dwarves. Their common ancestor is Dwarf King Murad. Dwarf King? Yes. Long ago, Murad and his dwarves helped a powerful black dragon forge a chest armor. The black dragon was too powerful and couldn't control its strength. Its power sometimes leaked out and hurt people nearby. The dwarves built a chest armor for it to suppress its strength and help it control itself better. And then, the black dragon, grateful to the dwarves, gave them its territory, Obsidian Mountain Range. The dwarves built the Obsidian Fortress there. Cerisa paused and pointed to the black dragon flag. So, the flag of the fortress has 2 crossed hammers, symbolizing the dwarves' forging skills. The places flying the black dragon flag are shrines dedicated to the dragon. The dwarves see the black dragon as a guardian spirit and hold annual ceremonies to honor it. Gus listened carefully and nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Next to him, Eilina looked up with wide eyes, listening intently. "Master, is the black dragon still alive?" "I don't know." Cerisa shook her head. "It said it hasn't appeared for a long time. Some say it's dead, others say it's still sleeping." "Wow." Eilina's eyes sparkled. "It would be amazing to see a real black dragon," she whispered softly. Before, Eilina only heard stories. Now, with the master, maybe she can see one for real. Gus looked down at her hopeful face and couldn't help but smile. "All right, if we meet the black dragon, I'll take you to see it." "Really?" "Yes, really. That's great." Eilina almost jumped with joy. The 3 of them continued forward and found a fairly reputable stabling place to keep the 2 land dragons. The owner was also a dwarf with a bright red beard. When he saw the land dragons, his eyes lit up. "A land dragon from the Rhine Empire? Nice creatures. Don't worry, leave them to me. I promise to raise them fat and healthy." Gus paid and led the 2 girls into the deeper part of the city. Next, they needed to find Hagam and Copperbeard. "Make way, make way, make way." A commotion came from ahead. Gus looked up and saw the crowd on the street parting to the sides. In the middle of the crowd, 2 dwarves were fighting. On the left, a dwarf with a black beard braided into strands, with metal rings at the ends. He wears dark gray leather armor and holds a short-handled battle axe, swinging it toward the dwarf opposite him. On the right, a dwarf with a thick, long copper beard almost covering half his face. He wears brown cloth clothes and holds a forging hammer, blocking the attack with the hammer head. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing is sharp and loud. Blackbeard's brat. "You stole my, or yesterday." The copper-bearded dwarf curses angrily and swings his hammer. "Stop talking nonsense." "I saw that, or first." The black-bearded dwarf cuts his hammer apart with his axe and swings his axe toward his head. "You." The copper-bearded dwarf dodges sideways and hits him on the shoulder with his hammer. Bang! The black-bearded dwarf stumbles back a few steps and knocks over a street stall. Fruits roll everywhere, and the vendor, a human merchant, stomps his feet in frustration. "Oh no, my fruits. You two pay. Pay." The 2 dwarves ignore him and continue fighting. People around seem used to this scene. They go about their business, some even stopping to watch and point. Blackbeard's family and Copperbeard's family are fighting again. Normal. When aren't they fighting? This time, it's about thee or, oh, then it's nothing. Gus watches this scene, twitching his mouth. Is this the relationship between Blackbeard's and Copperbeard's families? He mutters to himself. Next to him, a cheerful laugh sounds. "Ha! Sorry to bother you all." "Sorry." Gus turns his head. A dwarf is walking toward them. He has a copper beard braided into 2 strands hanging on his chest. He wears fine leather armor, and carries a forging hammer at his waist, with a few gemstones embedded in the handle. His face is round and rosy, with smiling eyes, looking like a cheerful old good man. He stops in front of Gus, looks up at him, and says, "Welcome, honored guests, to Obsidian Fortress. I am Adler Copperbeard from the Copperbeard family. Is there anything I can help with?" He spoke very enthusiastically, in sharp contrast to the two dwarves still fighting nearby. Gus looked down at him, thought for a moment, and then asked directly, "We are looking for Hageman Copperbeard. Do you know where he is?" Adler paused for a moment. "Master Hageman, you're looking for him?" "Yes, we have something to discuss." Adler stroked his beard and pondered. "Well, you probably won't see him anytime soon." "Why?" "He's busy preparing for the forging competition. He's a judge, and the event starts in a few days. He's very busy with the preparations and doesn't have time to see outsiders." "The forging competition?" Gus raised an eyebrow. Adler's eyes lit up. "You don't know? It's the biggest event at our Obsidian Fortress. Every now and then, we hold a forging competition. It's open to all races and statuses. Anyone can join." He became more excited as he spoke, gesturing enthusiastically. Participants use their own materials to create a piece within a set time. The judges then evaluate the works, and the winner can choose any master to help craft any type of equipment, if they can provide the materials. He finished and looked at Gus, very proud. "So what do you think? Isn't it amazing?" Gus nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds good." A sudden idea flashed through his mind. The forging competition, open to everyone. Anyone can join. The winner can choose any master to craft equipment. What if he entered himself and won? Then he could just ask Hageman to repair Cerise's necklace, and that would be it. And also, he glanced at the system panel. Lead-in dice cooldown, complete perfect. He thought to himself, and the lead-in dice appeared in his hand. Adler saw the semi-transparent dice and paused. "What is that?" "Lucky item," Gus casually said, tossing the dice into the air. The dice spun in the air several times before landing in his palm. Ding! Luck boost increased by 5 times. Gus's eyes lit up. 5 times? A slow smile appeared on his face. 5 times. Very good. He took a deep breath and opened the system shop. Golden Hextech chest. 10,000 gold coins. Would you like to buy it? Yes. Purchase successful. Deducted 10,000 gold coins. Remaining gold. 3,950. A golden chest appeared in front of him, floating in the air and shining brightly. Gus reached out and pressed his hand on the chest. "Open the golden Hextech chest." "Open." The chest exploded open, and golden light instantly engulfed him. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the full hero form, Flame of the Mountain, Orn. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the full hero form, Unstoppable Thunder, Volibear. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the skin, Dawnbringer, Yon. Gus froze in place. He looked at the 3 messages, completely stunned. Orn, Volibear, 2 heroes, and Yon's skin? 5 times luck. Is this the power of 5 times luck? He took a deep breath, then another. Hold it together. Don't laugh now. Does that master need to repair the necklace? Lord Orn's spit is like a treasure. At this moment, Gus's expression looked quite funny. Adler, huh? Can I still sign up for the forging competition? Adler paused, then his eyes suddenly lit up. You want to join? Yeah. Gus nodded, a bigger smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, I think this competition is pretty interesting. He paused, then added, plus, I want to see if I can win myself. Adler stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Great, great, great. He said great 3 times, with a smile even brighter than Gus's. Come with me. I'll take you to sign up right now. He turned around and took a few steps back, then stopped and looked at Jess. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Jess, Jess, Jess. What a nice name. He nodded and kept walking forward. Jess followed, and behind him, Aline and Serena hurried to catch up. Aileen tugged on Jess's sleeve and looked up at him. Master, are you going to the big meeting? Yes. Will you win? Of course, Jess said confidently. If I didn't win, why would I join? Since Adler said he would take him to sign up, Jess's mouth had never stopped smiling. It wasn't a shy smile, but a strange, almost uncontrollable grin that looked like it was about to burst out, with his eyes twitching too. Master, what's wrong with your face? Aileen looked up, her light golden eyes full of confusion. Is it a cramp? Aileen, Can I help massage it? She tiptoed and reached out her small hand to touch Jess's cheek. Jess gently pushed her hand away, took a deep breath, and tried to make his face look normal again. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Something happy? Eileen's eyes sparkled. Can you tell Aileen? She wants to be happy too. Jess looked down at her expectant face, and his lips couldn't help but curl up again. Well, how should I put it? He thought for a moment and organized his words. It's like you wanted to eat just a bun, but suddenly 2 big meat buns fell from the sky, along with a hot bowl of pork rib soup. Aileen blinked. Bun. Meat buns. Pork rib soup? She didn't quite understand what those were, but she understood one thing. Her master was happy. Then Aileen is happy too. She smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons. Next to her, Serena also looked up at him, a hint of curiosity flashing in her dark eyes. But she didn't ask anything. She just gently tugged on his sleeve and followed him forward. Gus took a deep breath, then another, trying hard to make his expression look normal. But it didn't work. As soon as he closed his eyes, those 3 lines of prompts appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete hero form. Mountain Hidden Flame. Orn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete hero form. Unstoppable Thunder. Volibear. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skin. Dawnbringer. Yon. Congratulations to the host for gaining a permanent passive. Living Forge. Can forge without transforming into Orn. Congratulations to the host for gaining a permanent passive. Demigod Vessel. Ordinary weapons can't hurt. Yurat. Huh. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Adler, walking ahead, turned back and looked at him suspiciously. What are you laughing at? Nothing, nothing. Gus waved his hand. Just thinking about personal stuff. Adler nodded and kept walking forward. Gus followed behind, his mind racing. Orn, Volibear, Yon's skin. Plus the previous Mordekaiser and Yon. He now had 4 heroes. 4. And there's also a second slot, so he can control 2 heroes at once. Mordekaiser plus Orn. Yon plus Volibear. Mordekaiser plus Yon. Volibear plus Orn. The more he thought about it, the more excited and thrilled he became. Unless enemies come from the sky, who on this continent can be my match? He clenched his fists, eyes shining with pride. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his mind. Friendly reminder. There is always a higher mountain, a sky beyond the sky, a god beyond the gods. Stay humble to avoid being humiliated, unless you're willing to spend money. Gus, do you buy game currency? Get lost. He cursed silently, but his excitement was somewhat subdued. All right, he couldn't be too arrogant, but it was okay to feel happy for a moment, right? He took a deep breath, trying to make his expression look normal again. Next to him, Aileen kept looking up at him, watching all his facial expressions carefully. Master, you were smiling just now. No. Yes. Aileen saw it. You're mistaken. Aileen didn't make a mistake. Eileen's eyes are very good. Gus looked down at her and was silent for a moment. Then he reached out and placed his hand on her head. Aileen, yes? Some things are better kept in your heart. No need to say them out loud. Aileen blinked and suddenly understood, nodding her head. Oh, Aileen understands. When the master is happy, she should keep it inside and not let others know. That's right. Then Aileen will keep it a secret for the master. She covered her mouth with both hands, pretending to say nothing. Gus chuckled at her and ruffled her hair. Good girl. Ahead, Adler stopped walking. We've arrived. Gus looked up and saw what was ahead. It was a huge round building, kind of like an ancient Roman arena, but bigger, taller, and more rugged, with hammer marks all over the surface. Flags fluttered at the top of the walls, some with blue backgrounds and double hammers, others with black dragon symbols, and a few others Gus didn't recognize. People came and went at the entrance constantly. There were dwarves, orcs, ghosts, lizard men, and very few humans, elves, or halflings. Adler turned around and smiled at him. How is it? Impressive, right? Yes, it's quite big. Gus nodded. Of course. This is the symbol of our obsidian fortress. Every forging festival is held here, Adler said as he walked inside. Come with me. The registration is inside. Gus followed him through the gate. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by what he saw. It was a huge round hall with a high dome almost impossible to see the top. Around it were concentric tiers of stands that could hold over 10,000 people. In the center was a large open space, divided into many small sections. Each section had a forge, a fire, an anvil, and various tools. Right now, many people were busy preparing in the open space. Some people are inspecting tools, some are carrying materials, and others are gesturing at the air as if simulating forging movements. There are also many people in the viewing area. Some are watching, some are chatting, and some are dozing off. Adler leads them through the hall to a counter on one side. Behind the counter sits an old dwarf wearing reading glasses, holding a thick register. "Are you here to sign up again?" he asked without looking up. "Yes, this is Mr. Gus. He is human and wants to join the forging competition," Adler says, pointing at Gus. The dwarf finally looks up, pushes his glasses up, and examines Gus carefully. "Human," his tone shows surprise and a hint of mild disdain. Gus notices, but doesn't mind. "Yes, human." The dwarf responds with an "oh," then lowers his head to check the register. "Name, Gus. Race, human. Occupation, summon." The dwarf's pen pauses briefly. He looks up at Gus with a strange expression. "Summon, yes." The dwarf remains silent for 2 seconds, then continues writing. "Experience in competition, none. Years of forging, 0. Mentorship, self-taught." The dwarf's pen stops again. He looks up at Gus with a look that seems to think he's crazy. "Are you joking?" Gus shrugs. "I'm here to win." Just as he finishes, a loud, harsh laugh comes from behind him. "Ha ha. Win? A human? Or a summon? Ha ha ha." Gus turns around. A huge figure stands behind him. It's a pig-headed person. More precisely, a bipedal orc with a wild boar's head. Compared to female orcs, which look like humans with animal ears and tails, male orcs look more like upright standing beasts. He is over 2 meters tall, with muscular build and rough skin. He wears a simple leather armor that reveals his furry chest and strong arms. His head is truly a pig's head. Long pig nose, small eyes, large ears hanging on the sides, and 2 upward curving tusks in his mouth. At this moment, he is clutching his stomach and laughing wildly, his fat shaking with each laugh. "That's so funny. I can't stop laughing." He laughs while pointing at Jess and says to the people around, "Did you hear that? This human says he wants to win. A human. Win the forging contest. Ha ha ha." The people around also start laughing. There are orcs, lizard men, some ghostly beings, and a few dwarves. Their laughter varies, some loud, some soft, but all are filled with mockery. Jess stands still, calmly watching them. Aileen cannot hold back anymore. "No laughing. No laughing, master." She steps in front of Jess, arms open wide, her light golden eyes full of anger. "Master is very strong. Stronger than all of you." At this moment, a pressure rises from beside them. It's Jess. He stands next to Aileen, expressionless, looking at the pig-headed man, with a huge shadow of Mordecai flickering behind him. Suddenly, the pig-headed man's face changes. He looks at this emotionless human and then at the shadow behind him, his pupils shrinking slightly. "What? What are you? No. How is this possible, you monster?" he mutters, and the laughter around him gradually quiets. Those who were laughing earlier now look at Jess with different expressions. Some are wary, some surprised, some frightened. Jess remains standing, watching everything. After all, as a professional player, if someone mocks him for opening a small gold account to fish, he would silently crush them even more thoroughly than a 0-21 defeat. He would make them desperately type in the chat, "Don't mess with the bull, or it will chase and kill you." He still doesn't move, but his eyes are fixed on the pig-headed man. Very calm, as if watching a foolish clown perform. He spoke softly, but his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. "A human can't win the championship." The pig-headed man looked into his eyes, feeling a strange tightness in his chest. But he quickly straightened up. "That's right. Humans are so weak. How can they compare to us orcs? And you're just a summoned creature." He paused, then added, "Forge work depends on strength. Endurance. Can a small human body really compare?" Gus nodded after hearing this. "That makes sense." The pig-headed man was momentarily stunned. "Huh." Gus continued, "Strength and endurance are important for forging. But," he paused, a slow smile forming on his face. "Have you ever seen the Forge God?" The pig-headed man froze. "What?" Gus didn't explain, but took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was the registration form the old dwarf had just given him. He picked up a pen and wrote a few words in the Declaration of Participation box. "I'm here to win the championship." After finishing, He handed the form back to the old dwarf. The dwarf took it, looked at the words, and his expression was complicated. But he still stamped it and handed the certificate of entry to Gus. Be here at 8 a.m. 3 days from now. Arrive on time. Late arrivals will be disqualified. Gus took the certificate and nodded. Then he turned around and headed for the door. As he passed by the pig-headed man, he stopped. The pig-headed man instinctively took a step back. See you at the arena in 3 days. After saying that, he kept walking. Elena quickly followed, grabbing his sleeve. Serena also put away her magic and walked beside him. The three of them left through the gate, disappearing into the crowd. The hall was silent. After a long while, the pig-headed man finally came back to himself. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and cursed under his breath. Crazy. A human, pretending to be something. But for some reason, he felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. That man's smile was too calm, so calm it was unsettling. Leaving the registration hall, Elena kept her head down and said nothing. Gus looked at her briefly. What's wrong? Elena shook her head, but her eyes looked a little red. Gus stopped and crouched down to look at her face. What's really wrong? Elena bit her lip and took a moment before softly saying, Elena is so useless. I can't protect my master. Her voice grew quieter until it was almost a whisper. When that pig-headed person stared at me earlier, I was so scared. But I still wanted to protect my master. But I couldn't do anything. As she spoke, tears started to form in her eyes. Gus looked at her and was silent for a couple of seconds. Then he reached out and gently wiped away her tears. Elena, when you stepped in front of me earlier, you were very brave. Elena looked up at him. Really? Really? Gus nodded. You are braver than many people. Finally, Elena's tears fell, but she smiled. So, did Elena make her master proud? Yes, you made me proud. She threw herself into Gus's arms, hugging his neck tightly. Gus gently patted her back, letting her cry in his arms. Nearby, Teresa watched quietly. Her face was still expressionless, but her calm black eyes seemed to flicker with something. After a while, Elena finally stopped crying. She stepped back from Gus, wiped her face with her sleeve, then looked up and smiled widely. Master, Elena is okay now. Gus stood up and patted her head. Let's go, find a place to stay. The three of them found a nice-looking inn in the city center. The innkeeper was a middle-aged human woman. When she saw Gus with 2 young girls, her expression was a little strange, but she still warmly gave them a room. There's only one left, so you'll have to make do. She handed the key to Gus. Gus took the key and was silent for a couple of seconds. Is it only one room again? Yes. There's a forging contest coming up, so it's crowded, and rooms are limited, the boss said naturally. Gus sighed. Oh well, I'm used to it. He took the 2 young girls upstairs and opened the door. Elena immediately jumped onto the bed and rolled around twice. So soft, so comfortable. She lay on the bed, face buried in the pillow, making happy little sounds. Teresa went to the window and looked outside at the street. Suddenly, Elena got up from the bed, sat cross-legged in front of Gus. Master. Yes? Elena has a question. Go ahead. Elena tilted her head, her light golden eyes full of curiosity. Earlier, that pig-headed person was so mean, mocking you. Why didn't you just stop him? People I've met before, if someone mocks them, they get very angry, fight, or even hurt others. But you, Master, you don't get angry at all. She paused. Why? Who says I'm not angry? Elena was surprised. Then, I just don't rush to get angry. Gus leaned back on the bed, hands behind his head, lazily looking at the ceiling. Think about it. If I had lost my temper and beaten that pighead, what would happen? Elena thought for a moment. He would be beaten to death. He would suffer a terrible beating. But today I'm in a good mood, so I let them live a few more days and witness my greatness. As for later, and then, Elena thought hard but couldn't come up with an answer. Gus continued. If I suddenly attacked, I would be disqualified from the contest. During the competition, fighters are not allowed to fight randomly in the city, as the guard said. Oh, Elena suddenly understood. And even if I weren't disqualified, everyone would see me as just a brute who only fights. They would say, look, humans really aren't good. They only fight. They can't forge. If that's the case, even if I win the competition, they will think I only won by threatening with force. Although I believe this approach works very well, I think winning with forging skills might be even better. Elena listened and slowly nodded. So, Master, You're not in a hurry to act? Yes. Gus turned his head and looked at her. They look down on my forging skills, right? Then I will use my forging skills to prove them wrong. I will win openly in front of everyone, with my new strength. He smirked mischievously. Once I hold the champion trophy in my hands, I can go and settle accounts with them. By then, I wonder how they will talk back. Elena's eyes grew brighter. Master is so impressive, thinking so far ahead. She looked at Gus with admiration. So, Master, can Elena come with you then? Elena also wants to see them get what they deserve. Sure, you can come. Great. She happily rolled around on the bed a couple of times. Nearby, Serena remained silent. She was still standing by the window, looking outside, but her black eyes held a trace of worry. Gus noticed. Serena, she turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? She shook her head without speaking, but Gus could tell. He stood up and walked over to her. Are you thinking about the rune necklace? Serena paused for a moment, then nodded gently. Yes. She lowered her head, her voice very soft. Mother has been sleeping for a long time. I'm afraid she's waiting too long. She hesitated. But I also don't want to make you unhappy. Gus looked at her lowered eyelashes and her tightly pressed lips. How could that be? Serena looked up at him. Gus gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. I'm not unhappy. Their mockery doesn't matter to me at all. He paused. When I used to play games, I saw people insulting their ancestors so badly that they could make them explode with anger. Do you believe that? Serena blinked. Game? Cough cough. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Jess smiled. In any case, it's natural for you to worry about your mother. Don't think it will make me unhappy. He withdrew his hand and took out something from his chest. It was a fragment of a rune necklace. Cerisa looked at the pieces, her eyes darkening. Jess didn't say anything. Suddenly, a hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer was completely black, faintly glowing with an orange-red light. It was the power of the mountain hidden flame, Orin, materialized. Cerisa and Alina were both stunned. Master, what is this? Alina leaned over, curious, looking at the hammer. Jess didn't explain. He simply placed the fragments on the table, then raised the hammer. Gently, he struck it. Clang. A clear, ringing sound echoed in the room. Golden light burst from the fragments. The fragments seemed to be pulled by some force, flying up automatically, spinning, connecting, and merging in the air. Cracks disappeared at a visible speed, and the dark surface regained its shine. Then, the light faded. A complete necklace lay in Jess's palm. It looked exactly the same as before, but not quite. The once blurry patterns now appeared as if freshly carved. Beneath the dark surface, faint golden red light flowed, and the entire necklace emitted a gentle, yet powerful magical aura. Stronger than before. Much stronger. Cerisa's eyes widened. She stared at the necklace, her lips slightly parted, but she couldn't make a sound. Alina also widened her eyes, her mouth forming an O. Master. How did you do this? She stammered. Jess weighed the necklace in his hand, showing a look of a wise master. My power has returned a little, he spoke slowly. Not much, but enough. Cerisa finally regained her senses. She reached out carefully, taking the necklace in her hands and holding it gently. The necklace was slightly warm in her palm, as if responding to her touch. Her eyes slowly filled with tears. Mother, she softly whispers, holding the necklace tightly against her chest. Gus watches her silently. After a while, Teresa lifts her head and looks at him. For the first time, her black eyes are filled with tears. Gus, yes? Thank you. Thank you so much. Her voice chokes up, but she desperately tries not to let tears fall. Gus looks at her and smiles. He reaches out and hugs her gently. There's no need to thank me. It's nothing special. Teresa buries her face in his chest and finally begins to cry. It's not loud crying, but soft, restrained tears. Her small body trembles slightly in his arms, and her tears wet his clothes. Gus gently pats her back without saying a word. Nearby, Elena watches this scene with red eyes. But she doesn't cry. She quietly walks over to Gus and leans on him. The three of them stay quietly like that. After a long while, Teresa finally stops crying. She pulls away from Gus, her eyes red, but her face is smiling. That smile is unlike any she has shown before. It's not a polite smile, nor a restrained one with a neutral face and a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. It's a genuine, heartfelt smile. Gus, yes, I'm very happy, she speaks softly. I'm happy to have met you. Gus looks at her and pauses for a second. Then he reaches out and ruffles her hair. I'm also very happy. Next to them, Elena lifts her head. Master, Elena is also very happy. Yes, you are too. Is the master happy? Yes, I am. Then we're all happy. Even though Gus feels he shouldn't be feeling joyful, there's an inexplicable sense of satisfaction from seeing the crying girl. Cough, cough. In 3 days, he murmurs. I will show those guys what true forging is. Wait for Lord Orin's divine power. What does it mean to be a custom champion? The forging competition is coming up, and while others are busy preparing eagerly, Jess remains as relaxed as ever. In the morning, Jess opens his eyes and finds himself caught in the middle again. On his left, Elena is curled up like a small cat, almost lying on his chest. Her long, golden hair is spread out everywhere, like a soft waterfall, covering him, the pillow, and the sheets. A few strands of hair fall on his face, carrying a light, clean scent. That is her unique smell, not perfume, but her natural girl scent, mixed with the sunlight-dried smell of her white cloth dress, fresh like newly cut grass in spring or a white flower dew-kissed in the morning. Her face is buried in his neck, breathing evenly and softly. Warm breath gently blows on his neck, tickling and slightly moist. Her long eyelashes are quietly closed, casting a faint shadow under her eyelids, like tiny fans. Her skin is so pale it's almost see-through, with faint blue veins visible near her temples. She is too thin. Jess can clearly feel every contour of her body. Even through her thin cloth dress, her ribs are pressing against his chest, one by one. A few strands of golden hair rest in her hollow, trembling slightly with her breath, like sunlight fragments fallen on her pale skin. Her sleeping face looks peaceful. Her lips are slightly curved into a small, satisfied smile. The smile is shallow, but it makes one wonder what kind of sweet dreams she is having. On her right side, Saressa lies on her side, her short blue hair a bit messy. A few strands stick to her cheek, making her face look even whiter. Her breathing is lighter than Elena's, almost inaudible, with only slight rises and falls of her chest to show she is alive. Her eyelashes flutter gently now and then, like a butterfly flapping its wings or a feather moved by the wind. Her skin isn't as pale as Elena's, but has a faint pink tint, delicate like fine porcelain and smooth like silk. Sunlight falls on her face, giving that pink layer a soft golden edge, making her look like a beautiful piece of art. She rested one arm on Jess's chest, while her other hand grasped his collar, her face pressed against his arm. Her hands were small, with slender, long fingers, clearly defined joints, and neatly trimmed nails that shimmered with a soft pink glow. She was a little more fleshy than Aliena. Jess could feel the weight of her pressing on his arm, along with the soft touch through her clothes. Her body curves were slightly more noticeable than Aliena's, with a slim waist, but not so thin as to feel sharp. She carried a fresh, clean scent, like the smell of plants in a morning garden or the damp air of a forest after rain. The scent was faint, almost unnoticeable, but once you paid attention, it drew you in, making you want to smell it longer. It was her unique smell, completely different from Aliena's. One was sweet and fresh, like spring flowers. The other was crisp and cool, like autumn leaves. Jess looked at these two young girls, a gentle smile slowly forming on his lips. He was used to mornings like this, but he didn't dislike it. In fact, he liked it a little. He moved slightly, thinking of changing his position. Aliena immediately responded. She wrinkled her small nose and made a soft, sound like a kitten, burying her face deeper into his neck. Her hands and feet moved at the same time, wrapping around him tighter like an octopus. Her slender arms circled his neck, and her bare legs pressed against his waist. Don't move. Aliena still wants to sleep, she mumbled softly, her voice gentle and a little hoarse from waking up. It was sweet like honey, so sweet it could be overwhelming, yet it made him feel warm inside. Just looked down at her. Her face was buried in his neck, only half of her profile visible. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her lips still carried a satisfied smile. Her breathing was steady again, warm air puffing against his neck, making him ticklish. Jess. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Never mind, he'd stay like this a little longer. He looked at Saressa. Saressa was also awake. She didn't move, just opened her eyes and quietly watched him. In her black eyes, there was no confusion from waking up, only her usual calm. The calmness is like a deep pool of water, impossible to see the bottom, yet strangely reassuring. But if you look carefully, you can see a tiny, satisfied glow hidden deep within that calm. The glow is faint, like the farthest star in the night sky, but it definitely exists. "Good morning," she softly said. Her voice was a little hoarse from just waking up, but surprisingly pleasant. The hoarseness made her voice sound softer, like a flower petal wet with dew. "Good morning," Gus replied. Teresa blinked, then slowly sat up. As she moved, the blanket slipped down, revealing her upper body. She was wearing a small white shirt. Because she rolled around a lot while sleeping, 3 buttons were undone. Not 2, but 3. The shirt slid down her shoulders, exposing her right shoulder and collarbone. Her shoulder was small and round, with skin that looked bright and glowing, shining softly in the morning light. Her collarbone was smooth, like 2 gentle crescent moons, forming an elegant hollow. In that hollow, the outline of her collarbone was clear, along with the soft, slightly rising curves underneath. The hem of her shirt was wrinkled, just covering her upper thighs. Below, her bare legs stretched out. Each inch of skin was fair and delicate, shining faintly in the sunlight. The skin on the inside of her thighs was even whiter, with faint blue veins visible beneath. She looked down at herself, then raised her hand, trying to button her shirt. Her movements were slow. Her fingers still seemed a bit sleepy, struggling to fasten the buttons, missing or slipping off occasionally. Her face remained expressionless, which made her seem oddly adorable. Gus watched her clumsy effort and couldn't help but smile. "Let me do it," he said. He reached out his hand. Teresa paused for a moment, then obediently lowered her hand and looked at him. In his black eyes, there was a small hint of expectation. Gus gently sat up and started helping her button her shirt, his fingers touching her skin, feeling the warm, soft texture. Her skin is very smooth, like fine silk, and when her fingertips glide over it, there is a soft, pleasant feeling. Her fresh, clean scent becomes even clearer, mixed with the warm smell of the bedding, along with a faint, unique aroma that makes people feel strangely at ease. Gus carefully buttoned her up, 1 button at a time. First the 3rd, then the 2nd, and finally the 1st. With each button, his fingers accidentally touched her skin, feeling the tiny change in temperature. When he reached the 1st button, his finger brushed her collarbone. That collarbone is delicate, with a hard bone outline just beneath the skin. He gently pressed it, causing Teresa's body to tremble slightly, but she didn't move away. After fastening the buttons, he helped straighten her fallen collar and smooth out the wrinkled hem of her clothes. All done. Teresa looked down briefly, then looked up at him. "Thank you," she said softly, with a small smile at the corner of her mouth. That small smile made her whole face look softer, like a crack in the ice revealing warm water underneath. At that moment, Alina also woke up. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her long golden hair messy like a little lion. "Master, good morning," she mumbled sleepily, then let out a big yawn. Her yawn made her squint her eyes into a narrow slit, and her small mouth opened wide, showing her pink tongue and neat little white teeth. After yawning, a faint sparkle appeared in her eyes, making her light golden eyes look even brighter. She was wearing a white cloth dress, but because she had rolled around in her sleep, it was wrinkled and messy. The collar was crooked, revealing half of her slim shoulder. That shoulder was glowing white, with the outline of her shoulder blades clearly visible, and the bones beneath her skin could be faintly seen. Her hair was wildly messy. A few strands stuck to her face, some stuck up on her head, and others were tangled into knots. The tangled parts looked like little mischievous animals had grabbed her hair. She touched her head, feeling the knots, and her small face fell. "Ugh, Elena doesn't know why this is happening." She looked at Jess sadly, her light golden eyes full of frustration. "Master, could you help Elena comb her hair?" She blinked her eyes, which shimmered with tears, making it hard to refuse her. Jess sighed, but the smile on his face betrayed his feelings. "Come here." Elena immediately crawled over and sat in front of him. She sat very close, so close that Jess could clearly smell her scent. That smell became even clearer. Clean, sweet, mixed with the scent of cotton clothes warmed by the sun, and a little bit of the cozy smell of someone just waking up. It was like freshly washed sheets in spring or white flowers touched by morning dew, refreshing enough to make anyone want to take a deep breath. Jess picked up the comb from the bedside table and started to gently brush her messy, golden hair. Her hair was soft and fine, like the finest silk. When he ran his fingers through it, he could feel its smoothness and the warmth left in the strands. But because it was so soft, it was very easy to get tangled. The tangled hair looked like a messy ball of yarn, needing to be carefully combed out little by little. Jess moved very gently, afraid of hurting her. He held a bunch of hair in one hand and used the comb with the other, starting from the tips and slowly working upward. Each time he untangled a knot, Elena's body would tremble slightly, and she would let out a small hiss. "Does it hurt?" Jess asked. "No master is so gentle," Elena mumbled softly, her voice full of satisfaction. She tilted her head back slightly, resting on his hand, completely relaxed like a small cat being petted. Her light golden eyes half closed, a gentle smile on her face, showing she was enjoying the moment. Sunlight streamed in through the window, shining on her. Her long golden hair shimmered softly in the light, like flowing gold liquid. A few strands floated in the air, gently moving with her breathing, sparkling in the beams of light. Her skin looked even whiter and almost transparent in the sunlight. Her small ears, with a faint mole on the earlobe, were usually hidden by her hair, but now, as her hair was pulled back, they were visible, making her look especially adorable. Nearby, Saressa quietly watched this scene. She had no expression on her face, but her usually calm black eyes now showed a hint of complex emotion. It wasn't jealousy or dissatisfaction, but something else, like envy or longing. She watched Elena enjoy herself, saw Gus's gentle movements, and observed the warm scene created by sunlight shining on the two of them. Then, she quietly moved closer and sat down beside Gus. She sat very close, almost touching his leg with her knee. The fresh, clean scent from her drifted over, mixing with Elena's sweet fragrance, creating a strange yet surprisingly harmonious aroma. She reached out and gently tugged at Gus's sleeve. Gus turned his head and looked at her. Teresa didn't speak, only looked at him. In her black eyes, there was now a silent message. "I want to do that too. I want you to help me comb my hair. I want to be treated gently like that." Gus looked into her eyes and couldn't help but smile. "All right, I'll help you comb your hair later." Teresa's eyelashes fluttered softly. Then she obediently sat beside him, waiting. Her hands were folded on her lap, her back straight, like a student waiting for the teacher to call her name. But her gaze was fixed on Gus, on his gentle act of combing Elena's hair. The only sounds in the room were the faint brushing of the comb through hair and Elena's occasional satisfied hums. After breakfast, Elena started pestering Gus about what they would play today. "Master, what are we playing today?" She looked up, her light golden eyes full of anticipation. She stood in front of Gus, hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward. Her long golden hair fell softly with her movement, like a gentle waterfall. Gus thought for a moment and slowly smiled. "Dress-up game. Do you want to play?" "Yes. Elena wants to wear Sister Teresa's clothes." She said this and had already begun unbuttoning her cloth. Her tiny fingers clumsily fiddled with the buttons. 1, 2, 3. As the buttons came undone, the fair skin on her chest gradually appeared. Her collarbones, her chest, and the soft, slightly rounded curves typical of a young girl. Her movements were quick and completely unreserved. Jess quickly held her hand. "Wait, go inside to change." He pointed to the screen in the corner of the room. Elena let out a small, "Oh," and then pulled Teresa toward the screen. Teresa followed silently, revealing a small, fair leg. Soon, rustling sounds came from behind the screen. "Big Sister Teresa, how do I undo this?" Elena's voice came from behind the screen, sounding a bit confused. "Over here," Teresa's calm voice responded. "Oh, I see. Teresa, you're so amazing. Teresa, your clothes are so small. Elena can't wear them. Take your time. Elena's feet can't reach the hem of the dress. Squat down a little. Oh, is this okay?" "Yes. Teresa, your clothes smell so nice." "What is that scent?" "I don't know. It smells so good. Elena wants to smell it too." "I'll give you some." "Really? That's great. Teresa is the best." Jess leaned against the bed, listening to the sounds behind the screen, a growing smile on his face. He could imagine what was happening behind the screen. Just thinking about it made him feel comfortable. His imagination was beyond normal. Indeed, it's more exciting to hide and peek than to watch directly. After a while, the rustling finally stopped. Then, a small figure stepped out from behind the screen. It was Teresa. She was wearing Elena's black and white nun's outfit. That nun's outfit was originally custom-made by Grandma Flora for Elena, but it fit Teresa a little tighter. The white bow at the collar was perfectly positioned just below her collarbone, highlighting her curved collarbones. The top of the nun's outfit was tight-fitting, hugging her slender waist and drawing a graceful curve. That curve started at her chest, narrowing inward to her waist, then slightly widening again to form a perfect S shape. Because the clothes were a bit tight, the curves appeared more noticeable than usual. Her chest slightly bulged, not much, but just right. Her waist was so slim it seemed one hand could hold it. The curve of her hips was faintly visible under the dress. The hem of the dress reached below her knees and swayed gently with her steps. Beneath the dress, her fair, slender legs were straight and smooth like silk. At her ankles, two small bones protruded, making her feet look even more delicate. She stood in the sunlight, expressionless, looking at Jess. Her usual cold face combined with this serious nun outfit created a strange effect. Asceticism. That was the first word that came to mind. Her emotionless face, calm eyes, and this outfit symbolizing faith and dedication made one think of holy women in old paintings. Pure, sacred, untouchable. But it was more than just asceticism. Because the clothes were slightly tight, a subtle hint of something else seeped through the sense of restraint. It was like a forbidden thing being broken or a rule being challenged. Although it was the most solemn outfit, the slight tightness and fit made it seem a little ambiguous. "How does it look?" Teresa asked softly. Listening carefully, there was a hint of small expectation. That hope was hidden deep in her voice, like a hidden current beneath the water surface, only noticeable if you paid close attention. Jess snapped out of his thoughts and gave a thumbs up. "I'm ready," he said sincerely. Teresa's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was a tiny curve, but it was definitely a smile. That smile softened her whole face, like a crack on ice revealing warm water underneath. At that moment, someone else stepped out from behind the screen. It was Elena. She was wearing the same outfit as Teresa. A white short skirt, a white blouse, and over-the-knee socks. The short skirt was a bit long for her, hanging down to her calves and swaying gently with her steps. The skirt was made of soft cotton, clinging to her legs as she moved, outlining their shape. The white blouse was a little big for her, with the cuffs rolled up several times to reveal her small hands. The shirt's shoulders are a bit loose and sometimes slip down, revealing a slim shoulder. The collar is loose and relaxed, showing a fair chest and deep collarbones. The chest is flat with just a slight rise, a shy, youthful curve. The most eye-catching thing is her long socks. The white socks fit tightly around her thin legs, from her ankles up to just above her knees. The socks are thin, so you can faintly see the skin tone inside. The top of the socks leaves a gentle mark on her skin, making her exposed legs look even whiter. When she walks, the socks wrinkle slightly with her leg movements, then smooth out again, giving her a cute look. Sometimes she stops and tips her toes to the ground, showing the graceful lines of her calves, slim and smooth. She runs to Gus and spins around. Her skirt lifts, revealing her white safety shorts underneath. Her slender legs, wrapped in long socks, trace a beautiful arc in the air. Master, do I look good?" Her face turns slightly red from excitement, making her light golden eyes shine even more. The red spreads from her cheeks to her ears and down her neck, giving her face a soft pink glow. The most noticeable thing is her scent. That light body fragrance, now stronger from exercise, is sweet and clean. It mixes with the smell of sun-dried cotton clothes and a hint of girlhood sweat. The sweat doesn't smell bad. Instead, it makes the fresh scent feel more real and charming. It's like freshly cut grass in spring, moist with dew, or like flowers blooming in the morning, warmed by sunlight. Gus takes a deep breath. That scent fills his nose and spreads through his body, making him feel strangely relaxed. "I feel better now." He nods. "You look very nice." Elena immediately smiles like a blooming flower. Her smile is pure, like a daisy blooming in the sun. Her eyes curve into crescent moons, showing 2 neat rows of small white teeth, and her cheeks flush even deeper. Great. Elena will wear this kind of outfit from now on, she says, spinning around again. Her skirt lifts, and her slender legs, wrapped in long socks, shimmer in the sunlight. Next to her, Saressa also walks over and stands in front of Gus. She was dressed in a nun's outfit, still expressionless, but her eyes were fixed on Jess. Jess, she said. Yes? Do you prefer me in this, or her in that? She pointed to Eleonora. Jess hesitated for a moment. This question. He looked at Saressa, her nun's dress, her abstinent face, cold and pure like a saint from a painting. The outfit hugged her slender body tightly, outlining every curve. The bow at the collar, the cinched waist, the flowing skirt, each detail perfect, making her look like a holy being. Then he looked at Eleonora, short skirt, long socks, lively and cute, like a little bunny in spring. Her outfit made her look smaller and more adorable. Her exposed legs, shoulders, and the slightly slipping neckline, due to the loose clothes, all gave her a protective, tender feeling. And then he smiled. I like both, he said. Both of you look good in what you wear. Saressa's eyelashes fluttered softly. Eleonora's eyes brightened even more. Then which one does the master prefer more? She asked eagerly. Jess thought for a moment. Different. How are they different? Saressa looks like a saint in her nun's dress. You look like a little princess in your short skirt and long socks. He paused. But both are you. So I like both. Eleonora listened, seeming to understand, but not fully. But she understood the last part. Both are liked. That's wonderful. Then Eleonora, change into another outfit. Amidst the laughter and joy, far away in the Rhine Empire's palace, the atmosphere was completely different. Valens sat on the throne, with a tall figure standing before him, Beryolith. The knight captain who was defeated by Jess with a punch in labria was now kneeling on one knee, head bowed, reporting what he had seen and heard these days. The knight captain who was defeated by Jess and labria was kneeling, head lowered, reporting what he had observed over the past days. That is all the information, he finally said. That Jess. I saw with my own eyes that his strength far exceeds the assessment. Vereen remained silent. He simply leaned on the throne, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed clearly in the grand hall. The hall was very quiet. After a long pause, Vereen finally spoke. Any news from the Holy Light Church? His voice was deep, carrying the authority of someone used to ruling. Beryolith looked up. They seemed to still be investigating the corrupt curse route. A few monks went to Labria to check the scene, but they found nothing. Vereen sneered. Of course, they couldn't find anything. Their skills are only good enough to fool common people. He paused. As for their attempt to cultivate relics of the old gods. A bunch of reckless fools. Beryolith lowered his head, afraid to speak. Vereen was silent for a moment, then picked up a report nearby. It was detailed information about Jess, his summoning, his performance at the academy, his relationships with Leah, Saressa, and Biki, and his battles in Labria. He read slowly. Every word was carefully considered. Humanoid body, defeated you with one punch, he muttered. After transforming, defeated the so-called corrupt curse root. He turned to the next page. Witnesses said he had more than one form. The first was a dark green heavy armor warrior wielding a giant hammer. The second was a dual sword warrior moving too fast to see. The third was a dark red, even more terrifying form. He closed the report and shut his eyes. He was silent for a long time. Soraya, he whispered. The summoning spell you developed, what exactly did it summon? The vast hall remained silent in response. Only his breathing was clear in the quiet. Beryolith asked carefully, Your Majesty, should we take action against him? Vereen opened his eyes and looked at him. His gaze was calm, but it made Beryolith shiver all over. Should I make a move? Vereen smiled. That smile had no warmth. Can you beat him? Beryolith lowered his head. I'm not his match. That's right. Vereen stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the palace courtyard looked very peaceful in the sunlight. The fountain was spraying water, gardeners were trimming plants, and patrol guards marched in neat lines. Everything seemed normal and calm. But his brow was tightly furrowed. Humanoid demon, he muttered. More like a monster than any creature. Just wearing a human skin, it makes others let their guard down. Beryolith knelt there, afraid to speak. Vereen was silent for a long time. Dragons have their weak spots, Venomous snakes have their 7-inch point. Even the strongest creatures have their vulnerabilities. He spoke softly. But what about Jess? He can change into different forms. Heavy armored warrior, dual sword fighter, and that strange dark red form. Each form has different abilities and fighting styles. He paused. How do you find the weak point in such an enemy? Berylite kept his head down, afraid to answer. Vareen turned back and sat on the throne again. Even if I personally go, he whispered. He was a 9th-rank swordsman, standing at the top of the continent's power pyramid. A full-strength strike could split a mountain, and a powerful burst could wipe out a whole country. But if he faced Jess, he remembered the report that said Jess defeated a 6th-rank knight captain with 1 punch. Berylite, though reckless, was strong. 6th-rank knights were considered core forces in the Empire, and Jess only used 1 punch, and it was in his humanoid form. What if he transformed? No chance of winning, Vareen concluded. More importantly, even if he could win, the cost would be extremely high. And once he encountered problems, the ambitious forces within the Empire, his sons, the greedy nobles, and the secretly expanding Holy Light Church, would all jump out immediately. At that time, the Empire would fall into chaos. So, I can't act now, he murmured. Not yet, at least. He then thought of Soraya, that rebellious younger brother who never listened, the fool who gave up his right to inherit the throne for a woman, and the guy who shut himself in the Magic Academy for over 10 years, ignoring everything outside. Yet, it was he who developed that summoning spell. Now it seems that the S rank was quite conservative. According to the Rhine Empire's magic creature ranking, S rank is equivalent to 8th level combat power, enough for one person to defeat a regular army. SS rank is like 9th level power, capable of defeating an entire country alone. And the legendary 10th level is enough for one person to conquer the whole continent. What are you really thinking about? Valen asked softly, looking at the sky outside the window. No one answered. Only the wind gently blew past. He was silent for a long time, then sighed. I really don't understand what Soraya is thinking, he whispered. Developing such a summoning spell, he paused. If only I hadn't gathered soldiers to suppress mages back then. But now, thinking this way, it was too late. He closed his eyes and began to plan his next move. Should he expand the front further, conquer more small countries, and enlarge the Empire's territory? Or should he stabilize the current resources and digest the land and people he had already taken? What about the Holy Light Church? How should he handle them? And those ambitious sons, how to suppress them? And that magic creature named Jess? One question after another spun in his mind. Finally, he sighed. Such trouble. Meanwhile, Sarisa and Elena's dress-up game was still going on. Jess was very cooperative, giving serious comments each time. This looks good. This one is also nice. This. Well, it's a bit big, but very cute. This is too short, but it suits you well. The two young girls became happier as they received compliments and got more excited about changing clothes. Right now, Aileen was wearing Teresa's white nightgown, jumping on the bed. Master, look, Aileen can fly. Fly up, Gus cooperated and responded. Next to him, Teresa sat quietly in her nun's outfit. Gus noticed her silence. What's wrong? He asked softly. Teresa looked up at him. Her black eyes showed a hint of complicated feelings. It's nothing, she whispered. But her eyes clearly seemed to say, something's bothering me. Gus looked at her and thought for a moment. Come here, he reached out his hand. Teresa moved closer and leaned on him. Gus wrapped her in his arms, resting his chin on her head. Her hair was soft and tickled her face. The fresh, clean scent was even clearer, drifting from her and filling the air. Are you thinking about your mother? Teresa's body stiffened slightly, then nodded gently. Yes, a little. Teresa leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat and slowly relaxing. Gus, yes? Do you think my mother would like me? Teresa asked softly. Gus was surprised for a moment. Of course she would. You're her daughter. How could she not like you? But she hasn't seen me in a long time. She has slept for so long. I haven't spoken to her. I haven't let her hold me. I haven't let her see me grow up. She must be watching you every day. Teresa looked up at him. Really? Really? Gus nodded. Even though she's not awake, she can definitely feel you. She can feel that you're trying hard, growing, and becoming a good child. When she lifts the curse and wakes up, the first thing she'll see is you. At that moment, she would feel very proud. Yes. Thank you, Jess. Master. Yes? Elena also misses Mom. Jess looked at her, then reached out with his other hand. Although it might sound strange, I don't mind being a temporary dad. Elena immediately rushed into his arms, snuggling between Teresa and him, leaning against his chest. The morning light shone on this large city built into the mountains. In the distance, the forging district was already ringing with the sound of hammering. The round building where the forging contest was held was bustling with people. The circular stands were full of spectators from many different races. They whispered and discussed, all eyes focused on the open space in the center, divided into many small sections. On the open space, over 100 forging stations were neatly arranged. Each station had an anvil, a forge, a hammer, and various tools. The forge was already burning with charcoal, orange flames flickering and sending out waves of heat. The air was filled with the smell of charcoal, metal, and mixed human scents. Contestants were arriving one after another. There were dwarves, with strong arms, thick beards, wearing leather aprons, holding their usual forging hammers. There were orcs, tall and hairy, some with boar heads, others with wolf heads, and some with ox heads. There were lizard men, covered in fine scales, with vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. There were goblins, with horns on their foreheads, tall and muscular, with shiny skin. As for the humans, they were few, scattered in the corners. Some checked their tools, some stretched their muscles, and others glared at their opponents, creating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the venue. "Make way! Make way!" A small figure pushed through the crowd, struggling to move forward. But because she was so short, she was barely noticeable among the dense crowd, until the person behind her appeared. Jess was dressed in black, the same outfit Hartlow made for him, with the Spirit of Dreams hanging at his side. But the most eye-catching thing was the cloak behind him. It was a brand-new black cloak, made of ordinary fabric, clearly bought just yesterday. On the back of the cloak, for large characters were embroidered with white silk thread. Professional player, the 4 characters were crooked and roughly stitched, looking like they were embroidered in a hurry by someone else. To Jess's left was Aileen. Today, she was wearing Serena's white short skirt and thigh-high socks. Since yesterday, she had been insisting on wearing this outfit, and Serena couldn't refuse her, so she agreed. The white socks tightly wrapped her slim legs, from her ankles up to above her knees. The sock cuffs left faint marks, making her exposed skin look even whiter and more adorable. Her small face was filled with excitement, her light golden eyes sparkling, looking around with curiosity about everything. On the right was Serena. She was dressed in her black and white nun's outfit. She had been wearing it since yesterday and seemed to really like it. The top was tight-fitting, hugging her slender waist, with the skirt hem falling below her knees, revealing a small section of her fair legs and delicate ankles. Her face showed no emotion, still maintaining a cold expression. As soon as the 3 appeared, they immediately attracted many eyes. "Look, that human. Humans are also here to join the forging contest. What's written on his cloak? Professional. Player? Professional player? What's that? I don't know. Maybe it's a title from somewhere. Who are those 2 little girls behind him? So cute. And the one in the nun's outfit. She looks really pretty." Whispers and comments spread, with all kinds of gazes falling on them. Curiosity, disdain, confusion, admiration. Jess stopped and looked around. The stands were packed with over 10,000 people. The gazes came from all directions, like countless spotlights. He took a deep breath and slowly smiled. "This feeling," he muttered. "It's been a long time." He remembered the days when he played professional matches, sitting on the competition stage with thousands of spectators below. Fans held up light boards to cheer for him, while critics held signs insulting him. The feeling of being watched by so many people made him feel excited and alive. Now it's a daydream. Although he is just a traveler from another world, just a summoned creature, and only has 2 young girls with him. Right now, standing in this foreign world's arena, facing thousands of spectators, he feels like he's back on a familiar stage. He opens his arms wide, as if embracing the whole world. "Come on, make your cheers even louder." Critics and fans alike. "Cheer for Gugu," he shouts loudly. For a second, everything around him is quiet. Then, what's that human doing? Is he losing it? Is he crazy? Ha! This is hilarious. Who does he think he is? Laughter and mockery spread, but no one cheers. Gus keeps his arms open, a stiff smile on his face. "Well, people in this world don't get the joke." He lowers his arms and continues walking forward casually. Behind him, Ailina tugged at his sleeve. "Master, what were you just doing?" She looked up, her light golden eyes full of curiosity. "Nothing, just reminiscing about the past," Gus said casually. Then he stopped, reaching behind to untie his cloak. The black cloak embroidered with the words, "Professional player," slipped from his shoulders, and he caught it in his hand. He turned to look at the stands. On the stands, a young female orc was staring at him with wide eyes. She had fluffy white cat-like ears and a tail, looking about 15 or 16 years old. Gus smiled at her, then gave a strong shake. The cloak spread out in the air like a black flag, landing perfectly in the orc girl's arms. The orc girl froze, holding the cloak, unsure what to do. Gus waved at her. "Here you go," he said loudly. Then he turned and continued walking toward the center of the arena. The orc girl's face turned bright red, all the way to her ears. She tightly hugged her cloak to her chest, watching Jess's back with bright, sparkling eyes. Next to her, her companion nudged her. "Hey, that human seems to be smiling at you." "Shut up," she whispered, but a small smile still appeared on her lips. In the center of the venue, the contestants had already taken their places. Jess found his spot. It's at the least noticeable forge in the corner, a remote location with poor lighting. He glanced around and saw that other contestants' forges were in prominent positions. Only his was tucked away in the corner. "TCH, racial discrimination," he muttered, but paid it no mind and walked over directly. Ailina and Ceresa followed him, standing beside his forge. "Master, this place is so far away," Ailina frowned. "Are they doing this on purpose?" "Maybe," Jess shrugged. "It doesn't matter where I am." He approached the forge and began checking the tools. An anvil, in perfect condition. A forging hammer, also fine. The furnace was burning brightly. Various tongs, chisels, and files were all there. Next to it, there was a pile of materials, several iron ingots, some steel ingots, and other supplies. "Standard setup," he nodded. At that moment, a loud bell rang from the high platform. Ding! Everyone quieted down and looked toward the platform. On the platform stood a few dwarves. The leader had a long, white beard braided down to his chest, wearing a fancy robe and holding a gem-encrusted scepter. "Contestants and spectators," he spoke loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. "Welcome to the 67th Obsidian Fortress Forging Competition.